Thank you very much, Dr. Nobles. Wait. I must say, before I really begin, you have absolutely no idea how I feel being here. Because Dr. Wade Nobles left out one important thing. That when I was at Howard University, I had taught there for 7 years, from 1968 to 1975. And I had written the Crest theory of color confrontation and had proceeded to go around the country and lecture about it and to talk on radio and television about it. And I was assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics, and I knew that I was going to be given promotion and tenure. And then I heard on the grapevine that I was going to be denied promotion and tenure because of my ideas. And I went straight away in all of my naivete to the dean of the College of Medicine. And I said, I'm sure you know I want promotion and tenure, but I'm hearing that I'm going to be denied promotion and tenure because of my ideas. And he said, that's right. And I was floored. But he laid back in his seat, reared back. And he said, I said, well, what's wrong with my ideas? He said, that paper that you wrote. Well, I'd only written one paper. And he didn't even know the name. But I said, you mean the Crest theory of color confrontation and racism, white supremacy? He said, yes, that's it. And I said, what's wrong with it? And he said, it doesn't make sense for you to say that white people are envious of black people because they have skin pigmentation. And that was the reason, that was a turning point in my career. I mean, it wasn't in the final analysis any negative thing, because maybe I had, done my job there. And it was time for me to go on and to have some other kinds of experiences that were to, be useful and to be helpful. But after that kind of thing happened, because that was a shock. And then, what is this? That was 1974 when I heard that, and then I was terminated in 1975, so 74 from 83 is what? 9 years. And so 9 years later, to see all of these people grooving on a discussion of melanin. You see, because before that had happened, I had even gone to a neurophysiologist and I said, ooh, wow. I found out so much about melanin, you've got to start looking into melanin. And the brother said, melanin? Nobody's interested in that. What's that? Do you see what I'm saying? So when I see this, I am really turned on. Okay, the title of my remarks have been a bit modified. So hold on to your seats. This is the title. The Crest theory on melanin, the neurochemical basis for soul. The Crest theory on hypertension in blacks and the sixth sense. The Crest theory on the George Washington Carver phenomenon. The Crest theory on the Sirius mystery, that's S-I-R-I-U-S. The Crest theory on the Cosmic Chronicles and the Akashic Record. The Crest theory on oracles. The Crest theory on divination. The Crest theory on the Yuri Geller effect.
All right.
You can see I didn't think I was going to be back in a long time. From plants to planets through melanin. Ladies and gentlemen, black men and black women, brothers and sisters, I am honored to have this opportunity to join with you on this occasion of the first annual conference on melanin, the mystery of melanin. As I have indicated, my topic has been corrected and expanded from that which was printed in the invitational brochure. Before I begin, I would like to dedicate my remarks first to my paternal grandfather, Dr. Henry Clay Cress, a Chicago physician politician who died in 1909. You know I didn't know it. He dared in his own time to say that there is nerve in some people to believe that they are superior based on the white color of their skin. Secondly, I dedicate these remarks to my father, Dr. Henry Noah Cress, also a Chicago physician who died on his 80th birthday, October 6, 1983, because he not only challenged and encouraged me to be a physician from the time that I was 6 years of age, but also because he challenged me in 1969, after I wrote the Crest theory of color confrontation and racism, white supremacy, to find out what is in the melanin. I was sitting at our dining room table talking about what I had written to my father. And my father was cool. And he said, now you've got to find out what's in the melanin. I would not have thought of it on my own, just like I was going to be a nurse. And he said, well, if you're going to be a nurse, you might as well be a doctor. Because I considered my father to be a great physician and a genius, I did pursue the issue of melanin, thus making it possible for me to further introduce this subject to other black people, enabling us to be here today. Thirdly, I dedicate these remarks to my mother, Ida Mae Lauren Griffin Cress, a retired Chicago public school teacher who brought me into this world and was a model for high-level learning and character development, devoted to the high-level development of black people. And finally, but not least, to my paternal grandmother, now deceased, Luella Jackson Thomas Cress, who on her lap helped me to enjoy learning and to not be afraid of challenge and name-calling. It is important that it be clearly stated for the historical record, the very beginning of melanin investigations by black people in the modern era, the past 2,000 plus years, and the awareness of the importance of melanin for all human beings. Prior to this time, melanin as a pigment was investigated by white-skinned people, but the emphasis was placed not on human beings, but on other animals. The only focus in human beings was the importance of melanin as a shield from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, which often cause cancer in white-skinned people. The Crest theory of color confrontation and racism, white supremacy, 1970, by Francis Cress Welsing, which was first presented at the annual meeting of the National Medical Association section on neurology and psychiatry, Atlanta, Georgia, was the very first paper to indicate that there was indeed a very, very great significance to the presence or the absence of melanin skin pigment in the behavior of the human population. That paper was the very first to identify the global white-skinned population as being variants of albinism, and that white-skinned people indeed envied black melanin pigment. That paper clearly went on record as identifying the global white population as a tiny minority, genetic recessive in terms of skin coloration, when compared to the vast global majority of black, brown, red, and yellow peoples. That paper theorized, and I believe correctly so, that because of the two factors of numerical minority status and recessive genetic status in terms of skin coloration, that the global white minority population felt at conscious and subconscious levels the necessity to oppress black, brown, red, and yellow people, those they classified as non-white, so as to prevent their own white genetic annihilation. I stated that concern to be the most fundamental reason for racism, meaning white supremacy, a global behavioral phenomenon practiced by people who classify themselves as white in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. These are the people behavior classification areas as designated in the textbook for victims of racism by Neely Fuller, 1956 to 1984. And let me say that I should dedicate these remarks to Mr. Fuller, because had it not been for his work explaining racism as white global power, I never would have raised the question why in my brain computer. And this would be interesting to some of you. Mr. Neely Fuller was born on October 6th, the same date as my father. Pursuing further the investigation of melanin, I was led to understand and to believe that melanin did influence behavior functioning in persons with skin color in comparison to persons who had a genetically determined absence of melanin pigment. My next paper was again presented at the 1972 annual meeting of the National Medical Association Section on Neurology and Psychiatry, Kansas City, Missouri. That paper was entitled "The Crest Theory on Melanin, the Neurochemical Basis for Soul." And let me just say this, that presenting these wild ideas, I mean, you take some flack when you do it. I can right now feel the vibrations that came from this group of physicians who listened to that paper, and it was like almost total silence. In that silence, I translated those vibes with my melanin. And those vibes were saying, this woman has to be mad. In that presentation, it was recalled the once prevalent saying amongst black people in this area of the world: the blacker the berry, I heard it earlier, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. If it ain't got no soul, it ain't got no use. I learned that from my grandmother. I went further in that paper to state that the various parts of the human body that had the highest obvious levels of melanin skin pigmentation, the nipples of the breast, the lips, the genitals, and the underarm areas, were indeed the most sensitive parts of the body. I noted James Brown's song, "We've Got More Soul." I even noted the observations of whites that blacks are too sensitive, indicating that they are more sensitive and aware than whites. I suggested that melanin was not only the basis for our superior hand-clapping ability, you know what I'm saying? But that's true, that's rhythm, you see, and the ability to put that all together. That is melanin pigment that allows that. Our ability to dance and to perform athletically, but also that melanin was the basis for our more in-depth religious spirituality, and that all of the known prophets had been people of color. I also suggested that melanin was the basis for blacks' apparent superior enjoyment of sexual activity, that we did not, as often as others, have to question where was the orgasm. And let me just throw this in. I was in a training program in psychiatry, general psychiatry in St. Elizabeth's Hospital for 3 years in Washington. And I remember going to a seminar when all of the people who were at my training level, LeGrand's telling me I'm not talking loud enough. I was in a training program at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in psychiatry in Washington, and I went to this training seminar one day, and there were just a few blacks. You know how that is, and everybody else was white. And these people were sitting around talking about where was the orgasm. I mean, and I just sat there dumbfounded. My next paper, entitled Blacks, Hypertension, and the Active Skin Melanocyte, was published in the June 1975 issue of Urban Health, the Journal of Health Care in the Cities. I just looked at that article the other day, and I noted there's a photograph of me, and I had on, this is to Dr. Jeffries, I had on my red, green, and black dress. And I also had on my red, green, and black dress that I put on deliberately when I debated Dr. William Shockey. Now, I don't like to advocate that people look at that video because that was the days when the dresses were up in the air. And I had cut that dress off. Anyway, it helped do the job. This paper, the 1975 paper in the Journal of Urban Health, I consider that, and I recommend it to anyone, everyone interested in the issue of melanin. In that paper, I indicated that the skin melanocyte, the cell responsible for the production of melanin pigment, was indeed a part of the nervous system, that it was also difficult for white-skinned people who have a genetic absence of melanin skin pigment to objectively discuss this magnificent black pigment in human beings and to give this black pigment its proper respect. Just as they found it difficult to give black and other non-white people proper respect. I indicated that the melanocyte and melanin, as part of the nervous system, was able, as a black pigment, to pick up possibly electromagnetic energy from emotional states. I said that black people were able to pick up vibrations from other people, and if people were under stress, we would pick up those vibrations from one another, and it would cause the blood pressure to be high. I also suggested that because of the way that the melanin pigment worked in its relationship to the phenylalanine, to noradrenaline or norepinephrine, that because of that the persons who had more pigmentation would have the potential for having the highest levels of blood pressure abnormality, meaning that really they were the most sensitive people, the people who could pick up more different kinds of energy. And if that energy vibrations were a stress, that they would respond at the highest level, but that in this particular context would be creating illness. I recall asking at Howard University Hospital to some of the internists, have you ever noticed a relationship between the level of pigmentation and the level of hypertension? Oh, well, Francis, that doesn't exist. You know, they said she's got color on her brain. But lo and behold, some white scientists, I believe in South Carolina, had found some peculiar relationship that the higher level of pigmentation, the higher the level of the blood pressure. I remember also asking fellow clinicians, did you ever see Parkinson's disease in very black people? Oh, there's no association. But they, white researchers, subsequently found out that the very black people did not have the same problems with Parkinson's disease because there's pigmentation in the skin that parallels levels of pigmentation in the substantia nigra, and so that there was not the high level of Parkinson's disease seen in very dark-skinned people. I further indicated that it was probably possible for melanin pigment to pick up and decode cosmic rays. I likened the role of black pigment melanin to the function of the green pigment chlorophyll in plants. I stated it is well known that biological systems utilize electromagnetic radiation both as a primary source of energy and also as a source of information. All green plants use light as a source of energy. To collect this energy, plants have a series of pigments, the various types of chlorophyll molecules that absorb certain frequencies of electromagnetic radiation. I got a letter from Harvard University, from the head of the Department of Electron Microscopy. And he said, "You have opened the way for all kinds of research." But I couldn't work at Howard. Okay. Thus, the above series of briefly summarized insights led me to next consider the very, very, very special abilities of Dr. George Washington Carver, a very, very black-skinned man referred to as the Wizard of Tuskegee. I now refer to what Dr. George Washington Carver was able to do as the George Washington Carver phenomenon. Every black school child, at least in past decades, learned the story of the orphaned black slave boy born in Diamond Grove, Missouri, of a slave mother and slave father who was destined to later be known throughout the world as the plant wizard, the man who could communicate with plants. As a child, he could heal sick plants. He once said, quote, "All flowers talk to me, and so do hundreds of little things in the woods. I learned what I know by watching and loving everything." Dr. Carver enrolled in Simpson College in Indianola, Iowa. He transferred to Iowa State College of Agriculture. By 1896, he had obtained his master's degree and was invited to join the faculty there. However, Booker T. Washington asked him to come to Tuskegee Institute in Tuskegee, Alabama. Because Dr. Carver wanted to serve black people, his own people, he accepted the offer of Dr. Washington. Dr. Carver had the habit of rising at 4 o'clock every morning to walk in the woods, bringing back numerous plants used to illustrate his lectures. He is quoted as stating, "Nature is the greatest teacher, and I learn from her best when others are asleep. In the still dark hours before sunrise, God tells me of the plans I am to fulfill." This is from The Secret Life of Plants by Peter Tompkins. When asked to discuss his method of knowledge and discovery, Carver answered that he never had to grope for answers, but that they came to him in flashes of inspiration as he walked in the woods. Carver is described as once staring at the peanut plant and asking, "What did the Lord make you for?" From Dr. Carver's inquiries to plants, from the leaves, roots, stems, and fruits of 28 plants, he was able to coax 536 separate dyes, which could be used to color wool, cotton, linen, silk, and even leather, producing 49 of them from the Scuppernong grape alone. Now, Dr. Carver didn't have any big fancy laboratories. You see, and people wondered how on earth was he able to do what he did. I had a head of a department said, you know, how do you do what you do? Where is your laboratory? Where is your computer? He said, how do you arrive at the ideas? I said, they come to me. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you have to know what you're looking for, but it comes from another place. By 1930, Dr. Carver's communications with the peanut plant alone had changed the peanut, once considered to be worthless, into a $250 million industry for Southern farmers. From the Alabama clays, Dr. Carver was to bring forth hundreds of natural colors, including a rare pigment of deep blue color, which amazed Egyptologists, who saw rediscovered in it the blue color found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, as bright and as fresh after so many centuries as it was when it was first applied. Thomas Edison told people Carver is worth a fortune. Henry Ford thought Carver the greatest scientist living. From the sweet potato, Carver brought forth hundreds of products, and from the peanut, Carver brought forth other hundreds of products. But no one heretofore has ever answered, how was Dr. George Washington Carver able to do what he did? My answer, the Crest theory of the George Washington Carver phenomenon, is that he did it through his melanin pigment, through his melanin instrument. He did it through his very, very black color and the necessary levels of melanin pigment in his internal nervous system. He used or was able to use his black melanin pigment to decode the energy emanations from plants. Thus they did talk to him. In Africa proper, the use of herbal plants and the development of the abilities to find and use various parts of plants is a most highly developed area of knowledge. Special persons are selected who have abilities in this area. Other non-white cultures, such as in Asia, also have highly developed plant and herbal knowledge. It should here be recalled that there are many other cited accounts of other black people, other people of African heritage, who could go into the woods and find plants that were capable of specifically addressing a given illness. Dr. Carver discovered that oil from the peanut could be used to help treat victims of polio. In my own family, my maternal great aunt, Jenny Hayes, would often take my mother, her two brothers and sister to pick berries in the state of Michigan. My Uncle Charles Griffin on more than one occasion described to me how my Aunt Jenny would tell the children to be very quiet for a while and to leave her alone. She would then go off and twirl herself about like a dervish and mumble certain words or sounds. She would then gather plants that would be used to help someone who was ill. I now translate this behavior as she was putting herself in a certain trance state, in an altered state of consciousness or awareness, wherein she could read the energy emanations from plants and thus communicate with the plants so as to heal. This story account fascinated me from the very first time that I heard it. Again, I wondered what enabled her to do what she did. I now say that she too, like Dr. Carver, was activating the melanin instrument. She, like Dr. Carver, was using the melanin nervous system mechanism, the melanin sense system, to communicate with plants. It is to be recalled that the Egyptian god Osiris was referred to as Lord of the Perfect Black. I translate this to mean that he was black. heavy crystal black, that's my term, in skin coloration, which would also indicate that there were very, very high concentrations of melanin pigment throughout the specific centers in the whole of his nervous system, not just his skin. Thus, he had the perfect instrument to communicate with all of the various energy frequencies which made up the known and unknown universe. Dr. George Washington Carver's very black skin pigmentation enabled him to pick up and decode the electromagnetic or other energy frequencies coming from plant life. He was also apparently tuning in to other sources of energy, meaning in the final analysis, information from other sources of energy in the universe that could tell him what to do. Recall that black is the most perfect absorber of all energy frequencies. That's why they refer to the most powerful source of energy or energy accumulation as a black hole. Quoting from the book Astrophysical Concepts by Martin Harwood, 1973, in the chapter An Approach to Astrophysics, Channels for Astronomical Information, he states, imagine a planet inhabited by a blind civilization. Human beings can see light, and we would expect to have a big head start in astronomy compared to any civilization that was just discovering or unable to use methods for detecting visible radiation. Not only must we be able to detect these information carriers, but we will also have to develop detectors that cover the entire spectral range for each type of carrier. Just as we are reaching for our first cosmic neutrino and gravitational wave detection, the possibility of yet a fifth channel for communicating has been suggested. The information carriers would be tachyons. These thus far hypothetical particles would travel at speeds greater than the speed of light. Ladies and gentlemen, the culture, the civilization that has the instrument to detect the entire spectral range of energy frequencies, meaning information carriers, is already at hand. That culture, that civilization consists of the people who have the highest concentrations of the black pigment melanin. That civilization is of African peoples, the black-skinned peoples. These were the same peoples that produced the man who could read the energy frequencies coming from plant life and thus be instructed as to what those plants were immediately capable of producing. I now wish to move further into a discussion of the Sirius mystery. For those who may not yet be familiar with the book by that title by Robert K.G. Temple, this work seeks to explain how the black people, the people of the Dogon Nation, now the book says tribe, but we're not going to say tribe anymore. We're going to refer to nations. The people of the Dogon Nation in Mali, formerly the French Sudan, how their priest had information concerning the system of stars Sirius, which was really more than 5,000 years old. This information, it was possessed by the ancient Egyptians in the pre-dynastic times before 3200 BC. Two French anthropologists had managed to get this information on Dogon knowledge from four head priests. They raised the question, these anthropologists, which heretofore has not been solved. How could men, with no instruments at their disposal, how could they know the movements and certain characteristics of stars which were totally invisible, and a star which was only discovered by white-skinned people in the last century with the use of the telescope? Only in 1970 was a photograph of Sirius B successfully taken by Irving Lindenbald of the U.S. Naval Observatory. The fact is demonstrated, and it is that the Dogon have an accurate general knowledge of the most unobvious and subtle principles of the orbiting of Sirius B around Sirius A. The Dogon also know the actual orbital period of this invisible star, which is 50 years. The Dogon statement is, the star, which is considered to be the smallest thing in the sky, is also the heaviest, meaning in weight. It is called Digitaria. It is the smallest thing there is. This is Dogon philosophy. It is the heaviest star. It consists of a metal. Now imagine white people wondering how people who are, in huts know this, right? It consists of a metal called Sagala, which is a little brighter than iron and so heavy that all earthly beings combined cannot lift it. In effect, the star weight, the equivalent of all of the seeds or all of the iron on earth. The Dogon say that God created Digitaria before any other star. They say it is the egg of the world, the infinitely tiny. And as it developed, it gave birth to everything that exists, visible or invisible. The white-skinned scholars, Robert K.G. Temple and others, believe that it is impossible for people they call primitive to have this masterful level of understanding. Their solution then to this mystery is that a superior white light-skinned civilization with astronauts traveled to Earth to leave this information with the ancient Dogons and Egyptians. The Crest theory on the Sirius mystery is that the very black-skinned Africans and Dogons and Egyptians, use their black pigment melanin to detect the energy information about this star system, which was central to the whole of Egyptian civilization. Just as the application of infrared techniques to astronomical observation is a recent innovation, long, long ago, black people, African people, were able to use the application of melanin in the pineal glands or other melanin centers in the body to make astronomical observations. I even go further to theorize that because of the particular characteristics of the star Digitaria, as known by the Dogons and the Egyptians, that all energy information generated by activity on the planet Earth returns to that energy gathering station. Are you following me? I'm saying that all of the activity, everything that occurs on the Earth, everything is energy. See, it's just different frequencies of energy. We are all energy. Okay. And that energy goes up to Sirius B. That is why the Dogon also refer to it as a star of knowledge. Even further, I theorize that it is possible to tune into this star of all knowledge. This star thus becomes the place where souls return after they leave the human body. Thus, its most critical place in the Egyptian mystery system. And I say that Sirius B is, how many people have heard of the Cosmic Chronicles and the Akashic Record? You see what I'm saying? Where you can tune, those people who can tune in and pinpoint whatever happened. And let me just do this. See, how many people know about communication satellites? I hope we got some engineers or physicists. I just know about it generally. But here's an antenna system on Earth, and it sends information up to the satellite, and then if you got a receiver down here, you can get it. So I'm saying here's the planet Earth, and this information is going up to Sirius B. Check it, and then somebody down here can tune in and get it. If you know how to use the melanin, you can tune in and get it. So you know what happened back here in the past, you know what's happening now, and because of, time, some of the physicists will have to talk about time. Time isn't what we think it is. So what seems like the future at some points can be the present. So y'all are with me, right? I say that this would explain the black oracles at Delphi and Dodona and elsewhere that we learn of now from the Greeks. These were African priestesses who could tune into the information contained at Digitaria. This is Welsing theory, right? And thus could predict the future. So the Greeks would go to these African priestesses, and they were situated in certain places where the information, you know, like you can't put an antenna just any old place. You put it in certain places because of the whole structure of the universe. In certain places you can get the message, and I guess certain places you would get static, right? So the ancient Egyptians who knew how to use their black knew where to place the people who could tune in to Sirius B. So all of the information, tune into the information contained at Digitaria, and thus could predict the future. This is Crest theory on the oracles. And through the same ability to tune into information deposited at Digitaria, Sirius B, it is possible to read the meaning of objects thrown on a board in the process of divination. You see, in other words, if you could tune in and then translate, because everything in the universe is interconnected. Everything is interconnected. And so when I throw, for the person who would be able to throw stones on a board, the particular patterns that they form is tied in with the nature and structure of the universe and all knowledge. So somebody could read it if they had the knowledge, or if they had the instrument. Our work now, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, is to learn to respect the color black, black. Black, 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 black. Not when it's seen on a pocketbook or in a pair of boots, but when it is seen on the human skin. We can then move to gain knowledge of the black centers hidden within the body to then manifest justice and peace on the planet Earth. In closing, I would like to share the Crest theory on the Yuri Geller effect. Yuri Geller is the Israeli psychic. How many people have seen Yuri Geller? Okay, TV or something like that, right? He is capable of bending metal, causing metal to bend through a TV set. I know people who had stuff bend in their house, and he's in New York and the stuff bent in Washington. He caused computers to stop at Stanford University. Geller's skin appears white. They probably wouldn't be interested in him if it wasn't. But his eyes and his hair are very black. At some point, somebody made a mistake, some reporter, and said his eyes were blue. Check it. His eyes were very black, indicating that he could have internal centers that also have high levels of melanin pigmentation. You all follow? You see like So it's not just blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin where there's no melanin. Okay. So the Crest theory on the Yuri Geller effect is that the laser-like power which Geller is able to use comes from the absorption of cosmic rays or other particles into his melanin instrument, and then using that gathered high-frequency energy as a laser-like channel of energy that Western science is not yet able to understand or to measure. He uses the same superconducting properties of his melanin instrument to read minds or brain frequencies. It is our challenge to learn to do the same thing. Okay, that's part one. Okay, part two. See, if you were to say, well, how do we use the melanin instrument? I really couldn't tell you. But I can tell you that I have used the melanin instrument. But it is not something that I have a control over as such. I think that the first time that I would say it must be the melanin instrument was in 1967 when I was sitting on a number of occasions in my office when I was doing a fellowship in child psychiatry. That was 1967. And I kept, in the evening I would be sitting there writing cases or doing something. I know it would be quiet. And this voice kept coming to me. It's like it comes in here. See, it's not, but it's like, you can translate what it says, but it's not like you're hearing it in here. It's in here. And this voice said, go to the Black Power Committee meeting. Now, I don't go, I'm not like a meeting-going person or a group-joining person, but this kept saying, go to the Black Power Committee meeting. And it would come day after day, and it was not anything disturbing. It was just like a, calm, neutral, but go, and then I didn't go, and it would come again, go, and I didn't go, and it would come again, go, and I finally went. And after I went to the Black Power Committee meeting, that was when I met Neely Fuller. And that's what got me started on the Crest theory. If it hadn't been a voice saying go, I never would have gone. I never would have encountered. Nothing would have happened. Another occasion in which I would say it's got to be the melanin instrument, I was sitting in my house. This was 1967 in Washington. It was in December, the first part of December, and I had come home. And you flop down, you're tired, you sit on the couch, and it's like, woo. And so I did like that. And then I saw like a big, gigantic, it was like almost the size of the wall that I was facing. Like I was sitting on the couch looking at this wall. It was like a TV screen in living color. And my brother-in-law, Colonel Robert Lawrence, who was in astronaut training at Edwards Air Force Base, he was up in the sky in this plane, and he was in his flight suit in this airplane, and he was trying to get out of the plane, and he couldn't get out, he couldn't get his parachute open, and so it was like a crash. And I just said, wow, what was that? I'm in my house by myself. I'm, wow, okay. So I just, I said, ooh, I just dismissed that. And I went downtown, came back, walked in the house, the telephone was ringing, picked up the telephone, and my mother said Bob has been killed in a plane crash. And I just started screaming, I saw it happen, I saw it happen. You see, because at the very time that I was sitting there was at the very time that his plane was going down. You see, so I can't, I know that was real just like I'm standing here. Like they say, I know God is real, right? Okay. On another occasion, I was going to lunch with a friend, so we were at work, and I said, I've got to stop home and I've got to get some money. So I drove to my house, And I go in my house by opening the garage door, you know, and just going in. And something, the same voice said, don't go in the garage. I never go in my front door. Don't go in the garage. Just cool. Don't go into the garage. And I stopped my car in the drive. I got out of my car, started walking around the front of the house. I see a brother going down the street, and he's looking back at the house. There's only about 3 houses on the block. He's looking back. And so I'm picking up paper, taking time, picking up paper. So when I get to the steps and walk up the stairs, here's a brother on the top step. So he says, does Betty Jane live here? And I said, no, Betty Jane lives here. So I put the key in the lock. He goes on down the steps. I go in the house. To make a long story short, I said, oh, wait a minute. One of the locks is off, but I said, how did I forget that? Anyway, I get in the house, and then I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll call the police and say that some brothers are trying doorknobs because it didn't seem right. So I did that. Then I went the other way, and my curtains in the living room, the curtains were drawn, the couches were pulled out, went in the bedroom, and the drawers had been turned out on the bed. If I had gone in the house the regular way, I would have walked in on the brothers. I don't know what would have happened, but a voice said, don't go in the house. You see? Now that communication, see, old people would talk about something like that. And with us, having been brought to the civilization of the people without melanin. And so when they said that was stupid, we said it was stupid. And when the old people said they could see spirits, we said they can't see them. They don't teach that in the university. That's stupid too. So I'm saying that there is something. There's another level of receiving information. There's another level of understanding that we have been turned off to, and we have had our melanin watered down. Happily, right? Not happily. Not happily. You see, but I think that they understood there was power in the melanin. And they said, well, we'll water it down in our process. And we'll make them happy that we're watering it down. Just like if we think about the two things that they made us ridicule. They made us ridicule our black. And they made us ridicule our hair. And little do we know, these are antennae. Does your TV antenna work when it's falling down? I want me some straight hair. No, it only works if it's standing up on its own, saying, come in, data, come in. Okay. Okay, part 2. Recently, well, I'm going to talk about AIDS. Because melanin comes into play for me. That all discussion about AIDS, my brain computer was saying, it doesn't sound right. It's not right. Something's wrong with it. It doesn't ring true. So I have been gathering all kinds of newspaper articles, everything I can get my hand on. I try to read 3 papers every day. New York Times, Washington Post, Washington Times, because you got to read all the pieces. You see a little bit of information there, a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. So I'm reading, and it just doesn't seem right. You know, started amongst African people. Haitian people gave it to Swedish prostitutes, and then, no, my brain said that does not compute. So I'm looking for information, not in any kind of frantic sense. You're just kind of cool going around doing your work and whatever, but it's in the back of your mind a question or an opinion that something is not right and you're telling your computer to gather data, bring in the data, bring in the data, bring in the data. So now I'm sitting in another office practicing psychiatry in the evening, and the voice said, go to the Martin Luther King Library and get the book Bad Blood on the Tuskegee syphilis experience. Now I knew about the Tuskegee experiments. As a physician, black, I knew about it, but I hadn't read the whole book. So I went to get the book. There it was, laying there in the library. I brought it home and read it. And for those of you who are not totally familiar, between the years 1932 and 1972, 600 black men were told they were being treated for syphilis in Alabama. The United States Government Public Health Service and the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta were conducting these experiments and fooling these black men so that they continued to have the organisms in their body, destroying their body, passing it on to wives and children. They had even discussed ideas, some of the people, that this is a way to get rid of black people. So after I read that and realized that the United States Public Health Service and the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta were leading so-called the war against AIDS. But then I also was disturbed. Since 1983, I have been disturbed, writing letters saying public education, if you have a major epidemic, where is the public education? There's no education going on, particularly of black people. So I said, something is not right. And several months ago, I had called Surgeon General's office, Coop. And I said, you all, you're supposed to have this epidemic, and it's supposed to break out in full force in the black communities in a year or two. You're not educating the people. I said, most black people don't read. Not that they can't, they just don't. 9 out of 10 white people read, 1 out of 10 black people's reading. So I said, if you want to educate the black population, you've got to go on radio, you've got to go on television. The spokeswoman that I spoke to, she said, it's unfortunate, some people just won't find out. And I said, I can't believe you're saying this to me. But she went on saying some people just won't find out. So I was disturbed and concerned, and still no public education forthcoming. So, you know, my brain computer was saying something is not right. So after I read the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, I guess my brain went up to another level. And also before that, I had read the book, The Nazi Doctors, The Psychology of Medical Killings, or The Psychology of Genocide, Medical Killings and the Psychology of Genocide. And I read what they did to people who don't quite look non-white to us, who are called Semites in Germany and in Europe, and knew that Hitler said, well, they were not white, and implying basically that their ancestors had come out of Africa and that it were miscegenation products of Roman and Greek soldiers and African women, and making a little light population with some, you know, frizzy hair, but some of it straight, and big noses, right? But 6 million of them had been destroyed. So I read that about the government there participating in the destruction of people who were not classified as white. And so I'm putting the pieces together. And I was on my way to the jewelry store, 18th Street, Northwest Washington. Happened to park my car in front of a store. I mean, that's like I parked, I'm going to the jewelry store. I look over here, and here's a little bookstore. I said, I've never seen this bookstore before. I wasn't even really familiar with all the shops. I just said, oh, I've never seen it before. So I go into the store. It's a little store. So I'm walking around and looking, and I look at the different literature, looking, and then something leads me right way to the back of the store, just, a long, oblong store going to the back. And I walk back there, and there's a book sitting on the shelf. A survey of chemical and biological warfare. So the price really turned me on. It was $3.95. I said, oh, I can get this. I can afford this. So I got that. I see I don't even have it with me. Okay, but anyway, I can tell you about it. So I took the little book home, 400 pages. See, I was saying I've never read anything formally on chemical and biological warfare, and since AIDS was in the back of my mind, I was thinking it was biological warfare. And I had said it was biological warfare on a radio program until proven otherwise. Oh, here, this brother, here it is. Okay? So, John Cookson, Cookson, and Judith Nottingham, Nottingham, Monthly Review Press. These are some British people, British political scientists and biochemists, and biochemists, geneticists, and political scientists. So check this. I go home. I sit down on the side of the bed. I was not going to read these 400 pages just because I was busy. I work about 16 hours a week. So, no, wait a minute, you guys, I got to straighten that up. I mean 56. 56. 40 in my full-time job, about 16 hours in my private office, okay. So I didn't really, I didn't have time to read all these pages. It would be important to do it. So I'm sitting on the side of the bed, and I just flipped this book open. Page 322. I mean, I just did like this. You know how you go through, like, and right down at the bottom of 322 is a discussion of the AIDS virus. It is called vervet monkey disease. You know how they talked about the green monkey, the African green monkey, what's it called? Just look in your Webster dictionary under green monkey and you will see vervet. That's just a Latin for green. Listen, I'm reading from the paragraph above. A considerable amount of knowledge is necessary for the aggressor. That's the person who's going to use a biological warfare weapon. It is also preferable that the persons attacked have no vaccine, the victims. Next paragraph. The question of whether new diseases could be used is of considerable interest. Vervet monkey disease may well be an example of a whole new class of disease-causing organisms. Now, what I failed to tell you, this book was published in 1969. Haven't we been told this virus just jumped up? Just came on the scene. Little new baby. Handling of blood and tissues without precaution causes infection. It is unaffected by any antibiotic substance so far tried and is unrelated to any other organism. It causes fatality in some cases and can be venereally transmitted in man. In the words of Dr. C.E. Gordon Smith, it has possible potential as an infectious disease of man. It presumably is also a biological warfare interest. They go on to talk about the possibilities of virus and bacteria being genetically manipulated to produce new organisms. So I said, oh my God, here it is. So I, Xerox these pages, sent it all over the world, sent it to everybody, sent it to Kennedy, sent it to Coop. I mean, I sent it all over everybody, every place I sent it. A week ago, I'm opening the book. It wasn't like this. I flipped this book over. And right on page 110, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Just recently, a great deal of useful work has been done on the vervet monkey disease, which caused 7 deaths in Germany. Reports of progress sent to 40 laboratories all over the world. 9 of these have been supplied with infective material and or anti-sera, which is a vaccine. Are you with me? They're talking about the AIDS virus. 4 of the laboratories in the USA, 1 each in Germany, Panama, South Africa, Uganda, and the USSR. A non-infective complement-fixing antigen has been prepared for distribution to the World Health Organization Reference Laboratory. This is a report dated May 1968. Do you all understand? Yes. A person whose name is May Brussels? Okay. I saw in the March 31st National Examiner newspaper that she had talked about on the TV, on the radio. She talked about the Pentagon working on this organism as early as 1962, and that it was designed to counter anything that the Soviet Union might do, but somehow they sent it to the Soviet Union. And she also said that it was used to destroy undesirable populations, the poor blacks, and the homosexual population. Now, anybody who is a student of Nazi Germany, I consider myself to be, Hitler destroyed the homosexuals, and then he got rid of the people he was classifying as non-white. And I say that the white homosexual population was used as the cover so that we wouldn't say, oh, everybody's colored. So they got a white undesirable group in their terms, and so they attacked, put the virus with that group, and then put the virus with the colored people. And so we are supposed to assimilate 50 million dead people. That's the number that they are projecting. 50 million. It was 6 million Semites of the Jewish religion that people go around talking about the Holocaust. Do you understand? Now I say that if I didn't have an understanding of white supremacy, I wouldn't either. The data would have been there and it would have passed me by. If I didn't understand what went down in Nazi Germany, meaning a white supremacy state in high gear, I would not have been able to put this in perspective. If it hadn't been for melanin operating and taking me in that bookstore and letting those pages fall open when I sat on my bed, I would not have this information. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I say that it's important to talk about melanin. But if we don't talk about AIDS, and if every black man, woman, and child does not change your behavior, because the virus is here. It doesn't matter how it got here, it is now here. And it can be passed on. They came up with some data saying that 1 in every 30 men in the District of Columbia already had the virus. And 1 in 75 women already had it. Now, I don't know. But the point is that the virus is here. And there are people that are dying, you see. And you don't know whether you have the virus or not because you don't have to be sick initially. So you can have the virus, and if you're running around enjoying everybody, the virus is going with you. You see, and because of white supremacy, I wrote papers back in the 1970s, the politics of black male passivity, the feminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality, to discuss how the white supremacy system, in order to survive genetically, put certain kinds of pressures on black men that would produce that. Because if you take men, if you take fathers out of the home, you will effeminize men. If you lynch and castrate men, you'll make them passive. And so we have an epidemic of black male bisexuality and homosexuality, and we didn't have it in Africa. So what I'm saying, the point is, wait a minute, the point is that therefore we have that potential of high virus activity amongst us. You know we have epidemic of drug use, again because of white supremacy, but we have it and it can be passed in that way. Because we have personality immaturity and the underdevelopment of psychosocial development, which will take place in the presence of oppression, we have adults who are having sexual activity with little children. And so the virus can go from the adult population to the child population and passed on from one child to another, because when children do not have mature parents, or only one parent in the home who was a teenager when she started having children, there is not adequate emotional support for children, and children will seek out sexual activity not because they are bad, not because they are dirty, but because they need a sense of closeness. And so they will engage in pathological activity that is not appropriate for them, but nonetheless the virus will pass on. So that every black person, because we have to be here so that we can have some more melanin conferences. If we don't pay attention to the presence of AIDS, we will not have the 10th Melanin Conference. You see, but people think, remember Earl Butz, the Secretary of Agriculture, who said all black people want is loose shoes, tight pussy, and a warm place to piss. That they can't control their behavior. You see what I'm saying? That they just gotta have it, I don't care nothing about it. We can surprise them. See, and I'm not against sex is magnificent. I'm here to testify it is. Okay? It's in my top 3. The point is, it's not a question about what I enjoy. It is a question of a higher long-range objective. Black people were put on the planet to bring justice and peace. That's how come the people who are supposed to dispense justice under white supremacy have on black robes. The people who are supposed to know about God, they also have on black robes. You see what I'm saying? That comes through even under white supremacy. So no, we have a purpose in being here. And our purpose is to make the planet and the universe right. We can be wiped out if we are not into the behaviors that are going to allow us to be here. And not only that, see, just like when Howard University said you can't teach here anymore, I was supposed to go on. That negative was really what was sending me on, what? To a higher level. And the AIDS virus. You see, by causing black people to pull in, stop being so loose. You see, when you corral and you control any urge, and you bring it on under your discipline, you lift your character to another level. So that the presence of AIDS and what we have found out about it has taught us some more critical information about who the enemy is. Because some of us think the enemy is ourselves. You see, but we have been able to see, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said, who the devil is. Because only a devil, a doer of evil and injustice, could calculate and manufacture an evil and put it on people. So that there is a lesson. The lesson is not to go around white people and call names and hunkiness. No. You are polite. You are respectful. But you know what you are looking at. So maybe we can finally get it into our heads that we are playing a game just like a game of chess. And it's two sides to the chessboard. One side is the black-white players. One side is the white players. The other side is the black. The lesson in self-respect and everything that we have heard by all these brilliant people who have talked thus far at this conference, I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about the other people. Seriously. All of those brilliant people are to help us get into respect of black so that we can play the black side of the chessboard and stop running around talking about, I want to be on the white team. See, really, God is punishing that position. God said, I made you black because I wanted you to be that color. And if you don't respect it, you're going to get your behind kicked until you do. So we're trying to do what she wants us to do. But you all understand, what he, she doesn't matter. God is all the energy in the universe. Okay? But we are supposed to be on course. And we have been captured, and we have been confused, and we have been turned upside down, and we have been turned around, and we have been sent in the other direction. And the test of the mightiness of God is that after all of that has happened, we can come back and get right on beat. So we are going to surprise the universe. See, we are going to find the answer to AIDS. I'm here to tell you. See, if we don't find it, we will find it through our behavior, or we will find it through other means. And if we can get a sufficient number of people into the respect of their blackness, they will move in this universe, and they will move among the plants, and they will move wherever they need, and they will find the neutralization for that wicked virus, even if they don't bring it. But I do think this. I think the position of every black person and everybody who calls themselves a black leader, if they're not talking about AIDS, and if they're not raising the question, why was this written about in a book in 1969? I only had one question. I sent a letter to the American Medical Association. I said, why? I sent it to the American Psychiatric Association. I sent it to the United Nations and said, just explain it to me. How this little virus that was just supposed to come on the scene, why is it in a book published in 1969? And since the books have gone everywhere, the white people know that the books are gone everywhere. And you haven't heard anybody address that. They just have all these goo-gobby stories that are just lies, disinformation that don't ring true. But they haven't addressed the question, how could the little virus be talked about in 1968 and 1969? So we ask that question, and if they can't come forward with an answer, then we say that you've got to be practicing biological warfare against us. And you better come forward with the treatment, and you better come forward with the vaccine, and you better not charge us a penny for it.
All right.
Any so-called black leader that's not raising the question is simply a follower. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I could talk all night. Melanin. Let me say this. Okay. See, somebody amongst the perfect black people, we're going to have to get an army. We're going to call all of the perfect black people. Come forward. Honestly. See, it's not a question of better, but we got to get the people with the power. See, everybody's got to train to use the melanin instrument. But those perfect black people, the ones that everybody talked about, think about it. Nobody wanted any children to color telephones. Did you ever wonder why they make the television black, they make the telephones black, they make the telescopes black, they make the cameras black? They have to make the technology to compete with what some people already have in their nervous systems. See, they're trying to make those instruments that can see energy, take pictures, do all kinds of things. But I'm saying this, nobody, doesn't matter whether you're black and white as a driven snow or perfect black. We all have to respect ourselves at the maximum level. But instead of degrading the perfect black people, we gotta say, come you all, come on, and practice using the instrument. Because if they think that they're going to make some hydrogen bombs and neutron bombs, we are going to make some frequency with the melanin that can bring them out of the sky. We're going to make some people's Star Wars programs look pitiful. We're going to have some melanin counter-war, weapons of justice. All of this evil of killing, the obscenity has got to stop. All the underdevelopment of children has got to stop. All of the people who are playing around with making children and don't know what the hue, H-U-E, man being is supposed to be, has got to stop. See, we got to have simultaneous war on many fronts. We are stopping AIDS. We are going to stop children having children. Why are we going to do that? We are going to produce parents, mothers who are 30 and fathers who are 35 before they have their first child. Now look at the vibrations. Do you see these lazy vibrations? You all don't agree with that. I mean, can you feel the vibes? It was a direct... I feel it. Still cold. But what am I talking about? See, it is a war. This is Armageddon. It is a war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. The white supremacy is the army of evil. And we have to produce soldiers who are willing and able to fight for justice. If you mistreat a little child because you are an underage, underdeveloped mother, an underage or underdeveloped father, you are going to produce one of the black people that is behind bars. There are thousands of black men behind bars, having sex with each other. Now that is what the war of white supremacy produced. But if we say, oh no, we're getting this thing together. See, it's just like learning tactics and strategies, playing the black side of the chessboard. No, we are going to produce mature mothers and fathers. So those mothers and fathers can produce soldiers. See, not people who are playing all the time, but use your pineal gland visualization screen. Bring to mind some tall, calm, quiet black people moving around with great dignity, men and women, quiet and great dignity. And they are controlling the forces in the universe. They're not going to be doing it like this. That won't get it. That's how come they say, this is your music. All that music to throw you off. See, we need music that will make soldiers. Music that will cause people to do nothing else other than to respect themselves. Music that's talking about sock it to me, baby, super freak and whatever is not it. But those are some masterful plays coming from the other side of the chessboard. That's why I say to white people, you all are masters. See, it's evil, it's unjust, I don't agree with it, but I mean masters at making those plays that destroy us. But if you have confidence in yourself, you always like a good challenge. So I tell them, play their best hand. How many people know that the under 14 chess champion in the United States is a black child? The first United States chess champion was a black man, light-skinned in New Orleans. They tried to play like he wasn't. And how many people know that Ray Charles is a master chess player and can't see the pieces? Plays with people who can see. Master chess player. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you all ask me some questions. I think there's something else to do today. But I have enjoyed talking with you. It's an inspiration for me to see you. Keep on melanin on. Somebody help me count. Any questions? Yes, sir. Real loud. Please sit down so that... Yes, sir.
In your talk, you mentioned several things about the pacification and feminization of men, and you also mentioned homosexuality in the same breath. I just want to clarify that hopefully you're not equating all homosexuality and lesbianism with white supremacy. I just want to clarify. Where are you coming from?
No, I'm coming from, we didn't have homosexuality in Africa.
That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
He does not agree that we didn't have homosexuality in Africa, and that all homosexuality should not be lumped under coming from white supremacy. You know, I respect your point of view. Let me share with you where I'm coming from, okay? That if you do remove men from families and you give relative power to women, that you will effeminize sons. First of all, because the women are angry with the men.
Right.
And so when they touch the male child, it's not a reinforcement of his masculinity. It's there you go looking like that no good father.
Yeah. Sorry.
And so that will make the male child want his nails polished and move away from. In addition to that, Crest theory on homosexuality. I gave this program in Washington. I paid for this hotel room and had tea and crumpets. And I was going to discuss the theory of homosexuality, not for the purpose of putting down anybody. That wasn't the point. But to talk about white supremacy and homosexuality evolving out from under white supremacy. And guess what? The only people that came were my family and 2 friends. Okay, but what I say is that if we look at the symbolism of the behavior itself, penis in the mouth, penis in the anus, which means that semen is being taken into the gastrointestinal tract. Now that means that there is a cry for male reinforcement. Now homosexuality was the dominant form of sexuality in Greece and Rome. I say that the white people are albino mutants that came from black people. Black people put them out and chased them up into Europe, and that's how they got in Europe. Okay, then they came back, but they're looking across the Mediterranean at those black men. And white men look at black men and see the standard of masculinity. And so they were into their sense of inadequacy, into their genetic inadequacy, because the black men could cause genetic annihilation and the white women like the black men, just like we do. Okay. I mean, what the white female's ideal mate is who? Tall, dark, and handsome. So, wait a minute, so that that's the historic struggle. The black male, the white male versus the black male. And so because the white male was feeling inadequate, genetically, that's why he had to take power away from the black man. So I say that's my theory, and you know what we're doing is sharing ideas, so I'm not knocking yours out, I'm just giving you mine. Because all the pieces in the puzzle, like my grandmother taught us how to make puzzles. And she said, first you got to put the outline, get all the pieces with the smooth edge, and lay them out first. Then you're going to have an easy time filling in the middle. And when we were little kids, you know how you get frustrated, so you try to make a piece fit. And she would say, no, the pieces have to fit smoothly. All the pieces have to fit together. And so I say that if you understand white supremacy, you can even understand sexism. See, sexism is what goes on fundamentally between the white male and the white female. You see, where he says, I feel inadequate to the black man, and I'm going to make sure that you are inadequate to me. Like white people used to come to me when I was in medical school and say, oh, I know you're having a hard time. Don't the men give you a hard time? Black men didn't give black women a hard time in medical school, but if you were a white woman in medical school with white men, you caught hell. Just like I said, my father didn't say you can't be anything. He said, be a doctor. You see, because the black man was not threatened in the same way by females. Now, we got sexism now. We got some little remnants of it. But we don't have what exists in the white population. And I'm saying that you can put all the pieces together if you understand the white position. And just like they've got what? Mostly heterosexually transmitted AIDS in Africa because the people are not into homosexuality. You see what I'm saying? And they don't have drug addiction because for the most part, they may be developing some of it in the cities. But if you take good care of babies, you will immunize children against drugs. See, if children have mature mothers and fathers, they don't have that kind of longing, that heroin. You see, in other words, under ideal conditions, if the black mother and black father mature, have a baby, by holding the baby and by the confidence, they're turning on the melanin centers to do their own work. And so the baby feels comfortable and is able to create those patterns of chemistry, neurochemistry, on its own. And so you could even put, here's your daily supply, Francis, of heroin. Here's your cocaine. You have to come to the central office and get your cocaine. And here's your marijuana. And here's your PCP. But if I had been held on the lap long enough of mature parents that said, ooh, it's piling up, I don't need it. So I'm saying that's my understanding. No, it's not about putting down. This is a thing that's been put on us. White supremacy has put us all into a distortion. You see, because of what? They're afraid of the melanin. Right. Next question. Yes.
I have a question about your discussion on interracial relations. I listened to the tape that was played on the radio a while, and I've listened to this part over and over again, and I'm still confused because you explain how, well, the question was asked that by, mixing with Caucasians, wouldn't they be watering down their gene pool or endangering their species by letting in melanin or people, carrying melanin. If you explain how that is the opposite, it's more detrimental to us. But I'm not clear on that.
Okay, let me try to explain quickly. That every time a war is fought, the general, let's say the general who is attacking or the aggressor, the general has to calculate how many of their own troops are they going to lose in order to destroy the enemy. You see, so that under white supremacy, the ultimate goal objective is to checkmate the king and the queen. And so if you want people to be confused about white supremacy, you put them in bed with you. They simply don't inherit your power. I mean, don't we have enough? Look at this room. I'm hard pressed to find a pure African. All of these different colors of miscegenation, white men in bed with black women. If that was going to get it, whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? But they know if I can get them in bed with me one time, no matter whether I'm on the top or the bottom on those sheets, I have conquered their computers. That's right, because, I used to be able to look. I don't do it anymore because I don't have time. But I could look in a man's eyes and tell whether he was sleeping with a white woman. Right. Putting down. We're talking about the war. There are many ways to kill a soldier.
That's right.
You see, just like your grandparents would say, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. You see, and so some people are, look, if you don't believe me, heck, there's some material from both a speech that he gave to his cabinet in South Africa.
That's right.
When he talks about the sex squad.
That's right.
Sikkim, Caroline, I mean, that looks like a black man that's going somewhere. Get in bed with him. Have you seen all these black ball players, $1 million ball players, fighting the dust? Do you know the older black man a coach told me? He said they do it, Dr. Welsing, with women. They get a little blonde woman, and she's looking up to this 6'8", 7'2" giant. Ooh, you're wonderful. I'd like to go out on a date with you. Third date, she introduces him to drugs. Because he's vulnerable. Every black man, I mean, maybe we got some exceptions who'll stand up. Brothers, if you all will testify, who is your ideal image? Do you understand what I'm saying? Who's the ideal image? Because black women know, I mean, it's like, oh, he's so cute, he's so light-skinned, he's got that curly hair, and the men are saying, ooh, who can withstand Cynthia Finkelstein? Blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair falling all over a black arm. That soldier's bitten the dust. That's why Neely Fuller says in his book, a black man who is trying to counter white supremacy, and a white girl says, white lady comes along and says, oh, aren't you in the office down the hall? I'd really like to talk with you sometime. And Neely Fuller says, I don't go into any room with you alone. Now, if I can go get a black woman to come with me and help me fend off your attack, now that's it. Wait a minute, you know how you conquer the enemy? By knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories. My own nephew said to me, he's 28 years old. Maybe when he was about 24, 25, he said, Francis, what do you think looking at those magazines, Penthouse, Esquire, you know, all those naked white women? See how quiet it is, ladies and gentlemen? Do you understand? Do you see how quiet the vibes just went trickling on down? Now you spend time looking at that. What kind of attitude can you have towards me? Just like a black woman, she's looking at Jesus, blonde hair and blue eyes. Jesus, I love you. Jesus, save. Now, how is she going to really relate to a black man? Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have run all over my side. Who has a question? Yes, sir. Make it easy.
I understand that Mary was about 14 or 15-year-old when she had Jesus. Now, you may think you can keep the young people from making babies like they've been doing for millions of years. I don't believe that myself. Either we're going to have to take care of our grandkids. That's right, our grandchildren. This society does not allow a young black man to take money legally enough to support a family. That's a phenomenon we're going to have to deal with. So as we get older and we have children that are of childbearing age, and I'm talking about 13 on up, face the truth. We're going to have to be ready to take care of them grandkids. And if the education don't go through the 14, 15-year-olds, we're going to have to teach the grandkids. And that's what's going to happen. You're not going to keep, and haven't stopped it for millions of years, young people having babies. No such thing as children having children. If they have children, they're not children.
He really wants to get me going. Number one, wait. Brother, I hear you, but let me share with you my point of view. Don't leave.
We have to stop being so materialistic and selfish. And we have to look at the real values that we're talking about. So,
let me just answer in these words. Melanin thinking doesn't accept the word can't. Okay? Now I'm saying as a psychiatrist, a child psychiatrist, and a general psychiatrist, do you know what children feel towards parents who abandon them? Did you ever ask a child whose mother was overwhelmed because now she was 20 and the child was 6, and she felt she couldn't deal with it anymore? Or what the male child feels towards the father that he never saw because he ran because the responsibility was too overwhelming? He feels like killing other black men. And so if we want to understand the black male on black male homicide, you got to come to terms with little children who say, you made a contract. When you got in bed and brought me into existence, you made a contract to stay with me and to take care of me. Now, grandmother was fine. Auntie was fine. The foster home was painful. The adoptive parents gave me everything materially that I want, but I want the people who brought me into this world. So if you are going to make people strong, we've got all kind of people taking heroin out of depression because they never felt mother love and father love, on cocaine. So I understand where you're coming from. If a child is here, it's got to be taken care of. But you've got to know that that personality has already been warped. And we're not going to make it. And we're going to teach the children why they can't do it. Absolutely. If you think that you can't stop having sex, that's like saying I can't stop urinating when I want to. You can control urinating. You can control moving your bowels into the appropriate place. And you can learn when to put the penis and the vagina together to bring it down. Because it's politics. Thank you.
You don't get cancer. The people who don't have the melanin in the skin are likely to, if they are at the sun at a certain time and a certain place, that is location, it is likely that they can get a problem with the skin. So you ask the question, what is it? Aside from the pigment, what is it? Well, one thing we can say that melanin is a superconductor, or it is a conductor of electrical current. So what is the electrical current? It is the current sent in by the sunlight. The sunlight is your friend. Bleach your hair, you are preventing the body from taking in the electromagnetism that is supposed to come through the hair, which is like a straw that you take your juice with, and it goes into the body, energizes the body, and also creates more dark centers in addition to the foods that you eat with pigments. And then it's going to make the current in your nervous system. Now I teach embryology as well, the origin or the development of the egg and the sperm and all the stages. And I have a slide to show you that the earliest cells are melanated cells. Therefore, melanated cells populate every other organ and tissue in the body. It's carrying the chemistry of melanin. Caucasian people have pheomelanin, I have a slide on that, which is a type of melanin. It's a melanoid. OID ending at the end of a word means it's a form of whatever the prefix is. So melanoid or caucasoid is a type of Caucasian. That's how they classify it. So, so we ask the question, we try to direct the students so they can get an interest to know what it is they're carrying, so they won't bleach it out. Won't bleach the hair, and they won't buy those bleached out artificial wigs that look like Well, anyway, what is melanin? Okay, well, with that term, I've studied etymology. Etymology is the original meaning of words, as far back as you can get it. So names of people, no matter where they are, Europeans, etc., with the name M-E-L-A, it means you came from a black line. So that's Italian for that you came from a black line, and they know this. It's not taught in the schools.
Right.
If your name is Schwartz, Schwartzman, Schwartz something, it means it's German that you came from through a black ancestry, directly from a black ancestry. So we want to define M-E-L-A, melanin. Phil Valentine is very good at giving some good tidbits on this. He says black is a consciousness conductor. All right, so let me explain that one. You have 12 melanated centers in the brain. 3 of them dominate the brain. Now, I can name them for you. In the third ventricle of the brain, there is some neuromelanin, blood cells, and cells that help to generate the pigments in that area. Then there's one called the locus coeruleus, which is in between the cerebellum and the midbrain and the medulla. And then there are 10 others, not as much. Right? So melanin consciousness means that when the nerves were forming, the primordial cells populated along the dorsal area, meaning the back, the future skin. Cells broke away from that, and then the neural tube, which is the which is the spinal cord, formed. And then those cells that broke away during that process, they migrated into other areas of the body. Example, melanocytes come from those neural crest cells. Dr. King can tell you the same thing. Neural crest cells are the ones those cells that came off the formation of the spinal cord, and they left that area and migrated into all different parts of the body. Every nerve in your body, in the cell body of those nerves, there is neuromelanin. They call it Nissl substance because they don't want to say melanin. But we know Nissl substance in the cell body of every nerve is there. What is it there for? Well, you have trillions of nerves, say in the brain, the spinal cord, elsewhere. The energy coming from those nerves, that is we call it impulse or current, coming from one nerve to the next, is going to go right to the Nissl substance, get re-energized, also going to go to the black area of the brain called the substantia nigra, and so on, to be re-energized. It's going to re-energize the nerves in the cell body where the melanin is, and activate it and make it stronger and send it to all different parts of that brain, which is all neuronal tissue. Nerves in the brain are called nerve cells. Supporting cells are called glia cells, 2 types. It is the nerve cell that is sending the impulse from one to those black areas and to other nerves, re-energizing the current, making it stronger, and I call that consciousness. Now, I wish I had our book here, but I call it consciousness. As long as those impulses are going from one nerve to the other, to different parts of the brain, it makes you conscious depending on the part of the brain, which all the parts of the brain get it. Certain parts of the brain pick up sensitivity, certain parts in the front is for muscle, skeletal muscle, and intelligence, and so forth and so on, vision for the back, and so on. So that first one, consciousness, means that the nerves are re-energized from the black stuff. Now, when I read the thesis of people elsewhere, they're doing their master's and PhD, they say that black stuff is waste matter. So you're not going to tell me that I'm walking around in the skin. 9/10 of the world's population are people of color.
Exactly.
Less than 1/10 of the world's population are people with no color, meaning the chemistry, and it's not in the skin. It's maybe deeper in the nerves, but it's a different chemistry, even so. So consciousness then has to do with the movement of all of those impulses, electrical impulses through the black stuff, which we call neuromelanin because it's in the brain and spinal cord, to all other nerves, and it keeps doing that over and over, and we call that consciousness. When you lose consciousness, it means that some of the centers in the body, such as when people have Parkinson's, there's a black center called the substantia nigra. That means there's a substantial amount of black stuff in that area. When we do, I have a slide of that, when we do montage of the brain, the deeper we go, the more we see the black stuff. Even in the Caucasians, we don't usually have black bodies on the table, cadavers. Usually the families claim them, so they don't put them to be butchered. I don't know about Howard, but it's certainly, So the second one, black is unbeginning and the never ending, which means that we are the first people of color, black folks are the first one, we are the seed of the earth.
Yes, we are.
We have no beginning and we have no end. They can kill as many of us as they want, but they could never destroy us. It's like a worm we use in biology called a planaria. If you take a scalpel and you cut the planaria in, say, 6 different parts, each little piece will develop a new planaria. That's us. They can throw us in the middle passage in the ocean and so forth, but it never has destroyed us. We keep regenerating like the planaria, and we keep bringing forth new creativity, new energy, new originality, and so forth. That is the nature of the black person. Now you ask them, what about mixed people? Well, it depends on, in that case, where you were raised and by whom. By whom? Because you can lose your connection with your ancestral connection socially and so forth. Like in the case of Obama, he had one parent that's one way and one parent the other. And he was raised in the company of people who didn't have a history of them and a knowledge to teach Obama. But he's learning. He's learning. That's the good part. And the mother-in-law, sure, she's from the South. So everywhere and nowhere. Melanin is all throughout the body. The liver, your dreams. When you dream, it is the liver that's the major organ that's sending that message between the brain and that liver. That's the site of dreams. It is also the site of melanin too, because you look at that liver, it is dark. They take those cells out in some animals and they make it into an injectable, and they use that to treat certain aplastic anemias, which is a blood dyscrasia. So it is everywhere and nowhere. The unknowable one, the unknown probable, and the known variable on the earth. Interpenetrating all dimensions in hyperspace. It's in the stratosphere, in the hydrosphere, it's in the atmosphere, it is in the underground, and so forth. All over. Even bacteria. There is a mold that grows on bread. You've seen it.
Yes.
It is a rhizopus mold, we call it. And the name is Rhizopus niger, which means black. It grows up on the bread when it's old, has a little head, and that head has spores in it. When the spores become ripe, the mold looks black. The little heads look black. Then after a while, it has matured enough, the little heads burst open, the spores fall back down on the bread, and more molds like that start to grow up. So you put bread in the refrigerator, you'll see lots of molds if the bread's been there a long time. Some are green, and many of them are black.
Yes.
And that one is rhizopus, and the other one is probably penicillium mold. Right? So, and then the next slide is a continuation. The black and the particulate residue is light. Right? And sometimes when you can't understand something somebody's saying, and you do this, oh, I see. That's what we're talking about. We're saying that when those impulses in the brain go from one nerve to the other, get re-energized in the black area and just send its stronger impulse to all parts of the body continuously, we call that consciousness. But we also know that the movement of particles in physics gives off light. Let me tell you something else. The male sperms, if you collect the male sperms and go in a dark room, put it in a container, small container, and in a dark room, you'll see there's a slight glow of those sperm cells. Why? Because those are the earliest primordial cells with the melanin that's going to populate the reproductive area. The male's scrotum is the darkest part of the male, skin-wise. Why? Because the energy, vibration comes to that area and react with the melanin, gives an energy or a current from that into the sperm, the egg, the sperm-producing portions of the scrotum, that is of the seminiferous tubules, and then it creates more sperm cells. Now, there was a study at the University of Florida in Gainesville. I think it's still going on. And they paid the students, they have white population, they have a black population. And they have found that over the years, this is a 10-year study so far, they have found that the sperm count is decreasing in the Caucasians, it's going down. So the origin is plotted, and then each time they plot it, they see that the numbers are less. In the black people, they plot it there and the numbers are going up, which means the sperm count is continuously rising because of the melanin from the skin, that is the vibration from the skin, going into the cells of the scrotal sac to make new sperm cells so that you can populate and produce children just by sitting on the couch. But anyway, the minister mentioned about Putin in Russia. One reason why they need to try to do something is because the birth rate statistics, as I said earlier, are going down in the Europeans. And why is it going down? Because there are a lot of them that are gay.
Yeah.
And you don't have children if you are gay. So that decreases the birth rate. Now we have, we produce many children, sometimes more than they can, because girls told me they lose it. So we don't have a problem producing a population of people, young people or babies. They do. Sometimes they even lose the baby. They tell me this. When they get pregnant, a certain amount of the time of the pregnancy, a spontaneous abortion occurs. So they are losing by different ways, so they got to do something. Bringing those boys over there to get melanin so that those girls can get impregnated and it can come to term. That's one reason why they want them there, because you're not going to go over there and fold your arms and just sing or rap. They want you to take the girls on. Now, excuse me, there is a part in Louisiana, as I speak, some country part where the father brings the boys at a certain age to the town and let them loose. And then when they let them loose in the population, before the day is over, that boy has gotten a black girl and have had sex with her. That is that middle passage for him. And that still goes on in Louisiana. Maybe she gets pregnant or maybe she doesn't. But that's, now they feel that they are a male. Whites have told me this, that the white male doesn't feel like he's a real man unless he has sex with a black woman.
Wow.
I've been told that more and more, many times. All right, so for light to manifest as material life, it must be re-invaginated. The black were the seed of the divine intention. Intention folds time and space into 666 matter. That's supposed to be the number of the Vicar of Christ, which is the Pope. 666 black matter, crystalline lattices of organic consciousness we call melanin. Melanin is the particle-based relay matrix that provides the superconductive environment for the, something written over this, No melanin, whether of natural occurrence or formed in the laboratory, has yet been isolated as a single chemical compound or definite composition. That means that you cannot go into the lab, take some of these children that they kidnap, take them in the lab. You can't just pull out melanin and test to see how it is configured in the skin or wherever you're taking it from, because they don't know what it is. They have a formula there of a lot of ring structures, but and many of those rings are like vitamin A. Vitamin A could be melanin based on their structure. And some of the other vitamins, they have ring structures. Chlorophyll is melanin.
Right.
There's no green, there's no blue in nature. It's all melanin. Many of the herbs are melanated in their makeup. If you take comfrey and put it in a jar, place it someplace on the shelf and leave it for a long time, it will turn black like coal with the lid tight on it. That means, and it's a healing one. Comfrey is supposed to regenerate soft tissue, cartilage, and bone.
Yes.
People have lost the joint on the finger. They make a paste, and later I can tell what the paste is. Make a paste containing comfrey herb. It's a powder. Comfrey herb, and put that over that joint that you've lost, and tape it up, and then leave it there, and then change it every so often, and before you know it, that joint grows back. Melanin will regrow bone.
Yes.
It's a topical thing I'm talking. And regrow cartilage and soft tissue. So, melanin is not a polymer. That's what we're told in the research world. Every journal you open, you'll see that melanin is a polymer, meaning it is a long chain of chemistry. Melanin is a particle, like sound waves are particles. Light is a particle, built upon oligomers of unknown molecular weight that has a capacity to vacillate between dimensional point of reference. Oligomers are the fundamental stones of the particles. All right, next slide.
Did I get it?
No, it didn't change. Okay. Now, melanin seen early, I mentioned primordial cells. When sperm meets egg, sperm head goes in, taking the DNA. The mitochondria concentrates in the neck of the sperm because it's like a tadpole. You know what a tadpole, it has a head and a tail. So that reminds you of that. So the head of the sperm cell, which it has developed into a sperm cell from a regular cell, the mitochondria concentrates in the neck, and the DNA in the nucleus and the cytoplasm is in the head. And the formation of the melanin in that sperm cell starts around the nucleus. There's a black dot, and it grows around the nucleus, encases it around the nucleus, and that's the part that's going to go into the egg. There's a part that's going to get rid of the cells of the egg so the sperm cells can enter. So the DNA and the melanated portion of that nucleus is the one that's going to bind to the female's nucleus of the egg, and now you have a new life called a zygote, and it develops therefrom. This is the primordial part, is this right here. These cells are black. And these are the ancient cells that migrate to that area, waiting for the development, because this is the fetus here, and this is the yolk sac. This will be the future back, and then these structures here will fill up eventually. But this is the spinal cord, the brain is developing, spinal cord, this is the heart is developing here. So here are the cells. You don't have reproductive organs yet. You have these primordial cells, they're called germ cells, primordial germ cells, that are going to go inside, this is the opening of it, inside into the reproductive areas. So the reproductive areas get melanated cells early on. That's what gives it the power, so that you can produce sperm cells. or the female can produce egg cells through a process. So melanated cells are seen very early in embryogenesis, and they're going to populate those areas where it's going to be a organizing molecule to make sure that the reproductive parts develop and the new life comes from that. Right? So the next slide, this is, I put this in, I guess it fits, but I put this in because these nerve cells are not purple. It's purple there for visual contact. But these are pyramidal cells. There's a nucleus of that cell, nucleolus, and then there's a nucleus in light, and then this is the cell body. The nissal substance are found in this part of the cell body. This is the axon that's going to go to a distant part. These are normal cells. People that have Alzheimer's disease, they have waste in this area here. This is not normal. They call it amyloid plaques. And then I have another slide. Let's see if that's the next one. Yeah. When you have a problem with certain brain disorders such as Alzheimer's disease or even Parkinson's, the nerve axon that's supposed to, this is normal, this one here is abnormal. So the axon that's going to send the current down from the nerve cell to where it's going to go is twisted, so it can't conduct. You twist the cord, or if you twist abnormally your iron cord or some of these wires here, it's not going to conduct the current properly. And so you will have a distortion. You'll have this protein called neurofibrillary tangles in those structures here, and then you'll have the amyloid plaques, which concentrate here, and so that obstructs the nerve, so the nerve can't function the way it should. And people, a certain part of the brain where this occurs, the person forgets because it destroys short-term memory. So they leave the house and they try to go to the store or whatever, and they can't find the way home. Long-term memory is not affected as quickly as short-term memory. All right, next slide. All right, you can go on to the next one. Go to the next one. Okay, there's a part of the brain, this is the term jumped out of this location. There's a part of the brain that if you section the brain like a montage, slice after slice after slice, the deeper you go, the more of the black stuff you'll find. So this is a section through what we call the midbrain. This is one level, this is another level of the same midbrain. This is the part where the cerebrospinal fluid flows through so it can lubricate the entire system. So this, I ask the students, what does this remind you of? And what I want them to say is a pair of shorts. So here are the legs of the shorts, and this is the part you put on, etc. I say that so that they can remember that this is the midbrain section. So right here, I asked them, what is this? Well, there's some lace on the shorts, some decorations on the shorts. So this decoration on the shorts, that part is called the substantia nigra. And when we do cadavers and we open the brain and do those slices, we see the black stuff, even in Caucasian people. Everybody needs it for energy production of the nerves, to send impulse from one nerve to the next to achieve consciousness. All right, so if this black area is bleached out, and how is it bleached out? It's bleached out through eating improperly, poisons collect. Remember, all diseases start below the waistline. All diseases. Meaning that when you eat something, goes to the stomach and the small intestines and all of that, and gets in the bloodstream as it's broken down into its smaller molecules, gets in the bloodstream, travels all throughout the body. So if you're taking a drug over the years and other kind, not eating foods with pigment that is natural from nature, it gets in the bloodstream, those molecules. One of the places it's going to collect in those areas that make a difference in consciousness, for example, or the joints. So when this area in elderly people who are taking drugs, and the drugs will create some adverse reactions, And one of them is this. One of them is Parkinson's. Parkinson is the world's #2 insidious neurodegenerative disease. #1 is Alzheimer's. #2 is Parkinson's. They give more prescriptions to deal with Parkinson. Even street drugs can bring on Parkinson's-like symptoms. And you get off the street drug, then the symptoms go down. So a person 25, 30 years old can have tremors because that part of the brain controls skeletal muscle movement, voluntary muscle movement is out of balance. Why? Because the neuromelanin that should be concentrated in the substantia nigra is either bleached out, the nerves are damaged, or the neuromelanin, the nerve itself is damaged. So the bleached out area, the nerve is damaged, and it's not making enough of what we call dopamine to maintain a balance. I think the Pope that passed, he had a bad case, and then he also flexed over to one shoulder. He had arthritis and all of that. This Pope, I'm not sure what he has, but
Yes. He has to get out of town before Sunday.
Well, that part, my point here with this slide is that that's the part called the midbrain. That's the part that has the darkest concentration of melanin. We call it the substantia nigra, a substantial amount of black stuff. If the black stuff is bleached out through drugs and whatever, then you're going to have a defect in the nerves that go there to get the black stuff and the dopamine, which is a neurotransmitter that the nerve needs to work. And so now the skeletal muscle, which this part controls, is now going to be out of balance. And so you're going to have an exaggeration of one function, and you call that Parkinson's or tremors. It's a dyskinesia. So it's a tremor. So that's the part that's very important. And how do you keep this black stuff there? How do you maintain it? By eating foods with pigments, uncooked. 80% of what you eat. And I know people are stuck in the slave foods and so forth. But 80% of what you take in should be raw.
Yes.
Fruits, vegetables, nuts, and seeds. 20% could be cooked until you're convinced that you want to live. In other words, there are no incurables to a point. If you cleanse the system by, there are different ways, I'm not here to tell you how, but we know what they are. You cleanse the system, get rid of the cooked foods, all the starches, as Dr. Sebi says, starches, and he calls carbohydrates, and flesh.
Right.
Those are the killers for us. We're very strong people, that melanin keeps us, and we already know that that's giving us, the creativity and the ability to see deep. You say, he did that, honey, because you see deep.
Yes.
You can tell. A study was done on, there's a paper, and I have it, it was done in the 70s. They looked at black females from Uganda or Africa, black females from this country, and Asians from wherever, and Caucasian people. And what they found out is that the black people in general, in the study, pineal gland calcified. There were less than 10% of those that they studied. The pineal gland, which has a relationship too to pigmentation, was calcified. That means you can't see deep. You substituted materialism for spirituality. We should have African spirituality, not religion.
Thank you.
Right. Go ahead, sister.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody's thing. As long as you are saturated into, Reverend, please. As long as you are stuck into religion,
Go ahead, sister.
Christianity is a Caucasian model. You can do it if you want to, but I'm just saying to you, it's a Christian, so you will never be free until you get back into your African spirituality. African spirituality lets you know what to do when you have problems.
Yes.
It's that spirit that puts in you to eat this and eat that and not eat that. That's the spirituality.
Yes.
90%, 70 to 90% of your physical ailments are first mental and emotional. Mental means you've lost the African connection because you're hooked up in hallelujah. Once you get back into that which you were endowed with in Africa before they captured us
Yes.
and brought us here, we had, I met a young lady at a workshop I was at Columbia a couple of weeks ago. She's from Nigeria. She wants to go back. She's getting a doctorate. She wants to go back to her country and try to help the people to develop this African mindedness,
Yes.
African spirituality. She's aware that religion is not going to help you.
No.
It only enslaves you. Enslaves you. You get back into your African connection, then you can get answers, because we are spiritual people with all this melanin, and we're dying with guns and knives and all like that. We are people that need to be in touch with the relationship issues. You stab a person, you step on a person's sneakers, they pay $250 for it, and you don't say, I'm sorry. That person will take a gun or take a knife out and stab you and go to Rikers Island. Why? Because you destroyed the highest value in black people, which is what? Which is the relationship. That's why we do libation. That's the relationship. In Caucasian people, it is the object. That's their axiology and epistemology. It's the object. So the baby is an object. Money is an object. I'll kill you for money. Sex is an object, and so forth. The Asian person, their highest value axiology and epistemology is in the consensus of the group. Look at their language. All those little squiggly things come together to give a whole meaning. Another little bunch of squiggly stuff, you know, the little symbols they use in their writing tells you that their highest value is in the consensus of the group.
Yes.
Consensus of the group. All right, so let's move on, and so we can get done with this. This is an area in the brain. This is a cross section, a sagittal section of the brain, cutting it down this way. And then this part here is the cerebellum that has to do with your balance and equilibrium. This is the bird. This bird here is the earliest part of the brain. We call it the brain stem. And then the cerebrum is up here someplace, but the black centers are located right at these areas here. This is the third ventricle here. That's the space. Here's another area that's going to be black, etc. We can't demonstrate it any better than this, but we can, just point it out to you to tell you that deep to the cerebrum is where you're going to find all the black stuff. Why do you need it there? Because you don't have access to the light because of the cranial covering, and also the brain is a large organ. So you need the black stuff deep to it to generate the current.
Yes.
That's the importance of it. You lose the black stuff, you're going to have deficit, especially in your motor functions, and in your thinking, and your emotions, etc. Next one. All right, so now we're back to the skin. Let me show you this. This cell here, follow my finger, this, and here's the cell body and the nucleus of the cell. Just this one here. This is called a melanocyte in the skin. There it is there, the outline of it. It's in color. All the rest of the cells are regular skin cells. We call them keratinocytes, but they produce a protein to waterproof the skin so it doesn't dry out. But that one cell there, called a melanocyte, migrated to the skin when the spinal cord was forming. I told you Cress cells, neural Cress cells, migrated to all of the nerves throughout the body. One place those Cress cells migrated to is in the skin. All right, so what is the importance of it? Well, the melanosomes, these little vesicles here, are the ones that are going to make and develop and synthesize the melanin. But it's not going to be dark yet. It's going to get dark as it goes here. It's going to get a little darker the more it goes up this way. A little darker, sending the pigment into those cells, which when the sun activates that, it causes the skin to maintain its dark color. if you're in the sun a lot, it's going to be more made by those melanocytes. So you're going to get darker. If you use the darkening stuff we talked about earlier that has SPF, they have it up to 20 now. Put that on the skin, go out in the sun, you're going to draw the melanin from other places, and eventually it's going to concentrate in the skin, give you skin cancer. Now they have those tanning salons all over the place. And white people don't feel, they feel, I don't know how they feel, but I don't think they feel like they are as good as us because they don't have the color. And they'll do it at any rate. They'll go at any rate to get color in the summer.
Yeah.
They get very depressed in the winter, SAD, in the winter, because they are paler. There's no sun. So they have to go to the salons to get the color to make themselves feel good. And they say they feel good once they see this color on their skin. It doesn't last but about a couple of weeks, and they have to go back. So the more you go back, and as low ionizing radiation hits you, it's going to cause the melanin from other parts of the body to concentrate in the skin, and you're getting darker at the same time, and then you're going to have vesicles that are going to be black, and which is the skin cancer thing. You can get the 3 types of skin cancer conditions, and I have the last slide. I'll save it until then. Go ahead for the next one. Next one. Just keep going. Okay, now, quickly. Melanin so far has been grouped into four groups. This slide is 2, and the other slide will have the other 2. Here's this word, eumelanin. What does U mean? EU, Reverend Oliver. What does, huh?
Well.
That's correct.
Well.
Good, efficient. Now give me a word, you're the minister now, give me a word that we hear all the time in the church when you cross over. What do you perform? What is that service called? When you cross over?
What was the question?
I'm trying to get a word out of it.
Eulogy.
All right, so what is that ceremony called?
Sanctified reborn.
Eulogy. EU means what now? Put it together. You're going to do what now? You're going to put all the good things about John Henry at the service. You're not going to say he had a girl in Brooklyn, and a girl in Queens, and a girl in Manhattan in one day. You're not going to say that. You're going to say he took care of his children, he was very kind, he was friendly to the neighbors. So you're going to say all the good things about John Henry, right? And in the Catholic Church, they have something called Eucharist. Eucharist. All these terms you can go. Euphonium is an instrument. This is one that imitates the voice more than any other of the instruments. And you can look up, go to your dictionary and look up the EU words all throughout. You see a whole lot of EU words, and look what they mean. They're either going to mean good. When Dr. Kevorkian was getting rid of his cancer patients, he didn't just take a baseball bat and bust them on the head. No, he let them die good, well, by injecting them with something to kill them, rather than abusiveness. So eumelanin is our melanin. It's efficient. It takes in all the rays of the 7 rays of light in the visible spectrum and concentrates that through the melanin and then deep to the body to maintain function. To maintain function, the digestive enzymes, food will digest properly. If you're in the sun a certain amount of time, you go in the sun, you have the color in your iris, which is the beauty part of the eye. Look in the sun around 12 o'clock in the day. Look straight in that sun for about a minute or 2. Close the eyes, and then, back the eyes for so many times, about 50 times, and then look again. We'll strengthen the eyes because it's activating the melanin and all of the other centers through the eyes. The eyes are the only way you can get anything into the brain is through the eyes. Everything else is light proof. Only the eyes will let you in. We call it EYES. EYES for eyes. Okay, the second type is called pheomelanin. Pheo means dusky or is a melanoid. It's a form of melanin, but it's not the true melanin. That's brown to black. This one is a color of various sorts. It's a yellow, it is a red mixture and all of that, and a little bit of brown, but the eumelanin is brown to black, or to charcoal black. All right, the next one, the next slide has the other two. Allomelanin, black or brown, amorphous. That means it has no shape. Often nitrogen-free particles obtained by oxidation of certain polyphenols is found in fungi. I told you the bread mold grows and it creates a black type of mature mold, which opens, the head opens, molds fall back down on the bread, and you get more molds growing. So we call the molds that grow on wherever they grow, we call that melanin allomelanin. And then the last one is neuromelanin. We find in the eyes and we find in the brain itself. The substantia nigra I showed you, that is neuromelanin. And our book called, Dr. King, myself, and 2 other people have the book is Why Darkness Matters, the power of melanin in the brain. We didn't want to do the skin. We didn't want to get them excited. So the power of melanin in the brain. So this one has neuromelanin. The neurotransmitter chemistry is dopamine, tyrosine. All of these are part of a chemical pathway that's going to produce melanin down the road. Let me tell you about one disease that all of your children, you have a child, and all the 50 states, including Israel, all the 50 states, that if you, when that child is born, on about the day of discharge, you have to submit a blood sample on a filter paper, which the hospital provides, and they prick the heel of the newborn after they clean it with alcohol. They prick it, and a little blood pops out, and they shake that away, and then they press it more, and then a bigger drop will come forth, and then you hold the filter paper to that blood, and it saturates the circle. I designed that thing when I worked for the Board of Health. But that circle is saturated, and you send it to the lab. When you send it to the lab, they're going to do 7 metabolic disease tests, such as T3, T4, and so forth. But PKU is one of those tests they're going to do on that blood sample. Phenylketonuria. This means that the child's liver is not making the proper enzyme to break down the milk proteins. And so the certain abnormal metabolites accumulate in the bloodstream, and it goes to the brain as the blood goes to the brain and causes a mental retardation. That happens 1 out of every 20,000 newborns, and it's a Caucasian disease. We have ours, they have theirs too. So these are some of the chemistry of neuromelanin and how it's synthesized, the beginning molecule for synthesis. Go ahead. Neuromelanins in brain function. Melanin appears to be instrumental for various brain functions, for the ear to hear, for the eyes to see. This is important, the next sentence. No blue or green colors would be seen in animal or plant kingdom without melanin. That's a strong statement. Now, there's a scientist named Dr. Nicholas in Italy. I think he's passed away, but he spent about 60-odd years doing melanin. He never would go and give talks. Frank Barr, the same. I have a slide of his quotation. But they wouldn't go out in the public because they're Caucasian people. So they don't want to get, cause excitement and, If you don't believe it, remove the melanin from these organs and observe what happens. That's the reference. That's the reference for that particular researcher in Italy. Next slide. Oh, so it didn't take, go to the end of everything, scroll down. Because I have a slide of...
That one?
No, it's the last one that has bar graphs. It's the bar graphs. It should be on there. Because I saved the whole thing.
Exit that. Let's get that.
on this side, these slides, not that.
Oh, okay.
This,
Right.
hit the arrow and scroll down. That's a missing. I have another file there. It may be in the other file of melanin.
Shall I try to find it?
Yeah, you can do, but I can tell
Okay.
whatever it is. This slide that we don't see on this in this particular file has to do with melanoma, malignant melanomas. As I said earlier, there are 3 types. I have a paper here if you want to see it later and read about it, but squamous cell carcinoma. The word carcinoma means it is a cancer of the surface cells called epithelial cells. Epithelial cells grow down and so on. Any cancer of those cells is called some name and carcinoma. If the term is sarcoma, it is a cancer of the connective tissue. Always connective tissue below the epithelial tissue. The next layer, which acts as a support, where blood vessels are found and so on, is called connective tissue. So any abnormality or tumor that occurs in the connective tissue is called a sarcoma. Right? So the slide shows by bar graphs, it's taken from the New York Times, but the American Cancer Society's data, that from 1973 to 1994, there is a constant increase in malignant melanomas. And it had Caucasian, it has blacks. Blacks have a steady, I guess they call certain conditions malignant melanomas for us, but they're really something else. They're really not the same. But the point is that in Caucasian males, which is the highest frequency, malignant melanomas, deaths and occurrences are increasing over a period of time. I checked from 1995 to the present, and the same thing is true. 35,000 people die from malignant melanomas every year, according to their statistics. So this condition is causing trouble. That's why Putin wants us over there, want the males over there to contribute some of the melanin. Those sperm cells are strong. They carry a lot of the pigment in their cell bodies, so that when it penetrates an egg and starts a new life, you're almost sure to develop, that baby would develop into to term. So he wants that to occur. Now Africans go all over the world. There are plenty Africans. We had a guy in the lab when I was at the medical school. He was a Caucasian person, but he had extremely kinky hair coming out of Russia. So African peoples were all over the world. Dr. Ben will tell you the Twa, the Grimaldi people, and so on traveled over. They did paintings in caves in Austria, which are still there. They call them Hottentots in some cases, but they're Grimaldi people. They are Twa people. The Twa people came to this country, and they were instrumental in Mexico for the building of those pyramids there, which look exactly like the pyramids in Egypt.
Right.
That is an African culture. It is a black culture.
We call them the 3 wise men in the Holy Scripture.
Yeah, okay. So we traveled all over from the beginning. That's why we say we have no beginning, we have no end. We traveled and carried civilization wherever we went, created things. So they put the Mayans and the Hopi tribes, they say that they built those pyramids down in Mexico. But there's evidence that those were Twa people. There are mounds throughout this country. Someone has given a talk on all the mounds along the Mississippi River, which are pyramids all over. In Sudan, there are 2 Sudans now. South Sudan, and then there's a regular Sudan, which they broke away last year. There are mounds there. There are pyramids there. Nobody can imitate those pyramids. Those were built by Twa people, and they say people came from outer space and built them. I'm not convinced of that. I am not convinced of that. So we know that civilization was carried all throughout the universe by our people from Africa. Get in tune with your African spirituality, and you will see It will bring you blessings. It will bring you healing.
Yeah.
You have to eat foods that are raw as much as you can. First, cleanse and eat raw foods as much as possible. Fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, and plenty of water, at least 64 ounces a day. And then you got to think positive. Read books having to do with thinking, mental and emotional. Read books. You know? Your spiritually rooted diseases are like fear, anxiety, hatred, jealousy, worry, doubt, and all of that. You can't cut it out in the lab of a person. That's why we call them spiritually rooted diseases. They cause 70 to 90% of your physical ailments. Physical ailments are first the thinking, mental and emotional, hatred, jealousy, and all of these, and then the physical follows.
Yes.
Not the other way around.
Right.
In medicine, we teach you physical only.
Right.
But in my class, I teach them the connections. That first there's a mental component, and then you keep thinking that way, and eventually you will have a physical ailment. So that's the information that I have. I'm sorry, that other
There's one question I need to ask you. Can you take a question?
Yes, he said I could take questions.
I've been studying people as having, we have a lot of strokes, and I'm a sewer gas specialist. So when you say fungal, you always open up a big part of my brain.
Exactly.
Because I've been studying for 35 years the sewer gas problem in our neighborhoods, and this fungi melanin is something that we notice that's.
What is which one?
It's a form of fungus that comes out of the sewer line and is germinated a new germ.
It's probably many types. It's
Yeah,
not
yes.
no one fungus
Well,
growing nowhere.
Well, us scientists now have to all go back to school because it's a new germination in the sewer line, and it's because they should have replaced it 40 years ago, and they didn't. So anyway, what I'm saying is this. What I'm asking is this. Is that we believe that there's a connection between people going into having a stroke, massive retardation, and Alzheimer's disease, and the sewer gas also causes the nervous system of the brain to deteriorate, like lead poison.
Let her answer the question.
All right, let me. I got your point now. When you work under those environmental hazardous conditions, it is likely that you'll come out with anything. You work in a coal mine, you get what they call silicosis, and which is a lung problem. So you work in the sewage area. Yes, the average person out there has fungi growing in the bloodstream. If I take a blood sample at random, put it under a certain kind of scope so you can see the live cells, you'll see the movement, and we know the fungi when we see it as opposed to the blood cells. So the average person will have fungi growing in the bloodstream. Bacteria is the first stage, fungi comes from that. And that will also take you out. When the fungus goes into the organs and penetrates there, gets there through the bloodstream and the lymphatic system. Once it gets into the liver and penetrates deep into the liver, it's very difficult to get rid of it. And so it will go. So we call that term that you just described pleomorphism. Pleomorphism means one bacteria type can change into another type depending on the environment that it has to live in. The fluid medium, the tissue fluid, etc. It's going to cause it to change into something another kind. Now the bacteriology uses Bergey's manual, and they say you have this bacteria which has no relationship to this bacteria, and so on. That is not correct. The theme of microbiology, and I have a master's in micro as one of my degrees, is pleomorphism. Changes due to the conditions. So when you have STD, it is not a single bacteria that came there through sex. It is one form of bacteria due to the conditions in that area that changes into another kind of bacteria. Pleomorphism.
All right, I'm making a movie called Best I Do About.
One question.
Okay, let somebody else.
Okay, I catch you, man.
Actually, I had three quick questions. The first question is, in old white folks, what actually is old age spots or liver spots or whatever?
They call them lipofuscin deposits. Lipofuscin deposits. Those are some of the melanin coming out of centers. And in them, their chemistry is different, so it's going to concentrate on the skin as liver spots or brown spots throughout the skin. It's some of the melanin coming deep. Now, if you don't believe that, watch them. Many of them have neurological conditions. That means that the melanin is leaving where it should be to give you balance in function and coming to other areas. And in this case, the skin. Yeah, it's lipofuscin plaques.
Yeah, next one real quick is the genesis of the egg cells in females. Is that also a migration from the melanin cells?
Yeah, those
from
primordial cells.
From the spinal column?
Well, those are the neural crest cells I mentioned.
Yeah.
They migrate and go throughout the body. One place they go to, and they're called primordial cells. They're waiting to populate the ovaries in the case of the female, and the testicles in the case of the male.
And
They're carrying the pigment chemistry.
And on the female's eggs, is that a specific number of eggs that every female carries, or will they continue to produce?
They're not eggs. They are regular cells.
Well, regular cells that
called
turn into the
called germinal cells. They occupy the peripheral inside of the ovary. There's regular cells, membrane, nucleus, cytoplasm. So there's a whole of certain centimeters thick of germinal cells. The germinal cells that populate the periphery, we call the cortex of the ovary, they're going to change with time and produce and go through a oogenesis process, making cells, maybe about 14 per month, and you have enough for 5 or 6 lifetimes, and only one will come to maturity. The other will regress, and the body recycles them, but only one comes to full maturity to be fertilized.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? My name is Fernando. I have a two-part question. The first question is, what are the human characteristics of a blood type? And the second part of the question, in regards to the food diet based on the blood type, is it good or not good?
Yeah, that guy, I know, the book you wrote that tells that this blood type is bad, therefore, it's a type, and therefore you should not eat certain foods if you have type A blood and so on. Type A and type B has to do with the membrane of the red blood cells having certain antigens on the surface. If it has antigen A, we call that person a type A. Antigen B, we call that person type B blood. It's talking about the protein that dominates the membrane of the red blood cells. If they have both, we call them AB. If they have none, we call them O.
So how the negative and the positive comes into play now? Like they say,
well, no, that's another part. That's another test. That's the RH factor. RH factor, they took the rhesus monkey and they did an analysis on their cells, and that if the test gives a positive reaction, then you are RH positive in addition to your blood type. If that gives a no reaction, then you are RH negative. Now they need to redo that blood typing thing because Landsteiner did that test back in the 20s. And I don't have the money and all. If I had the money, etc., I would do black folks and do their blood typing because I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's correct. I think the data has to do with the Caucasian and who they tested. Chokum Diop over in Senegal did the melanin dose test on the ancient what do you call them, gods and so forth. And he also did the blood typing. He said Europeans have type A blood, and African peoples have type B blood. He didn't do the RH factor because there was no test at the time he said this, whether it's rhesus RH positive or negative, or D antigen. D antigen, same as RH. So I don't know how to answer whether, I think it's a bunch of coolie-coo, but because he's saying if you have this, and the things that we need to eat is on the list. If you have type A, they tell you don't eat, I'm just giving a rough example, don't eat cashew nuts, don't eat spinach, don't eat this, and don't eat the other. And you're you know, pushing aside those foods that are going to make you healthy. You have to eat anything nature puts out there for you in the right proportion and have the right thinking behind it.
Yes. The intention.
You said that melanin is found in all the hemispheres.
Could you speak louder?
Not really. The hydrosphere, atmosphere.
All over the universe.
Right. I was going to ask you, I once read that in order for space vehicles to be in space, they have to be coated with melanin. Is that true? Have you heard that?
I heard that, but I'm not sure how to interpret that. All the melanin they're studying, remember this, is synthetic melanin. They don't know this. Now, I have a good friend, he's an etymologist, and he says that our melanin is sulfur and hydrogens. Hydrogen sulfide is what you smell when the person spooks, you know?
Right.
But he's saying that our melanin is basically the sulfur and the hydrogen combined. That gives us the black color. That's what he says, you know. Sulfur does give a black color because your tires on the rubber of your tires is one form of sulfur, and it's black. The sulfur, the yolk of the egg is a yellow, is sulfur there, and some other things like lecithin and cholesterol and so on. So that yolk of the egg is yellow, that is also sulfur. So sulfur has what we call an amphoteric properties. It's one color under one condition, and it is another color. You heard of the Vulcan rubber. You know, they're talking about the sulfur concentration. Fire and brimstone in the Bible. That's sulfur. It makes the hottest heat.
So is that why it would be green or blue? Because it's one way in one situation, not just black?
No, I was just saying that. Yeah, I get her what she's saying.
Can you repeat the question then? So
She's trying to come to the point as to whether some of the things, the colors that are blue and green, have to do with melanin. Is that what you're after?
Because you just said that that melanin is one color in one situation. And I'm asking you, is that why it would be blue or green as opposed to black?
Yeah, it's all melanin. That quotation says that. Yeah, it's all melanin. You remove it and you see what happens. You will get nothing there.
okay.
It's not blood cells, red blood cells, that's melanin. The molecule, we know how to write the molecule. The molecule has at its core a metal, and the metal for chlorophyll is magnesium. The same molecule for hemoglobin has a different metal in the core. You write the same structure, but in the core, in the hemoglobin, it's iron. So it's red. Colors vibrate at a frequency, according to the laws of physics. And the frequency at which it vibrates gives you the color perception through your eye. Right? Now, in the skin, you'll see blue in the blood vessels. Look blue if your skin is light. That is not the blood. That is the collagen that keeps it smooth. The light hits it, and the collagen is a triple helix. The light hits it and it reflects off a blue color. That's why you see blue in the skin near the blood vessels, because of the collagen, which is a tough fiber that keeps smoothness, gives smoothness to the skin. The toughest stuff in the body is collagen. All right? Collagen breaks down, wrinkles come.
Stan, please.
Yes, thank you, Anton, for your informative discourse.
Yes.
I would like to ask you, first of all, how does water affect melanin, and is there a specific type of water that we should drink?
I know the Koreans developed this alkaline water, fad. And it brings confusion, but I do know that the water you buy in these bottles from these for $1 and all this, if you put a certain electrode in that water that you pour it into a beaker and set it on the table and leave it there until my lecture is over, you'll see that it has turned brown, which means that it has small molecules that will coagulate and gives this precipitation, and it's really a suspension because it's floating and it's brown. So that water is not clean water. They're making tons of money. Another kind of water, so that's the bottled water. Another kind of water is filtered water. The Koreans have, throughout Jersey, they have these places, one place called Water Depot, and they have them all over. And they have big filters there, you can see it through the glass, that the water goes, regular water goes through. The filters remove all of the debris from the water, and you get a H2O, purified water. The third type is an alkaline water, where they use the chemistry, I'm trying to remember, xanthine? No, not xanthine. I can't think of the chemistry, that splits the water molecule. It's a mechanical split, splits the water molecule, and it creates an alkalinity, because there's something in the filters that create an alkaline. You can create the alkalinity based on where you want to set it. You can set it at 7.0, you can set it at 8 point whatever, you can set it as far up as 9. That's very alkaline. My feeling is that if you, over the years, drinking lots and lots on a repetitive basis of alkaline water, I don't think the kidneys or the liver appreciate that. I think you can destroy the nephrons that filter. There are about 1.2 million nephrons per kidney, and they are there to filter the blood. You're putting alkaline water in there. My feeling, my opinion, is that you can deactivate the function of some of those 1.2 million nephrons, and they will drop out, meaning they're not functioning anymore, and so now you have to go to dialysis. I think that highly alkaline water over a period of time is not going to be beneficial. I think,
you're exactly right.
And I think,
someone that died that way.
I think that the purified water may be your best bet.
What about distilled?
Distilled also is your best bet, but you can't really trust the distilled because they put those in a container and sell it to you in a plastic container. So if you can get distilled water from a place that makes distilled water, like you can get the purified water, that's a form of distilled water, you're better off drinking that. Now for some people where the kidneys aren't functioning too well, they say the water goes straight through them. You have to go to the bathroom pretty often. Some people swear by the alkaline water, because those tanks that produce the alkaline one, they also have a tubing that's going to pick up the acid part. You catch the acid part through one tube coming off the tank, and another tube coming out the top of the tank with a gooseneck tubing. That's the one carrying the alkalinity of the water you want to catch. You take the acid water and you put it on your plants, you can almost see the plants grow. Or you can put it on a sore in your hand, you can see the sore gets well in 2 days. Or you can wash your face or your hair with it, and it's a topical. Or put it on your plants, which is the best place to put it, because you're going to go down the sink otherwise. So there are 3 things there. So, I don't think alkaline water should be consumed with any frequency. I don't think so. That's my own opinion. I know I have access to it. I can drink it all throughout the day if I like, but I mix it. I mix it with purified water, and half a glass of the purified, and I pour the alkaline water and to decrease the pH.
What about the natural, like they say, Alkesian water that comes out of the...
Yeah, that's the same thing. Same thing.
You're saying you don't think that one?
Yeah, that's another fad. You see, the Europeans' body works different than ours. The Koreans also work like the Europeans. The hypertension in us is different than the hypertension in Caucasian people. When I do the urinary system and do the kidney and do that whole thing about the renin and stuff, angiotensin, I show them, I tell them, and it's written up in books, that their hypertension is at the level of the kidney. Our hypertension is at the level of the heart. All the salts and other debris we take in through foods, when it gets to the blood gets to the heart, causes the heart to beat faster. So our hypertension is a tachycardia hypertension. That means 100 beats per minute or greater. That's a tachycardia hypertension. Their hypertension is a renin hypertension. Renin is a hormone at the level of the kidney that causes constriction of the blood vessel, and the blood goes into the filtering units called the nephrons in the kidney. The arterioles, those blood vessels with that renin, is going to close down how much blood goes in. Those blood vessels are the regulators of pressure going into the organs. You have to regulate how the blood flow goes into organs for them to be healthy. So the renin is going to cause the constriction of those blood vessels in the Caucasian type because it's high, the renin is high, so it's going to be a hypertensive condition. So their hypertension is different than ours. Now don't ask me about mixed people, I can't answer everything.
Black people reduce the hypertension.
Oh, just stop eating so much salt.
Right.
Cleanse the system, cleanse the system. If I were teaching you the digestive system and had the colon on a slide here, I can show you that in those pockets that make the colon up structurally, the wall of the colon, the cells in that wall, some of them are mucus-producing cells. That's natural. And so whatever the gunki is going through, if it's a lot of mucus secreted, stimulated to be secreted in the fecal matter, it's going to glue the fecal matter to the walls of the colon in those pockets. Every organ in your body has reflexly has an outlet to the colon. Every organ in the body. The eyes have a entry into the colon. Every part of the body. It's the last stop, like the number 4 train. So uptown. But anyway, so the fecal matter glues with the mucus there, because it's not passing through at a transient at a faster rate. So it's going to glue the feces to the wall of the colon. Say it's at the part of the colon that reflexly that the eyes have a reflex connection to, the ears. It's going to be on this side, so you're going to get the glue over on this side, blocking that entry into that part, and so the eyes are going to become weak. The ears, you're going to lose the hearing. Most of the conditions, the people who can barely walk, guess what? Feces in the colon. Retention of feces. There are about 20 names. Crohn's disease, irritable bowel syndrome, ileitis, hemorrhoids. All these have to do with fecal retention in the colon. Why is there retention? A lot of reasons. One is wrong foods you're eating. Right. Another one, lack of exercise. Another one is don't chew the food well, so the transient time, the food stays there longer than it should. Drawing out the poisons, putting it back in the bloodstream, and so on, making the feces hard like a rock on the wall. And it's going to block some of the organs that whatever drains into that part of the colon. Respiratory problems are across here, the transverse colon. People that have constant respiratory problems, go get a colonic to clean off the gook on the wall there, and it will function much better. People, you know why we have retention in the colon? Another reason, one of the after effects of retention in the colon. Knee problems, hip replacements, knee replacements. You don't hardly get shoulder replacements, but knee and hip. The knees bear the weight of the torso straight down, so the knees are going to go first. The hips are just for movements laterally and so on and so forth. That goes a little less, although you can have the hip replaced because the cartilage is worn down. Why is the cartilage worn down? Because you're eating foods whose metabolic end product is acid. Right. It's going to eat away the cartilaginous pad that between two bones, which is what you need for flexibility. So fecal retention, and why do you have fecal retention? Another reason is because somewhere, long time ago, the queen had a plumber and a cabinet maker to make a toilet with a tank so she can sit nicely on the stool. And so the whole world took on what the queen had for luxury, and now we're stuck with fecal retention. Fecal retention then, the best way, the normal way for your feces to be expelled or excreted from the body is by squatting. The natural and normal way to have a baby is you squat. I can't,
Yes.
I mean, I don't have knee problems, but I'm stiff. I can't squat, you know, the proper way. You gotta squat so that your buttocks is on your heels. And your knees are up here and up here. This is the ascending colon, the first part of it. This is the descending colon. So your knees have to be pressing here, and then the rectum comes straight down. There's no kink in it. When you sit on the toilet, the rectum kinks over, and the retention, some of the feces is still there. If you squat, feces, there's no kink in the rectum, the feces come straight down and out. Baby comes straight down and out.
Yes.
That's the only natural way to have a baby is by squatting. The only natural way to have fecal excretion is by squatting. When we grew up down in Montgomery, we had a toilet tank up there, pull the chain and flush, but we went outside because there were no houses near our house, so we went in the weeds and we squatted, and everything come bulky, you know. Go to certain parts in Africa and China, wherever in these hinterlands, the people squat. They don't have cancer of the colon.
Yeah, they never know.
Most of your cancers are right here, where the knees ought to be when you squat, and over here. This is the cecum, the beginning of the colon, and this is the sigmoid, which is going to turn and go straight down. That's where most of your cancers are. And that's where all the fecal retention occurs, here and here. So you have a prolapse colon, because it's feces stuck up here and it's heavy, so it's going to fall down this way, etc. Many ways, you know, and there are about 20 terms, and it all means fecal retention. So if you have your knee replaced, you're going to replace the knee, and the feces are still hard in the colon, right? Jimmy Stewart and Elvis Presley and all these people who died, when they did an autopsy, they found like 20 pounds of feces in the colon. So I say, keep the colon clean. Is this pen right? Take the top off. What I say is, I tell my students, I say, I'm not talking about the bad people. What I'm saying to get your attention is to keep the colon clean. Fecal retention is going to be hip problems, knee problems, if you continue that way. All right, thank you.
Just 2 minutes, two more questions, and I got the last one, and you got the next one.
All right, Dr. Brown, what is the energy that deals with the neuromelanin and genetic intelligence? What's the connection between those two?
Very good question, and it's a complex one. Neuromelanin and genetic, what's the second word you put? Intelligence. Same thing. Intelligence means that the neuromelanin located in those centers that I told you, 12 centers in the brain, some have more than others, those centers, when the nerves synapse in those places, and they do, they get re-energized from the black stuff. Like you're re-energizing something, like you plug your cord into a wall, you're re-energizing whatever you're using. So they have to come to the black stuff, since it's deep to the brain, it doesn't get the light superficially, so it has to have some black stuff down there to re-energize the electrons or the impulses. And then it goes to where it has to go. Now that's the genetic intelligence, all the same thing. You need black stuff. So if you're taking drugs and so on, you're going to bleach out the black stuff, and maybe in that person. And remember, Parkinson, you're trembling. And remember, the metaphysical attachment to that Parkinson has to do with fear. There is fear in the four walls of this person that comes out this way. Fear. Fear. Fear is an energy. You can inherit fear through the mother's womb, through the the womb to the newborn. Developing fetus. Fear is when somebody walks in this a bear walks in this door. What's going to happen? You're going to get afraid. You're going to start trembling. Or somebody approaches you in the street to try to snatch your purse or your wallet. You're going to start trembling. Or if you have an altercation with somebody, you're going to start trembling. That's fear. You're afraid of the unknown. You don't know what's going to happen to you. Fear is the bottom line. That's what we call a spiritually rooted cause. of many conditions is fear. There's good fear, there's bad fear. You won't leave your house and leave the door locked. So that's a constructive form. But most of the forms that are out there are destructive forms, and so it's going to affect your your inner well-being. So fear is an energy. Most of your problems, asthma, emphysema, have to do with fear, anxiety, and you can put stress there. Fear, anxiety. Those explosionary conditions where the blood vessels explode and burst open, that is based on fear and anxiety. Glaucoma, hemorrhoids, fear and anxiety carried deep in your psyche. Women that have breast tumors that develop into breast cancer, ovarian tumors that develop into ovarian cancer. It is unresolved issue with a mother or a sister. One needs to get in touch with them. If the person's not around, you don't want to approach them, burn a candle and say some affirmations. And eventually you'll decrease it and you'll be okay. But most of the people that have these breast tumors and breast cancer and so on, you see it in the literature all over the place. It is some unresolved issues. Fibroids, same thing. Unresolved issues because the person's on the phone talking about that same person that made them angry, that guy, if she's a female. 20 years, he's on the phone talking about that thing and some more. 20 years. As you talk about it, it's the size of a lemon, grows the size of an orange, grapefruit, because you're feeding this energy. You need to let it go. Let go, resolve that. Let go. Release and let go, and your health will be yours.
Last question. Dr. Richard King earlier talked about Europeans, how they study us and he thought that jealousy, so I wanted to know, in terms of your research of them and your own feeling, what do you feel now, since they are feeling and studying and understanding that nature is taking them out and it has a less damaging effect on black folk? How do you summarize our condition and relationship? And
I can't go too deeply into Caucasian psychic, but I think that it is a very valid response they have, because they know what they have done, and it's generational. It hasn't stopped. You look at the Obama campaign. There's some deep racism, and those people represents the whole Caucasian people. They can't help it. They can't help it. So they're carrying this ancestral hatred of us because we have some big advantages that they don't have. One is color, spirituality, and our hair. This coil hair is a different chemistry than straight hair. A straight hair and a coil hair can never lock. Can never lock. I used to wear the braids where I go to the beauty shop and buy this straight hair. And she was I was at the medical school, so I needed something where I don't have to go to the beauty shop. So I had to go and get this straight hair from the beauty shop, and she weaves that into my hair, however they do it, and so on. And now I have braids, and it'll last for a while. I even had a wig at one point. What do you call it? The kind that you... What's that? Weave. Yeah, weave. I had the weave. I've gone through all of it. I had the afro when it was popular. At the medical school, I had the weave, and then I had the braids, and then something said, wake up. Wait a minute. How did your mother birth you? My mother birthed me with this kind of hair. This kind of hair and its strands will catch because it has a sulfur-containing amino acid called cysteine. Two cysteines can cross-link, and that's what throws it into a kink. So these are compatible. Straight hair doesn't have cysteine, so it's straight. It has a straight chain of amino acids. No cysteine there. Others are there. Ours is, every now and again, there's a cysteine which throws us into kink. Insulin has that same kind of thing. Insulin has a coil, it's a coil molecule. But the hair is what we're saying, that coil hair, I call it coil, I call it kink. That coil hair will catch with another coil next to it. You leave it, that's my phone, I think. If you leave it without combing it and disturbing it, it will catch, and then you got locks. You don't call them dreads because you don't dread nobody. Europeans call them dreads because they dread you because you're supposed to be an activist and going off the deep end against them, so they call them dreadlocks. There's nothing to dread about my hair that the Creator made through my genetics, and I have on the outside of my head called hair. Right? So that answers your question?
Yes.
How do I see...
Yeah. How do you see this relationship? African Americans in particular here, but as Africans all over the world, Europeans. You know, to me, they would do anything to destroy black folk.
Oh, you mean our characteristics?
No, destroy us. Well, I just want to know, how do you see this playing out?
I agree that they have gone and are going through any extent to get rid of us because of the qualities that we possess. They cannot get them. When I was an undergraduate, they used to say, "Oh, do you have a white friend?" You know? Yeah, because they see the white friend, and what the white friend wants from you, the reason why they take on to you, is because they are looking at your spirituality.
Yes.
They would like to be sexy like us.
Yes.
There's a sexiness to our personality that we don't have to push and make up and fake.
Yes.
And they're trying to learn what it is, those little secrets about what we're saying to each other and so on. When I see, with respect to anybody in here, I'm not pointing at anything, when I see a black man and a white woman together, and he's just talking to her, talk, I'm wondering, what is he saying to her that really registers in her innermost self that she knows, or is she just with him for sex reasons?
Probably.
For sex reasons. They were on Oprah's show one time, and Oprah asked them, what is it about these white girls? I saw the show that day. What is it about these black men that you want to have sex with? They had different answers. One said that they can fertilize my egg and give me a child, and a white boy can't necessarily do it, and I'll lose the baby, lose the fetus. The other one said the rhythm, the warmth and the rhythm. And I've heard people that I know, as a flute player I know, she just loves the feeling that she gets from a black male when he's having sex with her. It's the rhythm. The rhythm, the natural rhythm, African rhythm, and so forth. Yeah. It's almost like you're playing the drums, the African rhythm, and various other kind. They like the color of their skin. They like to feel their hair. Different reasons they gave on that show for those 6 or 7 women that they chose the ones who date black men on the show. Those are the people So they, just like Jimi Hendrix went under in Europe when he left Washington State and went to Europe, and he can play the guitar and make it talk. And they were so jealous of that particular characteristic that the women just saturated him around at these concerts and all, and gave him drugs and killed him in his 30s. I heard an interview with his father.
Yeah.
And things like that happen because they see in you something that they can't have, and they'll rather destroy you, even though it's just one of you. There are plenty more of us with the sisters. What's their name? The Williams sisters that are playing tennis. Yes, they are out there with a talent that's unmatched, unprecedented. 2 sisters, both winning the tennis. What do you call it? The big one. Wimbledon and Grand Slam. That has never happened with sisters that are of the other thing. And the other thing is this. When you have a black father teaching you the ins and outs of whatever it is you're going into, you're going to get all of the secrets. Arthur Ashe, father, taught him the secrets of tennis, and he was highly successful. These Williams sisters, I have a sister who lives in Compton. My brother-in-law played tennis with the father in the park before the girls were born. When they were born, the father brought the little kids out to the park, same park, and asked the men, you know, my brother-in-law was one, asked them to hit the ball against the concrete thing out there, and they couldn't hit it over the net. And so, but the father taught them, he was a tennis player, he taught them the secrets of what it is they need to know. Tiger Woods,
Right.
father, he's about your color and so on, but he taught Tiger Woods the ins and out of golf. That's why he was best. So the father, if he's black, he's going to teach you the secrets that the white man will not do because he's jealous that you will do better than him. Even if it's a black person. Now, I took flute for years. My teacher was a black person, top flutist. And he told me there are certain notes that are not on the flute and in the scale books. And they were written, handwritten in my different scale books. And he said other teachers will not teach you how to get the highest D on the flute. Right? The highest D. It's difficult to get that. You got to really tighten the embouchure to get that note to come out. And it's not in the books. He taught me that. And we wrote it in there, but it's not in any of the scale books. So I'm saying that there are little secrets that they keep to themselves because they know that you are creative and that you will outshine them. There are over 700 scientists located in strategic points on this planet that are making it tick, black scientists, that are making it tick, that are controlling certain things in various areas of professional areas. And so they know we're creative. It's kept quiet. They ain't gonna teach you this in school. No. You'll never get this in any class but Dr. Brown's class.
I studied hypnosis.
Thank you again, all of you. It'll really take me about 20 minutes to reproduce this tape. And I said to you earlier that the tape I showed you of Dr. King and the lecture tonight, you could have that combined for $15. But I don't know if you want to wait 20 minutes for it to be reproduced. So if you don't, what you can do is pay me first and take my number. I'll make sure you get it.
Not your sound like that.
What you say, Simon?
Kim, so they could come to our fair tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Make the announcement. You can pick it up then.
Guerrilla journalism. We meet here every Monday at 6 p.m. It's ran by Milton Alamati. He is the editor of Black Star News, a wonderful newspaper.
That's right.
And so the class is really awesome. You're all invited. Come and learn how to write. We analyze what's in the media. Every week we have special guests that come. But most of all, we need writers, good writers, who can communicate what is happening to our people globally. And that's what happens on a Monday night. Now, we will be having a fundraiser here Saturday. Is there? Yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Same room, 7 o'clock. Please come.
Our guest speaker, Les Payne.
Oh, the guest speaker will be Les Payne. Oh, guest speaker is Les Payne. Who else?
Wait a minute. We're having a fundraiser tomorrow. We want all of you folks to show up. We're going to have Les Payne. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner and the editor of Newsday, former editor. He will be our keynote speaker. We'll also have awards given to our hostess here, Ali McLean, Sister Viola Plummer from Simultap and Sister's Place, and Brother Alfred Porter, neighborhood activist. We're gonna have food, we're gonna have entertainment, well-known, well-traveled entertainer, Azena, and it's all, we're asking for a minimum of $20, and we'll graciously accept more. So it starts at 7 o'clock, we plan on running till about 11. I hope you all can show up. They're talking about poor weather or whatever, rainy weather, but nobody's made of sugar, so you won't melt, so come on now. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Looking forward to seeing all of y'all tomorrow night. Again, good night.
Will be available tomorrow too?
Yeah, the tapes will be available tomorrow night.
Okay.
Again, if you want to pay in advance, I'll collect it.
Can I make an announcement?
Yes.
Praise the Lord. Good evening, everyone. You know, we always have a problem that we let others make it, the film, instead of us making it. And this is what makes our brother so outstanding. He's making it. And it's coming out in our language. Well, we have a movie coming out called Best Star Do or Die movie production. And this movie that we're making is about, like my sister said, things that they are not letting us know about. And one of the greatest killers on earth is sewer gas, bacterial, fungus, virus, poison. And it's very neglected in our community, the cleaning of sewage and we are all infected by it in here, believe me. There's things that I can't mention now, but in this movie, Best Star Do or Die, is going to be these issues. And I'm hoping that my sister let us pay her to do a part in our movie because she had mentioned some major issues that we must let our young people know because they are being destroyed and there's a reason for them wearing their pants down here right now. And our reason is saying because they are been infected by sewer gas, bacterial, fungus, virus, poison. So we'll be, if you want to be in the movie, you'll be able to see call Minister Brown when we be hiring. We asking him to take names. We need 1,000 people in our movie. We're also doing a sing-along for Barack Obama that's backing our movie. And that's to pay for 144,000 scholarships for students to go to college and finish their education. We're doing a sing-along, and from that sing-along, these students will own shares in the corporation that will pay for their education. It's the largest sing-along ever in the history of America. And it's supposed to happen in the same area where we had the Million Man March. And we'll be singing the sing-along for Barack Obama. And the sing-along is really about fighting pollution and bringing about global world peace. Bless you and thank you very much. I'm Dr. Geronimo C. Williamson. Spiritual name, Dr. Geronimo Moses Elijah Williamson, which you have to be a minister to understand. Thank you. And bless you, my sister.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Yes, sir. Man.
My sister.
Hi, greetings.
Even before I went to Egypt, and I've been grateful to the brother ever since. He has done a magnificent job in terms of doing that research. He continues to amaze me with his productivity. You all know that he is a psychiatrist with an Afrocentric perspective and dedication. So without further ado, permit me to bring to the microphone Brother Richard Kelly.
Session with Brother Master Drummer, Brother Joseph, and Dr. John Cazell, and then with the prelude, most excellent presentation, by Dr. Charles Finch. An attempt will be made on my part to approach the question of inside the black dot. Dr. Finch has already given a historical overview of great magnitude. He has made known that from a common root that is millions of years old, the entire human family originated and grew in an African cradle over a period of 4 million, some say as much as 8, some will even say many as 12 million years. And just in the last million years did those people who we call the Anu, some also call the Twa, migrate to the other continents. Did migrate to the other continents around the globe. In the course of that migration, the cradle, if you will, the planet, was itself going through a period of growth and development. In concert with a family of other planets, or you will, stellar bodies, called the Pleiades system, P-L-A-E-I-D-S. A system composed of a total of 7 suns that could be observed to hold the North Pole star position for a period of basically 2,500 some odd years. Africans kept detailed record because they noticed that our sun moved around this central Pleiades system, star family, if you will, and our sun took 25,000 years roughly to make one complete orbit around its sisters and brothers. As it did so, they noticed that the earth changed in its tilt as a result of the effects of the play of gravitation from one brother's sun or sister's sun upon the other, and that there were great alterations in climate. There were great winters that would last. This was on top of the background ice age. There were accentuations of ice ages. There were great winters that would last roughly 6,000 years. Great springs, 6,000 years. In other words, Africans planned their migrations from the common homeland by observing the clock. They observed the clock. They observed the movement of when did these stars change their position, and they could then exactly determine where was our sun in this great circle of the clock of 25,000 years. So they could say, well, it's time to go because the ice is coming. So a question does arise for those folks who did not go. Were they people who were forced to stay? Was it an accident? An illusion is given that these were very so-called primitive times. Primitive meaning that they had no communication between continents. That people were walking on foot. Now there are great problems in terms of excavation because we have not excavated the entire planet. And the places that used to be the big-time cities are largely underwater. Because as the surface has been moved about, as tectonic plates have moved, what is now on the surface used to be underground. What is now underground used to be on the surface. In other words, the things shift in a great cycle as the planet recycles its surface. Just as we recycle our skin, the planet's skin is recycled. So it's kind of hard to know what is in that regard. So we can't say we have a lot of factual information. And I would dare say even if we had factual things we could put our hands on, the current culture that wants people to, quote, to worship only them as the most powerful ones, would certainly not want that information to get out. That's not conducive to mental slavery. That's not conducive to painting myself as the God type. That's not conducive to making mama and daddy serve me if they realize how old they are. Not conducive. But I'm saying all that to say that in this 25,000 years of this great cycle, there were changes that did take place. And the Ice Age, some say 2 million years, some say in the past 5 million years, some say it's been an ongoing thing. But there has been a gradual cooling of the planet. But when we look back at a more distant time, we can look back at 11,000 BC, and we can say, well, was there a place known Atlantis? So, oh, that's pseudoscience. Was Alkebulan, the continent of Africa, actually Atlantis itself? Who knows? But the critical thing, some would say that when we talk about these catastrophic events, Africans had a clear concept of what it meant. In the works of Plato, he did cite an example in which Solon, a Greek who had visited Kemet, and Solon is falsely credited as being the one who brought the concept of democracy to Athens. But that does not compute, since Athens was founded by Egyptians. That does not compute, since democratic principles were well underway in Uganda well before Socrates in 500 BC, and certainly were in place at the time when Socrates did pass through in 500 BC. But notice what it said. So here's Solon. He walks up into the African. He walks into the African temple or scientific institution. 500 BC places us where? 500 BC means it's shortly after the Persians at 525 BC had taken hold, when the advancing deserts had denuded North Africa, and there was a gradual decrease in the abundance of food sources and the competition among Africans. And we also, at 525 BC, finally, Africans had begun to allow Greeks to be mercenaries in their armies, even prior to that. And the result of that, of course, the Persians came in and took over the whole thing. But at that time, the Greeks had come in, because and a little bit prior to that time, the Greek could not even come into Egypt. They were done what? If they had red hair, they were sacrificed on spot. You know what I mean by sacrifice? Mm-hmm. And that was the result of what? Because he had earlier confrontation with pirates. Who were pirates? Well, in the 9th dynasty, it was said these were lowly, miserable Asiatics who were paranoid and hungry all the time, who came out of the mountaintops during the Ice Age. That's a Margaret Lightman, Ancient Egyptian Literature, published at UCLA Press. That you can get today in Dallas. You might be able to get one of these little, with one of our book vendors when you leave this room today. But notice, Solon was bragging, saying, oh, I come from an old people. And then the brothers looked at him like, oh man, here we go again. In other words, the insecurity when present among people that you know, you may not even know who they are, but you can sense that they know something that you don't know. So finally, the oldest one, who would be the high priest, stands up and says, Solon, Solon, you Greeks are nothing but children. I'm just paraphrasing it. He says, you don't even know who was there in Greece before you came there. Number one. Number two, if there's been anything great done on this entire planet, we have long since consigned it to our libraries. Which means what? The keeping of records, the accumulation of wisdom for study and reflection and review, and so you can then add it to your internal library. So they, quote, put Solon in his place. They called him a child. What does child suggest? That you have not learned how to control and master your vehicle. You don't know who you are. and you haven't made up a decision as to what you're going to do with yourself, and you jumping in these rooms inside of your head and don't even know who's in there, and you are a child, and therefore doing childish things. We have another name for childish behavior, which is called racism. We have another name for childish behavior, which is called demonic attitudes. In other words, what possesses a person when they are in a certain state and they are weak of will and they develop a line of communication with another entity in another realm, and the entity takes over. We understand to some degree Adolf Hitler and the predilection of what it's about. We understand the Po Valley mentality. We understand that all too well. We understand why was it that during the so-called Renaissance period that they in Europe, over 11 million white females were burned at the stake. We understand that when that ceased in the 1490s, that the fixation was transferred to burning who else? So what is the connection between being against my own right brain and then also equating my right brain or my feminine, not sexuality, but equating my, quotes, way of the heart with Africanity? What is the connection between feelings, intuitions, and the African way, the symbolic mind? Those are important questions. But I'm just saying all that to say this, that as we approach this question, when the Ice Age came down, somebody lost their eye of inner vision. Now, they may have lost it even prior to that, and that's why they couldn't come home. It was not a voluntary thing about staying up home. In certain traditions, certain current traditions, there's a thing called the cable tow, when they're led across the desert and supposed to stay on the other side of the desert. I won't identify the tradition. But the thing to be considered is that Africans did go through a great schism, and during the Old Kingdom, which ended with the intermediate phase, and then the Middle Kingdom, another intermediate phase, and the New Kingdom, another intermediate phase, every one of those great kingdom epics ended with the invasions of children. They ended with the invasion of children, you would say, when Africans were weak, and I would say when Africans had gone to sleep. When they lost a sense of who they were and did not educate their children, and very, very importantly, when the brothers and sisters began to not deal with each other. That's the foundation. So how do we get in the black dot? It takes two to tango. It takes two to walk in the black dot. Could you imagine a brother standing in front of a sister and they're facing each other, and the brother has a mirror up looking just at the back of her head, and she has a mirror looking at the back of his head. And she sees a reflection of herself, he sees a reflection of himself. She can see what he can't see. He can see what she can't see. I cannot see the back of my head, but that's where my other side is. Now Sigmund Freud discovered this in his works. Carl Jung discovered this in his works, that when you had a dream, there was a doorway that led you to be able to converse with the dream world. Whatever your physical body is, it would appear in the sex type that was opposite to your physical body. Your soul, if I'm a man, my soul would appear in the form of a sure enough fine sister. Question is, how can I dialogue with her? How can I become intimate? How can we have an equality relationship in which we are united as one? How can I find, on a personal level, my craft, as a brother reminded me the other day, but how can I find my other half? That's real. That soulmate talk is real. It's not just hustle rap. It's real stuff. So that inside the black dot, to some degree, means having to identify who that soul type is in your own inner mind. and then being able to have a relationship with it, and knowing, have you ever had those kind of dreams where when you go to sleep at night, you suddenly see in your dream 3 or 4 past loved ones who you used to date or used to be with? You say, why did I dream about boyfriend 1, 2, or 3, or some cases husband 1, 2, or 3, in the same night? Well, you don't have a boyfriend who has 3 faces or a girlfriend with 3 faces, but those 3 different people had caught different pieces of your soul type. If you look at it close, you'll find a common thread in all 3. Well, so-and-so had big arms, yeah, and it was so-and-so sensitive and caring. Well, so-and-so encouraged me to study. Yes. Oh, wait, there are different aspects of that soul type that shows up in the soul image. And so the question is, don't throw away all of them. Look closely and see what it is that they did that really worked, really brought you out, brought something in you out. So that, again, Solon was a child. Solon, as the Greeks approach it, had grave difficulty in relating to their women. Why? Sheikh Diop has said that in the 2 cradle theory, as Dr. Leonard Jeffries may have a chance to share with us at some point in these discussions, as Dr. Leonard Jeffries translated Sheikh Diop's work from Civilization to Barbarism and other works, that Diop had seen that there was a 2 cradle mechanism. In the southern cradle, there were the Africans who had a system that was based upon the woman having the property rights of inheritance. You had to be, if you wanted to be pharaoh, you had to marry the queen. She had the rights of inheritance. But very importantly, because the African woman brought in so much revenue, she lived in a place where there's an abundance of food sources, and in a so-called hunter-gathering society where the woman can, quote, carry her children with her and to attend to the crops at the same time, she could bring in 85% of the food. Now, when y'all bring 85% of the food, you do command respect. Because I know from experience, beyond the book, when you bring it in, you do command, well, brother, no, I'm dealing this out like I want to deal it out, please. Give me some respect. But yet in the matriarchal culture, not a domineering culture, but one that would emphasize what? The feeling tone, way of the heart. That her way was given credit to and value to. In the other culture, the so-called northern cradle patriarchal culture, where because of the ice age, most of the plants had been covered over with ice. The ground was frozen. You had to chase the herd. 90% of your food came from animal products. So strong muscles determined who brought home the meat. And also the woman was left to take care of the children, and she was demoted. Was called a vessel to bring in new children to help me to protect my flock. Not only was she brought down, but there is an inherent fear in facing your other cortex, shall we say. It hurts to learn that I, as a man who feel like I'm glorious in my logic, don't know jack crap about feelings. It hurts for me to tell my wife, baby, I can feel it. Brother, I'll look at you before you even open your mouth. I knew you were lying. And she put that feeling tone x-ray on me. I said, oh, goodness, girl, what you doing? And it hurts sometimes for a sister to say, oh, I felt it, but baby, did you pay the bill? Or did you think before you spoke? Those are archetypal statements. That from the northern cradle perspective, the males did not listen to their women. Still don't. And there's a fear, because between the two, the logical side and the feeling tone side, Africans knew it was the feelings that was the deeper one. Because it's possible to have instantaneous access to the collective unconscious in which you could access the accumulated logical wisdom of any of your ancestors, human and otherwise. And you could do it as a flash of inspiration. How can we have people who are idiot savants who can stand in front of a freight train and watch it pass by 100 cars long, and then say, oops, 2,449,377,000,002. Add up all the numbers in an instant, and in every other respect, not even know how to read or write. There are human faculties that are far beyond what we can see. But, long story made short, in the northern cradle, there was a demotion of the female, there was a pushing up of the male, and there was flagrant non-heterosexual conduct. The epitome in Greece of romantic love was man to man. Say it like it is. If that happened to men, what happened to women? So these are conditions that evolve not only in those, there are also latencies that occur in any human, but without wisdom of knowing where it's going to lead you, you can get caught in a trap and get tricked on the trick and turned out in a big trick. But there are all kind of possessional states to be aware of. So I'm just saying all this to say that inside the black dot does have an historical base to it, and that when somebody else came home in a vengeful, jealous, greedy way, on a deeper level, they are also, this may sound kind of rough, coming home to destroy it, but then in a typical psychotic way, wanting to be healed. Mom and Daddy, please save me, 'cause I'm going to kill myself. And that's the soul crying. That's not the mind, that's the soul crying. But we understand today that no one can heal self but self. Africans have a tendency to get, and they've been gamed on and played on in terms of playing on the humanism, playing on the humanity, putting them to sleep, giving them the sweet talk. But you know, that's not so much true for a lot of brothers in this country, because you all have been gained on so much, you're an automatic pilot of suspicion. You've got a healthy, conscious paranoia. That's reality focus. And your antennas are always double check, triple check, can't trust it. You know. So that's operating at all times for brothers and sisters in this country, in this particular domain. But as they approach this, we find that the books were taken over, that many of the sacred books were hidden, and I'm going to dwell a little bit, for an example, with some of the sacred books. For example, if you lived in East India during the time of the Aryan invasion that took place in India, and you were an indigenous person called a Dravidian, and you were then demoted and called a untouchable. Those who invaded, the so-called Aryans, said that your shadow, black man of India, Eastern Ethiopian, could not even fall on a Brahmin or an Aryan. If it did, you were to be slain. That you, black man in India, black woman in India, 1500, 2000 BC, who fell to the Aryans because you did not have walls around your cities. And we came in and just burned you up. That if you heard the Veda, the sacred works called the Veda, then you were to have molten lead poured in your ears. It was very easy for England to move in with racism into India, because they could talk the English thing or two about racism. But to summarize this thing is to say also that in this culture, a large amount of the so-called sacred culture, a person will say, well, Dr. King, I'm going to become a Rosicrucian, or I'm going to join this New Age group, this, blah this, or blah that. I think it has great value, but the racism is still rampant, utterly rampant. You can read Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. She will say that the Aryans were the red race. So, goodness, what's that all about? She would talk about black folks being the Lemurians, but she won't give up that she herself was black, Southern Russian. She won't give up that she studied first in Egypt, then in India, then in Tibet. Won't give that up. So these are important things to consider. You can study these so-called, some of the esoteric traditions, and you can even run across a thing called because many of them are structured after the Kabbalah, but they won't tell you that the Kabbalah came out of Egypt at the end of the 19th dynasty, and that it's patterned from the Book of the Cow in the Book of the Gates. You can go right and read Piankanov's, you can read from the Book of the Gates in the Book of the Coming Forth by Day. You can read about it. It's right there to be read. But you will read, if you read some of the Kabbalah statements, they will talk about, for example, that those who follow the cow must be killed. So they had organized another culture to take the information and to frame it according to their own needs. So that these questions of spirituality, and it is a thing that requires extremely exact study. Extreme exact. As much time as you spend studying mathematics, you'd have to spend studying certain aspects, of numerology, for example, certain aspects of symbolism, certain aspects of knowing how to construct certain domains to operate in. You have to know that in a very precise manner. And I would clearly say, do not do it under no condition without a well-proven master. And a master that does not make you pay an arm and a leg for it, but a master approaches you out of service. Don't get caught by a hustler who wants to hook you in and then take your money or take your sex. One of the two. Or take something else, who knows. But don't get caught by that. But in this time of the move into the black dot, there has, let me give you a little key symbols on the black dot. It relates to the concept of D. And I'm using the Kabbalah symbolism now, the Kabbalah belief, the Kabbalah orientation. It relates to the concept of D, which relates to the concept of Dallath, D-A-L-L-A-T-H, or the door. And it relates to the threshold of the door. If you go to Kemet, for example, and you walk into the doors, say in an Abydos, from the outer courtyard to the inner corridor, you can look down at the bottom lintel of the doorway, and it's done in black rose granite. Black granite with flecks of red. The same stone that is used in the king's chamber for the walls and floor and ceiling. And I think part of it, I'm guessing, may symbolize that when something moves from the immaterial, from a very fast rate of movement, vibratory rate, and slows down, take on a more dense matter state, in other words, the spirit impregnating dense matter. It's mainly a question of vibratory rate or speed, actually. That Earth is seen as a fertilizing factor, but it comes out of something that is dark because you, with your physical concrete eyes, cannot see it and make sense out of it. You have to use something more than your logical mind, but you do have a feeling tone, intuitive mind that has a spirit and a soul and can sense beyond the flesh. And you can also develop instrumentation that is very exact along your spirit tone line that can sense beyond the flesh as well. So to summarize, we stand on the age of these students who are waking up. We are the believers in black science. Black meaning what? We believe in this, we know the spirit. It can be quantitated. It is a lie that it cannot be spoken about in exact measurement terms. That's a tale. We spoke about it in most exact ultimate terms. So we have a mission, and even those of us in the corporate world notice sometimes that we go there, we feel that our souls are being kind of coerced. And our mission is to, again, find out who you are on its multi-levels and what you're going to do about it and how sweet do you want to let it flow. Do you want to let it be sweet or just be all right? Or will it even let you rest? Do you really have a choice in the matter? Do you have a choice in the matter? How many headaches do you want to endure? How many circles? How many going around and around and around? Or do you want to just step on up? Sometimes you don't even have a choice. Thank you, my sisters and brothers, for your attention.
Brother King never ceases to amaze me the way he can compress all this Your badges and your banquet tickets are available at the registration desk. You will need your receipts for your banquet tickets. Okay? But the badges are now ready for you to pick up at the registration desk. Have your receipts to pick up your banquet tickets. Okay?
Good morning. I'm Richard King, and thank you for taking part in this panel entitled Eating Kimware Melon, Eating the Pupil of the Eye of Peru. And it is a pleasure to be a part of this fabulous conference on the contemporary black male here at the City College of New York, here in the boroughs, near the World Trade Center. It is being hosted by many folks in this community, in particular Marvel King Productions. So again, it's a pleasure to be a part of our people's holding forth on this very critical subject. And I'll try to share some thoughts with you today on the issues of Kimware, melanin, and the eye of Peru. In particular, the issue of the pupil. Now this is the part two, seeing we had the same issue presented yesterday, but it will not be a repeat. It will be additional. So I'll try to just give a quick summary of some things that were presented yesterday, and at the same time try to approach some things that were not presented yesterday. First, in a definition of the title, Kim, K-M, W-R, we have chalk today, so let me write this on the board. This word Kim is the current day English translation of a Medu Neter, also known as hieroglyph, shown in this fashion, in which a piece of wood was shown burnt on one end with a human person standing behind. This was the name for Kemet, or the word Kim, or the blackened wood, and the person would symbolize the land of the black people. When European Africans came across this Medu Neter for Kim, for the name for the nation, what is known as Egypt, they mistranslated it to mean the land of the black soil. Of course, they wanted to whitenize Egypt because it would not fit their lie that was being passed off in the academic circles, by which people felt justified to kill, rape, and maim our people to pay for their entire civilization, be it intellectual, be it material, be it spiritual. The rationalization was given that we're bringing them out of the jungle, we're giving them Christ. They're nothing but heathens. They're 3/5 of a human, so it's okay if you rape and maim them because they're only subhumans to begin with. You could not do that intellectually if that was seen as mother and father, if that was seen as the ones who inhabited the original Eden. You could not do that. But again, that's the lie. This lie was maintained in particular. It didn't just start with enslavement, as some would say. It did not start when slavery got off to a real big push following 1492 with the opening up for the some Europeans, should we say, of the so-called New World. It did not start with industrialization. This antagonism between the European African, or as the so-called lowly Asiatic, had been present probably from the beginning in the interaction between the Africans and their children. Because indeed, the European African is a children of his black parents, but with a different mindset, no doubt, but nonetheless, a child. Now, so this point is a very critical one to maintain. If Kim represents blackness, if you burn wood, then you have, and what has happened, you've oxidized or you've burned off some of the other atoms, and you end up with some atoms that cannot be burned at room temperature. And you reduce it down to its basic carbon compound. Carbon being an atom that is the basic living block of life. It is a basic living block of all matter that is called living. Now, from an African perspective, all things are some stage of life. But what we commonly call those things that are moving fast enough for us to see it, then we call that life. Though a rock may be life waiting to be billions of years from now, since we can't wait a billion years, we may not give it value. But seeing a plant move as it grows, and seeing an animal form move as it grows, in both cases, their living chemical structure is composed of the carbon atom, and so we call the study of living tissue, that is, so, in a certain kind of definition, animal matter and plant matter, organic chemistry. And organic chemistry is a study of those things that have the carbon atom as a major component of their nature. But if you look at the carbon atom in its physical state, and if you touch it, and when it's still in a kind of loose granular state, it is what you call soot. It's black. Just as black as you ever want to see. Why is it black? It is black because of its unique physical properties. It is able to bond with 4 different hydrogen atoms or the equivalents, and it forms a cube. It also can form chains, so-called benzene rings, and other things. It can be long chains and cubes, and it also form a 6-sided kind of shape as well. It also can form a icosahedron, the so-called Buckminster Fuller type, almost like a circle, if you will, with many edges around it. That's what it will do. This carbon atom is found in all living plants and all animal forms on this planet. The carbon atom itself is not made on this planet. The carbon atom is made as a result of the formation of main sequence stars in space itself, that as a star forms from interstellar gas clouds, it will condense by the function of gravity, pulling together these huge millions of light years across of interstellar gas clouds into a compact ball of interstellar gas that, depending upon its size, if it's large enough, the pressure weighing down upon the center will cause a nuclear furnace to ignite, and it will burn away its contents as the heavy pressure weighs down upon above. And these stars will form, and the initial atom being born is hydrogen, and as the center of the star, with this great pressure weighing upon it, will force atoms together in a fusion type fashion, such that the hydrogen atoms will then combine together to form now helium, in which you have 2 hydrogen atoms combined together, and then the helium atoms will further combine together to form the next one, or an atom that has 4, and you will begin to build up and have heavier weight atoms in the core of the star, and so that a certain stage is reached, and when a star goes to its first supernova explosion, where it blows away its outer shell, it blows away a carbon shell, black carbon, in space itself. And the black carbon will then seed the interstellar gas clouds millions of light years across. This happens throughout our galaxy and other observable galaxies throughout the known universe. So this black thing that we talk about, yes, it happened in Kemet. Yes, it happened on planet Earth. But it is a universal kind of issue that applies across time and space. No matter what lie is said about black, nature don't lie.
And that's not the lie. That's not the truth that nature sees it, just the opposite. So as we see, I'm just trying to paint a picture again as we lead up to this question. As we see that the stars are born from inner solar gas clouds that often contain huge amounts of carbon-containing compounds, and they're just not simple carbon chain compounds. There are also carbon compounds that are sometimes very complex that have actually formed living tissue in space, or complex organic molecules, some of them even looking like small bacteria in space itself, space being alive. This outer, so that we have our own solar system, the so-called Milky Way, and we're about, at this range, about 1/3 of the way out along the disk. It takes our sun and its planetary family 250,000 years to make one complete orbit perpendicular to the plane of the Milky Way. In this disk region is where we find the inner solar gas clouds, and this is where new star formation is taking place. And as it passes through this disk, the sun and who knows what else, it is shaped, the sun and its planetary family, in moving through space, looks like a giant sperm with the sun at its head and the planets in its tail. And as it passes through this outer shell or covering of the sun and its planetary family, is called the Oort cloud. It is composed of large balls of ice that were there from the beginning of the formation of the planet, of the sun and planetary system, about 4.5 billion years old. And these large balls of ice will from time to time break away and then move into the interior of the sun and its planetary family, and that is what is called comets. The comets will melt upon being exposed to sunlight, and they will, but very important, this ball of ice, these balls of ice, as it passes through the galactic disk, they get bathed in blackness as it passes through those black carbon-containing inner solar gas clouds. So it makes good sense that when the Halley's Comet came close to this inner circle of planets about 2 years ago, and the Russians sent up a probe to get about 2 miles away from it, or 20 miles there or so, and they envisioned the surface of Halley's Comet. It was found to be jet black because it was bathed by carbon-containing compounds. And as these comets pass through near the sun, they melt and give off tails. But those tails contain black particles that were on its surface. So what is it doing? It's seeding space itself. And it seeds space itself, and as the planets pass through that area, we have dust coming down from the sky. Black stuff. Melanin. So I had to paint that kind of picture so you can see that despite the lie, especially in the universities, nature don't tell that lie. You can put your hand out, you can go to the clearest mountain away from New York. We got a lot of dust from smokestacks and stuff. Go to Antarctica, put your hand out, and get your melanin in your hand from the stars. Or grab your skin, and don't feel bad about it, because you are not second rate. Not if the universe is being painted with a black pen. No way. But notice this thing of Kim. So Kim refers to black, and it was called the land of the black folks because they were people who lived in a high sunlight environment, and they had come from the south, as it was said in the so-called the papyrus of Hunefer, as defined by Dr. Yusef Ben Yochanan. It said that the Africans said, the Egyptians said that we come from the mountain of the moon. The mountain of the moon is another name for Kilimanjaro. Another name that is given for Mountain of the Moon is the 7 volcanic peaks in Uganda, the Mount Rwenzori mountain range. Again, these high mountain regions that also the Kilimanjaro has 12 months of ice in its upper aspects. In the heart of Africa, near the border of Kenya and Tanzania. So these are important issues to contain. But Kim refers to black. Where is a name for the god that the Greeks called Osiris. And he was called, or he is called a neter, or a god that refers to the perfect black. So we had a way of looking at blackness and said, no, there's a way of being not just good with it, there's a way of being perfect black. And as we reviewed yesterday in the mythology, it's a very complex way of seeing things, that Wosir is the god of the underworld. He sits on a perfect black cube with eyes, the all-seeing eyes, the omnipotent eyes, the omnipotent, omnipresent eyes. And he sits in judgment of the souls of those who've passed away. And he determines by the reading of their deeds, of their book of life, if they deserve to pass on to the various gates of Amenta, or if they should be gobbled up right then and there. So, if you will, blackness or perfect black leads you into, very directly, statements having to do with access to a menta. What is this word, amenta? What is this word, amenta? A-M-E-N hyphen T-A. A-M-E-N hyphen T-A. Now I should know we're using the words Wosir and Osiris, but these same names have other titles that mean the same. You can use the Yoruba. You can use Christianity. You could probably even use street hip talk and end up with some of these same names. Yimiya, I don't know, that does not correspond to Wosir. Would be another of these various orishas that we hear about in some of the African traditional religions, misnamed the animism. You can hear about it in the Dogon philosophy that's taught about in the Book of Pale Fox. You can read about it also in some of the major Christian deities. Again, it gets being copies of earlier African issues. But Amenta Amen is the hidden God. Ta is the special place or the abode. The special place or the abode of the hidden God. Now, sure enough, I have to say like we said, sure enough, this is the real deal here. Sure enough, inside of us, we Africans, and all humans, have a God force within. And sure enough, these profound African scholars, these dedicated African men and women whose missions are beyond comprehension, had come to see through extremely detailed study that by a very exact educational process involving the training on one level, but more importantly the education. By education meaning to find your thing, to find out what is your mission in life. What thing do you do perfectly? What thing do you do that sends a chill up your spine, that makes your systems come together, makes you feel like you're running on time? What is that? But by a twofold process of embracing the left pillar and the right pillar, by training the intellectual, logical left brain cortex, by a study of the science of nature itself, by observing mathematical, concrete relationships and very exalted transcendent relationships, and then by training the right brain, the so-called emotive or way of the heart, by living a right life, a Matian life, if you will, that was based upon your relationships with your fellow family members, by relating them in a way in which you could mutually grow and tell the truth. That by doing those two things, you could make that left brain and right brain do their thing, and when it did so, they would begin to work together in a unified fashion, and you had truly unified the opposites. You had made one, you had put one and one together, and you had got three. And when you did the third factor, you ascended, you transcended, you transformed. Your flower bloomed, your rose bloomed, your 1,000-petaled rose bloomed, your lotus broke out the waters of none and opened itself to the rays of Ra. And then you could be able to what? Eat that pupil. You could be what? You could be able to see light itself and see a much greater range of relationships. And you could have communion with the immortals and other netters that were gods themselves. So this is why we're dealing with part 2 today. Because part 2 we got to kick it on up. And we laid a foundation yesterday so we can step on it a little more today. But notice this question of Kim, blackness, that something it is black because it does what? It's able to absorb all forms of light. It doesn't reflect anything back. So when you look at black, that means nothing lost. It all went in. I mean, it all went in. Nothing. This book is yellow because the color yellow is being reflected back. But this color is black. Nothing coming back on that. If it all goes in, where's it going? Where'd it go? It unlocks a door. It energizes you to then have the power to transform and then to expand your vision and to open up your eye of Horu. It's allowing you to see not the external world, but it's now allowing you to see the hidden world, the Amen factor. And the Amen factor allows you to see the whole world. So these are some philosophical theories, and I will attempt to offer some illustrations of them in the everyday life. But these ideas of Kimware and Amenta are extremely important. Now, I'll just give you a little backdrop on the biology to further. I mean, someone said I'm supposed to be a melanin man. I think that's my mission in life. I've been told by 2 sisters who are both seers that, boy, you better work with that because that's your thing. And if you don't work with that, there's a sister in the invisible world who has a stick, and she's going to go upside your head. If I hear her just even raising it, I say, all right, I understand. I'll try to do better. And so we have these guardians and guides that kind of walk with us. This may sound like crazy talk, but so be it. Because the craziness from my perspective, I've lived it enough to know through personal experience, this is a real deal for me. And so that I am concerned with those kind of labels, but less so, because this is what I see is working. So going on with it, we talked about the subjects related to melanin. It's a long story having to do with melanin. And let me first give you some references so you won't have to kind of struggle with a lot of guessing and belief. And these are key references. First, there is a book that we'll have downstairs and this is a self-serving statement if there ever was one, called The African Origin of Biological Psychiatry. There are probably just a few volumes left. Maybe they'll last most of the afternoon, maybe they won't. And that's a book that I've written that does have some key references in it. The African Origin of Biological Psychiatry. It has the Black Dots Part 1, 2, and 3 articles, the Uraeus 1 through 4, the Symbolism of the Crown. It also has a reference entitled The Eye of Horu from the Pyramid text and The Eye of Horu from the Coffin text. These are both old Kemetic books 6,000 years old in one case, 4,000 years old in another. Another book that I would highly recommend, of course, would be a author known as Carol Barnes, who has a book on melanin, the key to black genetic greatness. Carol Barnes. Another one that I would really also recommend would be a book entitled Melanotropins, Melanotropins, by Eberle, Eberle. Melanotropins by Eberle, published by Krager out of Basel, Switzerland. Another one that I would highly recommend would be an article entitled Melanin, the Organizing Molecule by Frank Barr, published in August of 1983 in the journal known as Medical Hypothesis. Again, Frank Barr, the Organizing Molecule, 1983, the journal entitled Medical Hypothesis. There are books that come out about every 2 or 3 years called the Pigment Cell Symposium, so there must be at least 2 books, one on normal physiology of the melanocyte, one on the so-called pathophysiology of the melanocyte, and they're published by a international Pigment Cell Symposium group, largely Western Europeans, and also many Japanese scientists as well. That's a very jargony book, full of jargon, but it's worth wading through. And there must be at least 10 separate issues, 2 volumes each in those issues. One could also look at the book on the pineal gland by Russell Ritter, volumes 1, 2, and 3. That would be a very nice scene on the pineal. Pineal Chemistry by W.B. Quay, which was published in the early 1970s, also published by Charles C. Thomas Publisher, which would be of value. One could also look at the New England Journal of Medicine. I think it was in 1977, June 9th and June 16th. There's a 2-part article by a person named Richard Wortman entitled The Pineal Organ, Part 1 and Part 2. And also in Experientia, I think in just maybe this year or maybe last, there's a nice, very recent series of publications on the pineal gland. So those would, and if one really wants to get a very nice piece, and you can get a hold of the book called The Man, Grand Symbol of the Universe by Manly P. Hall, published by Philosophical Research out of Los Angeles, and they have a very nice section on the esoteric history of the pineal gland in Man, Grand Symbol of the Universe by Manly P. Hall. It takes you through the Western traditions. It will stop grossly short of the African traditions. So these are some articles, and there's but then if you really want to get shown off for real with it, then go ahead and get a copy of the Pyramid Text. Get a copy of the Coffin Text, and read through the Coffin Text. The translations by Richard Faulkner would be partially sufficient. We have to do our own translations. And in that 3-volume series of the Pyramid Text, you'll find over 200 individual references to the pineal gland. So that's why I wanted to take it this morning. If you're going to put up with me, then so be it. Let us look at an article that I have had been blessed with enough time and life and circumstance to have an opportunity to kind of tease these articles out. And I've been fortunate to write a little paper entitled The Selected Reference to the IFO Rule from the Coffin Text. I have just one copy here. For those of you who live in New York, at the First World Lecture Series in Harlem next Saturday, they have many other copies of this available, and I hope to be there on the 23rd of June, and there will be other copies. And there will be a Kim Ware meeting at City Council on the 24th, the following Sunday, which we'll also have. Now, there's also a Kim Ware Science Consortium that meets every year that has many of the Kemetic scholars who work on these issues. Myself, Rickety Wimby, Rosalind Jeffries, Leonard Jeffries, Carol Barnes, Hunter Adams, Malachi Andrews, Phil Coran, and Francis Cress Welsing. So that time you have a chance to get us all in one place and kind of hear from us. Now, let me start with a reference, and I think it comes from the coffin text, and I believe that it is section 157 from volume 1, page 135 through 136, and then maybe another section on volume number 3, section 859, page 38 through 39. But here's the exact quote. It reads, "O N, I give to you the eye of Horu, because of which the gods were merciful." Let me give a little commentary on each passage. I gave you the eye of Horu, and because of it, the gods were merciful. Now, in Stolen Legacy, written by George James in chapter 3, it clearly states that the Africans saw the purpose of education to be salvation. Not training, education. And education was to be an experience in which you saved your hidden God, your Ta factor, from being lost. Africans knew that inside of us, this hidden God was enchained by various fetters or chains. It was enchained by the physical coffin, the physical body. Not to put the physical body down, to glorify it, but know that if you only fed the physical body, the soul body, let alone the spirit body, would never get free. So they were about an exact educational process to free up this soul spirit body from the physical body. And once that had been done, you would know it because the inner eye would open up. That was your report card. If you did it, you could see. If you didn't do it, no matter how much you claimed to have done it, they would show you things, and you say, "Oh, I didn't see a thing." You would remain blind. "I didn't hear a thing. I don't smell a thing. I don't know it." And they say, "Oh, slave, get out of here." Meaning what? That slavery is not only a statement of physical chains, slavery is also a statement of mental chains. Let's freeze frame that right quick. Critically, the oppressor is a slave. Critically, the oppressor is a slave. He and she can only rule mama and daddy as long as they make everybody else slaves. If the oppressor is blind in their eye, then they can only rule by keeping those who have the ability to have an open eye blind. So here goes the game. Hide all educational things that can open up mom and daddy's eye. Keep mom and daddy asleep, please. Because if mom and daddy ever wake up, King Kong will get me. That's the basic fear underlying their thing. Yes, Darth Vader, you will get me. But Darth Vader had to have a black voice. Wasn't going to pay him front money. Because everybody inside of themselves know. You don't have to really listen to Richard King to know this. You know it. How do you know it? And everybody has this dialogue. Everybody really knows the game. Because the inner mind is always, this top factor saying, "Hey, wait a minute, you might be a slave, but hey, check this." It's always rapping to you. You say, "Now, could it really be that crazy?" Yes, it is that crazy. That could really be going on. I could really be a god. But no, but it's always telling what's really going on, and you have to keep it quiet because we've been trained to what? To keep it hidden. But back to it, the slave master very actively, who is a slave for his or herself, because they have eaten only the lesser eye of Horu. They got a little bit of knowledge, but can't go beyond that, because they're not leading, living, ethical, moral lives. Here we are in New York. Bottom line, it's a crime only if you get caught. That's the bottom line. Dog eat dog. Give whatever rap you can to get over. It's the epitome of the Western world right here. Only a fool tells the truth all the time. Say what you got to say to get over it. But Camites knew that, hey, I have to tell the truth because Ta inside of me knows. And one day I must face this. Camites led their life not for the immediate present. They led their lives for eternity. So I'm a God. I'm going to live my life based upon godly principles. And I want to make sense to myself, not to whether I can get over with IRS, whether I can get over with this cop, that cop, or with my wife or my child. I got to make sense to myself. So they had a much higher standard of philosophy and psychology. And so I'll say to you again that the issue of freeing up the inner God is very, very important. Again, by a twofold educational process, trained in knowing science and also studying ethics. So the first step of the educational process was one in which you, quote, you first realize that such a thing was even important. You wake up and say, well, wait a minute. Now, you mean I can't go for the New York hustle? I can't live that way any longer? There's something else out there? If I got to pay my bills, I got to get my sugar, I got to have all these girlfriends or boyfriends to make me feel powerful. I got to have this little chemical jack up so I can quote, get ready to get ready. I got to have my taste. I got to have my finery so people who will give me entree just because of my presence and what I appear to be able to do for them. I got to have something. But something else says, no. That ain't what it's about. So the neophyte is the beginning awakenings of this. And at that point, as a psychiatrist, which I am, people often experience headaches, pains. You know what I say to that? Good, glorious, lovely. You hurting? All right now. You're waking up. I've never seen a painless childbirth ever. The pains, are you dying? I feel like I'm dying. You look pretty intact to me. I feel like I'm dying because I'm beginning to, quote, to look at things that I was miseducated in, and I was told lies. I was told that if I don't have this, that, and the other, that people won't love me, that I can't make it. But goodness, I'm letting some of these things go. I'm not throwing away all my responsibilities, mind you, but I'm beginning to do some other kinds of work that folks call crazy, and people are actually beginning to feel better about it. It don't make sense to me. My whatever didn't tell me this was the way, but it's beginning to make me feel fed. So here we have this Ta factor that begins to wake up. A person begins to feel real pain, illusionary pain, the pains of birth. And as the Ta factor wakes up, it begins to exercise its hunger, a kind of hunger in which you can't even feel fed by a physical thing. No matter how much love action you put inside yourself, no matter how many goodies you put inside yourself, the Ta said, that ain't the food. That's not the one. And then you begin to feed it knowledge and good deeds, and you begin to feel uplifted. Oh. So that continues on, and a person begins much more involved because the education that is required is one of a lifetime. And it is, again, a very detailed study of mathematics and knowledge and science, a very detailed relationship of study of relationships, a very detailed self-examination. It is shown enough super college degree stuff, where you sit down and keep a daily dream record, for example, and you study math, you study science, you study relationships, you find these other things to make sense of your environment. And you do it in a very exact way. You know that going to the library is a kind of feeding. Going to the museum is a kind of feeding. That you need to have a shelf full of food called books to feed yourself and feed your family. And that goes on. At the same time, one has a very active dream process that is telling you where you are in the process. First, one begins to have images of the wild girl and the wild boys, depending on whatever physical sex type you are, trying to say, come here, little sweetie thing. And then one has that kind of dance that you begin to, quote, change your relationships and begin to ask for more mature relationships with your spouse and of yourself. And as that continues to grow, then one has what is called the mystical marriage, the holy union, the conjunction of opposites, in which one actually has intimacy with self. Not talking about somebody living on a mountaintop being a hermit, because how are you going to find out about the African, if I'm an African man, how can I find out about the African woman except by being with her and dealing with her on a day-to-day basis? Yes, she's going to change on me every day, every minute, but I do the same thing. And we have to deal with each other, and we have to, quote, hold a mirror up to each other to reflect each other's contradictions. You said you love me, but you do this and that, but, and finding what works and what doesn't work. This is a very important thing. But listen here, it says, I give you the eye of Uru, because of which the gods were merciful. The gods were merciful because you had begun to communicate with them. You could talk to them. I'm going to go on for a few minutes more, and then we're going to have questions and answers, so we'll have an active dialogue. Nothing worse than to sit here and watch somebody go on and on, because the mind at a certain point will just say, toodaloo, don't tune out. You have to get overload. Or you begin to have, or as you sit and talk, certain thoughts may trigger flashes to other times in your own life, and you find that the ta factor is actually working, or you're beginning to think of the things that seem not to be related, but it's already pulling you in. Or you just might be utterly bored to let me just hurry up and get out of here. I wish I had enough guts to walk out this guy's presence. But anyway, it says, when I give you the eye of Uru, betake it to yourself. I give you the eye of Uru, which they guarded. It is guarded, no doubt about it. You do not gain access to this powerful stuff unless you can pass the test. And the gatekeepers are who? Who are the gatekeepers? The gatekeepers of the eye of Uru are our grandparents' grandparents who have already passed on. Your bloodline of the men and women who have done good deeds are the one who are living entities, I don't know where, but they live. And they consciously communicate with you and I in the here and now, and they determine whether you and I are qualified even to gain more knowledge. Dr. King, that's not said by Sigmund Freud. No, it is not. He wouldn't say it publicly because he was quite aware of the game. But it is said, let us check it out. How would you know? How many of you have lost a mother or a father? Shortly after they passed on, when did you see them again? Did they come visit you in a dream and talk with you? Was that just fantasizing, wishing them to still be there? No. How many of you have gone through periods of crisis thereafter, and mama and daddy came back to you again? They never leave you. But see, if you know that, then you're not a slave. If you know that mom and daddy could have passed on and still talk to you, then the oppressor could not scare you with his paycheck. Because you know that something else goes beyond the grave. And yes, a paycheck is very important to pay immediate bills in here and now. But there's some things that are beyond the paycheck. And I must keep that tight too. I must be in communication with that. So, it is guarded by our ancestors. They're determined by your good deeds because they know that you can get this information and this way of living. And if you abuse it, you can hurt yourself easily. Easily. You can easily open up an eye of Uru factor with somebody who's undeveloped and then you can get in communion with the lower astral forms and be possessed by devils and demonic demons easily, real quick. Possess you in a minute and say, go do this, go do that, and give you a rap that makes a lot of sense, but it's all wrong. Give me an example, Dr. King. Try any heavy mind expander. Chemical mind expander. What do you mean by chemical mind expander? Well, standard street drugs. Or drugs that I give under the guise of medicine. I can put some drugs on you in a minute that'll put you in another state. And if you don't have the right heart, and something will grab you in a second and take you out of here real quick. And it will all make sense. It can be it crack cocaine, be it marijuana, be it old granddad, be it some vodka, be it water, be it a lot of steak. No matter what the chemical mind expander might be, that if you get into a so-called subliminal state in which you're almost in a half-sleep state, where the conscious mind is kind of suppressed, and you're beginning to have revelry, kind of a dream state, and while awake, you can get possessed easily. I give you the eye of Haru with your mouth is open. The pupil which is in the eye of Haru, eat it. How can you eat the pupil? How can you eat the center of the eye when it is all black and nothing but space itself? I think our people are trying to tell us something in that very profound remark. You're trying to, I think, and it's only my little Watts country boy from Watts, California. That's where I grew up. Understanding it's only his guess. That it may be saying there's a blackness that you can swallow, and you have to be prepared to let yourself go and to swim in the sea of none. And to not look upon yourself as, quote, trying to be in charge of nature, trying to be a hot dog or big power in charge, but to see that you are nature itself. You have been born as a child of God in the bosom of nature, and you are well loved. And you're not alone. That mama and daddy and all your mamas and daddy that preceded them are with you every second of the day. And if you do right deeds, they will walk with you. And heaven is not a thing to be. Heaven is right now. It all depends whether you can, quote, get to the heaved up place, or so-called heaven, the crown factor, and unlock your ta or your eye of Haru. Oh, and I give you the eye of Haru, and you will not be ill. You will not get ill because you will not get out of step with yourself and develop disease that will then be just an attempt to bring you back to self. So these are some points that are raised up under this heading of eating of the eye of Haru. Again, the pineal gland is a light, which is the physical counterpart to the eye of Haru. The eye of Haru is said to be the so-called third eye. The eye of Haru did not originate in eastern India. It originated in Kemet. And we called it Uraeus, U-R-A-E-U-S. Looking at the name Uraeus, U-Ray-us. The Ra, or the light factor, that binds us back to us. The Ta, that God factor inside of us that binds us back or allows us to be in communion with the us. Another name for the us is called the Nun, the collective unconscious, the tree of life. The tree of life being all of your ancestors who make up your bloodline, past and future. Now, a point to be given, and let me just kind of take a little sideline. Certainly, there is a knowledge that is being passed on to this day of how some of these things apply. And there is a certain cultural groups, and the Western world has expressed a fair amount of their so-called knowledge of so-called esoteric science through a thing called the Kabbalah, the K-A-B-B-A-L-H, Kabbalah, K-A-B-B-L-A-H or K-A-B-B-A-L-A. And it supposedly had a secret, the written and the unwritten Kabbalah. And supposedly in the 1300s, a Jewish scholar in Spain committed the unwritten Kabbalah, which was an oral tradition, to the printed page. Now the Jewish scholar in Spain was a black person, a black Jew, who was part of the Western Africans who had migrated to Spain from 700 AD through 1400 AD and ruled Spain. And that Jewish person was part of a group of black Hebrews who had migrated from Kemet after once Kemet fell, and migrated across the whole width of Africa and were part of the black Jews who were Africans who were present in Western Africa. Now that has nothing to do with the Khazars, who came from what is Western Russia, who adopted Judaism in an attempt to be a world power and not take on Christianity in the West or Islam in the East. So you can want to read about the 13th tribe that describes the issue of the so-called Khazars, K-O-S-A-R, by Arthur Kessler. That would be of extreme importance. But it is said that the Jews received that supposedly this Kabbalah, which has several, again, the literal and dogmatic parts, and other parts, that the Kabbalah was received by Adam in the Garden of Eden from the angel Raziel. Now let's decipher some of this. The Garden of Eden is where? Africa. Ra, you see right away. Sun god Ra. And Adam, or the so-called Admon Kadmon, which you'll read about in many other works in the Kabbalah, and certainly in C.T. Young's Mysterium Conjunctionis and the Collective Unconscious volumes in his collected works. The Adam Kadmon is often pictured in the alchemical works as that in the vessel in which the alchemical work was done, there was a black factor in which the Admon Kadmon made up the black stuff from which the later things were made from gold, and later we transmuted from the raw material into gold. So it was saying that from all of us, we all came from a black origins, all humans, and that no matter where you are in space and time, there is a huge strata of the unconscious mind that is your black ancestry. So that's a key part. Another part is to ask, when did the Jews leave Kemet? Or when were they asked to leave? And why? Now, various scholars will have severe conflict, and various close African scholars that I hold in the highest regard will certainly tongue lash me for saying a thing like this, but I must bear with it and try and stand to be corrected. But perhaps, I say perhaps, in the period after the overthrow of the Hyksos, with the emergence of the so-called New Kingdom, the time of 17th, 18th dynasties was a war of liberation in which they were forced out, and the people who were called the Hyksos, and the black Hebrews had supposedly struck an alliance with the Hyksos, and they were being asked to leave because they had collaborated with the invaders. But nonetheless, in the book Moses and Monotheism by Sigmund Freud, he clearly says that Moses was an Egyptian hierophant priest, and that the Mosaic laws that they took out of Egypt as they were asked to leave did come from the Egyptian priesthood, or it was their high science. So I would say that the Kabbalah originated when they left Egypt, and they took with them certain books that were being used in the universities at that time. So if you hear about the so-called Kabbalah with its 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana and its various stations and paths, then you must ask, does that bear any resemblance to the Book of the Gates that was being used by the Camites at the same time, or the Book of the Celestial Cow? Then you should go ahead and read the copy of the Coming Forth by Day, the so-called Book of the Dead, and read about the 22 gates, the 21 gates, and know that you're talking about the same thing, and it has an African context. So you can really skip over or see the correlation between the Kabbalah and the Book of the Gates, and they're very, very important. So those are important issues to consider. But let me just kind of end on this issue about the eye for Ruth, and then we'll have some questions and answers that will illustrate many other points. The pineal gland is a light-sensitive organ. It is present in the midbrain. It forms the floor of the third ventricle. At the back of the third ventricle is a fluid-filled chamber that contains the cerebrospinal fluid. In the front of the third ventricle is the pituitary gland. And the pineal actually works very closely with the pituitary gland and the other endocrine glands along the spinal column axis. During nighttime, the pineal releases the hormone melatonin, which affects the onset of sleep and dreams, and during daytime releases the hormone serotonin. The pineal gland in the older life forms, be it fish or reptiles, amphibians, exists as an actual third and fourth eye on the back of the head. So when you hear about the so-called eye of Uru, understand that we have inside of us a gland that used to be an eye of physical vision, but now it is an eye of transcendent vision. It really is an eye. But in the higher life forms, humans, it allows us to walk around with a portable library that is infinite in degree. So humans walk around with a portable library that has everything that exists in nature in its memory banks. Hear that? Humans have a terminal or an eye that allows them to access the so-called universal memory bank throughout all time and space. And by being able to do that, it makes you a God. By being able to do that, it makes you a God. You get the knowledge, and you have the ability to project yourself, the core of your soul body, in time and space itself. So that's a real gem in kind of a encapsulated form, I believe. The pineal gland works in concert. As a person becomes more spiritually developed, it will increase its hormonal output, and it will operate more in synchrony during the daytime. You will have melatonin released during the daytime. The hormone melatonin has a profound effect upon the pigment production throughout the brain, throughout the skin, throughout other organs as well. That the hormone, melanin as a hormone, is present not only in skin, but also in the brain stem, and other body sites, in the meninges, the lining of the brain. It's also present in the lungs, heart, all the organs. And it's said by some to allow, and it really is, to understand it, it probably is more of an issue that you can approach by study of electromagnetism or magnetic fields than you can by looking at simple linear cell link-ups. It's much more complex than that. The hormone melanin is present again in the melanocyte, which originates from the neural crest. That as the melanin is present in the father's egg, mother's sperm, prior to conception, upon conception, it forms the outer, it organizes itself in the outer coating of the early prefetal cell called the blastula stage. It is present in the outer germ layer called the ectoderm. The ectodermal layer invaginates, becomes a so-called neural tube. The neural tube becomes the brain and spinal column, and there's blackness all along all of that. From the neural tube and neural crest, many of the pinealocytes and also what later is called the melanoblasts do originate and populate the skin at the junction of the epidermis and dermis. Then the melanocytes are also, the pinealoblasts also originate there and later are organized in the core of the brain, in the midline of the brain itself. That the hormone that is released, called melanin, is injected into skin cells as they migrate up from the dermal layers of skin up to the surface layers, and that the hormone organizes itself over the nucleus of the skin cells. It protects the cells from exposure to sunlight and ultraviolet light, so it will stop them from becoming cancerous upon the loss of base pairs upon exposure to UV light. So this is a very important issue, but also it acts to modulate light as it passes through. Melanin does circulate in blood, especially in the lymphatic flow. You'd want to read a book called Ethnic Pigmentation by H.P. Wasserman. But the pigmentation that passes in blood is also people who have lots of pigmentation like you and I. We have melanin deposition in the lymph nodes. I'm giving you kind of a long spiel now. In the lymph nodes, in people who have pigmentation, there are altered levels of adrenal steroids in black folks as compared to whites. There's a different level of.
And when it comes to the subject matter of melanin, well, that's an ocean. So let's just take a little cupful and sustain ourselves with. And let us begin with this concept that in terms of how old is melanin? What is melanin? How does it work in us? And is it present in some people and not in others? Let's take the last point. It's present in all living life forms that have a backbone. Do you hear that? Just as chlorophyll is present throughout the plant kingdom, melanin is present in the animal kingdom. I don't mean in terms of any kind of morality, I mean just in terms of it's able to capture light and to pass it on to do other things as an energy form. So chlorophyll captures light and produces a fuel that allows the plant kingdom to flourish. In a like fashion, melanin captures light and allows the animal form. So let's do a little brief review of 101 embryology, 102 anatomy, and 102 called living. First, where does it begin? The key atom that makes up long chains of melanin is made in the core of a star after it goes through a conversion from a diamond core, which is crystalline carbon, and then it implodes and goes into a supernova, hundreds of thousands of several million degrees centigrade, expands out in space and sheds that fractured diamond into a form called nanodiamonds, N-A-N-O diamonds. Nanodiamonds make up the dust of space. Now, we have to step back a minute and realize this, that in terms of life itself, the universe is made up of dark energy and dark matter and light energy. You know that dark matter and dark energy makes up 96% of all of the universe. So all the stars that we see throughout the universe is only 4% of reality. The vast majority of the real world is dark and black and unseen. It doesn't mean that it's dirty. It just means that it's ancient, trillions of years old. And so your ancestral realm to which we move is made up of all of that dark stuff. So to pass and be in the communication with the dark realm, and if you want more on this subject, I would encourage you to read Science Magazine. Science Magazine, June the 1st, 2012, last Friday's issue. And it has an article there about dark matter and dark energy. There used to be, when people would start discussing melanin, say, oh, that's pseudoscience. But let me tell you, when you quote in Science Magazine, you're quoting the top journal in science in the English-speaking world. That's the top of the line. So this notion that melanin is something dark or unseen. What about different forms of humanity? If you do not have melanin, you can't even get conceived, let alone born, let alone grow up and become an adult or a family. All humans are different forms of humanity that vary in different shades of skin melanin. The skin melanin is made with the enzyme tyrosinase, and there's some genetic defects that cause some to have more, some to have less. But have you ever heard of the word called neuromelanin? Melanin in the brain itself? And do you know that neuromelanin is made from the enzyme hydroxylase? Now you can get a copy of a book that's entitled Why Darkness Matter, talk about neuromelanin, or one of my books called Melanin, A Key to Freedom, from Amazon.com, or The African Origin of Biological Psychiatry, also on Amazon.com. And it goes into great detail with a lot of reference. I have some new ones that are in my mind that are in various stages of production. But notice this, where is melanin before a child is conceived? It is present in the outer layer of the mother's egg. It is present in the mitochondria, the energy-producing organelles in the tail of the spermatozoa. When those two meet, and then they join together, within a matter of hours following fertilization, that fertilized zygote doesn't allow any more sperm to come in. And the outer layer of milk from that mitochondria in this father's tail and the other one in the mother's egg joins together and makes up the outer coat. So melanin in the fertilized egg, so that coming back to it, the melanin formed in the outer layer forms the fertilized ectoderm. There's a middle layer called the mesoderm and an inner layer called the endoderm. And that's present of all life forms with a backbone. That's how it is in your mother's fallopian tube, whether you are a fish, reptile, amphibian, mammal, higher or lower mammals, certainly any kind of human, from Russia, from Japan, from Brazil, from any place. This is a basic formula of living life forms on this planet. On the third day, after that fertilized ball of cells, which is called in technical language the morula, which means black ball. In other words, no matter what your skin ornament may look like, your black ball is passing from your mother's fallopian tube into the uterus, the holy womb. And it impregnates in the wall of the uterus, and on that third day, it begins to produce two hormones, HCG, human gonadotrophic hormone, and melanocyte-stimulating hormone. HCG is a hormone that is measured to prove that a sister is pregnant. You look at those HCG present, but that's, if you see it, it means, oh, that black ball is inside the womb and being nourished by that womb. So, and then there comes that black dot where the point of fertilization takes place. It begins to move. And the black dot moves up and forms a line. the length of that line becomes the spinal column. That black dot itself expands out to become the brain. And so that outer layer is what we call neuromelanin, black stuff. And now what does it do? Melanin way to the unseen world of dark matter and dark energy. Did you hear that? Melanin is a doorway to dark matter and dark energy. So you hear it too. You hear it with your ears. But in all of these sensory organelles that receive external energy and translate it to signals that can be processed by the mind, soul, and spirit, they all pass through that black realm. In the inner ear, you know there's melanin in the inner ear? The only reason why you can see me if you sit there, because you have a layer of melanin in the pigmented lining of the retinal epithelium. The reason as melanin, as you eat foods, underneath the epidermis of the lining of your gastrointestinal tract, from the mouth all the way to the anus, you find this basic pattern of melanin underlining the sensory epithelium that's translating energy from one realm into the other and then sending signals back out. And you are in constant communication with the ancestral realm in the past, in the present, and the future. And as the brother made known, it speaks about it in rhythmical formulas. Rhythmical, it has a rhythm. If it hits a certain chord, then it hits up and makes associations to other things of the same rhythm that lights up like a Christmas tree. And that's how our black minds function. So we're not just here in this space and time. We have antennae trailing out into the past, present, and future. That's a much more, now in ancient Africa, see, well, Dr. King, you said it's been studied like that. Give me an example how it was present. And the soul of the sunlight was then possessed by that black stone. And the black stone was usually put as a conical point on the pyramid. Not pyramid, but in triangles at the top of obelisks. And it represents, if this is a model of the original pyramid, which is in human form. On top of us, all humans, there is a bin stone. No matter what the skin color is. Why? Surface is skin melanin, internal part is neuromelanin. I have a very good buddy of mine who I went to medical school with, named Dr. Clarence Highshaw. He is a black neurosurgeon from Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama at that. And he said, man, when I work with people's brains, and I look at those parts that have neuromelanin in them, you know that they don't say, what color is it, man? What does it look like? He says, it is biofluorescent. It glows the different shades of color in the darkness. That's a living brain, as biofluorescent, where the melanin is sending energy in and out in different realms, and it's then being processed by the human form. So imagine neuromelanin being a biofluorescent kind of energy. So that this is a very important one. And when you go to sleep at night, most of us are raised up to believe, oh, dreams are unimportant. That ain't nothing. That's a sign of post-traumatic stress syndrome sometimes. Do you get, if you have a conversation with your soul, can you listen to yourself? Can you receive? One brother told me, for example, how he listened for himself And one of the forms which is so conspicuous was that he would pass gas at certain times. Or he'd feel movements or touches at different points in his body. So I hope he didn't have a double tube. Or if he had or you could smell the greens in his gas. But all those have meaning. All of them have meaning. But again, this idea of the bin stone, light coming from the sun and entering the bin stone, and then light would then be released from the bin stone and be taken by the bin bird to fly back to heaven, heaven being the center of the sun. So this idea of star worship and sunlight worship is not unique to Akhenaten 18th dynasty. Well before that. So when you find people who are rediscovering African rites or ancient civilization, and they, or after they have done some pretty rough things to their own parents and ancestors, call it slavery, mental, physical slavery, or whatever else you might want to call it. They have a certain amount of guilt and a fear, not all, but many, of a judgment day, that someday somebody's going to knock on my door. And what will I do? Where can I hide? How are you going to hide from Mr. Melanin knock on your door? And how can you face yourself and make a different decision to do better if it is the next time, and not to do the same wrong things that keep people bound down and stuck in stupid stuff? So again, what's a good way to look upon melanin? If you look at a door, it has a left pillar and a right pillar and an archway. Well, show me, Dr. King, where is melanin present? Do you see it in the left pillar, representing the male left brain? Do you see it in the right pillar, representing the female cortical hemisphere? Do you see it in the archway that links the two together? Show me, Dr. King. When I went to Kemet and went to Abydos, where Osiris was said, the head of Osiris was said to be buried, I saw the doorway leading from the outside courtyard that led to the middle courtyard. I saw in the doorway leading from the middle courtyard going into the innermost courtyard. It looked like this is the brother walking up right on time. I saw that black gate was indeed what is called the threshold, the bottommost archway, to which you, in other words, you had to come from the ground up. But the ground represents that 96% of reality, the dark matter and the dark energy. The dark matter and the dark energy. So I would say to you that as you meditate and hear yourself talking to yourself, and to know that this is a culture that deals in the material realm, lower material, it has a problem dealing with the mind. It is sure enough got a problem dealing with the soul. Spirit is out of sight, out of mind. But you are bubbling over with all of those mental, soul, spirit questions. You hear it knocking on your door all day long. And unless you are fed there, you have a sense of being incomplete, empty, hungry. Hungry for what? How to develop your mind, how to develop your soul, how to come to know your own spirit. So those are struggles of us all. And I, as a psychiatrist, see all too often, as I read the great work being done by Dr. Omar Johnson, the children going through school who are being told, You can't do this, you can't do that. You don't have this credential, that credential. You didn't come from this kind of pedigree. You don't. But I'm saying to you, my sisters and my brothers, that 96% of all the universe comes through that black door. What kind of pedigree, roll call is there in that? Who is to say that you don't have the supreme mind of Nzinga flowing through you? Who is to say that Imhotep doesn't come talk to you from day and night? Who says that? If you have a dream, that wouldn't be wonderful if I could. That's only telling you that's what I want to do. So I won't belabor you with a lot more questions. Is the brother here yet, Brother Johnson?
Yeah.
I thought that was Brother, but the way his presence spoke for itself when he came. He's here? Yes. Okay, so just give me a hand sign when you're ready, brother. Okay, so any of you have any questions, he'll be here up, and he's just getting his presentation before he comes on. Any of you have a question or two, or a comment or two, before I pass this on to our illustrious speaker, Dr. Umar Johnson? Yes.
Yes, I have a question. We know that us black folks, we have melanin. There you go. Let everybody read the question. Okay. Now, for the Caucasians, what can you speak on the melanin that they have?
Okay, well, the correct term for me is a European African.
Okay.
That during the time after the African root population, which was roughly 2 million years ago, left Africa and moved into the other continents, some of them went through adaptation in result to ice ages. Ice ages occur roughly every 100,000 years. So read about the great floods, the great earthquakes, the so-called Crustal shift, the movement of the South Pole to different locations. What are we coming up on the 24th and the 23rd of December? Something may take place. Then there are changes in the surface pigmentation as people struggle to survive. Now, there's also cosmic ray influences, where when something goes supernova that is nearby, then the people who are exposed on the surface, if they don't have sufficient melanin, won't survive. They have to go inside a cave or a hole just to stop the intense gamma ray production that the melanin sometimes can absorb.
Can you say that again?
That the people have to go into places to escape surface radiation if they don't have sufficient skin melanin to absorb the intense sunlight that is the result of some local supernova that may be hundreds of thousands, millions of miles away, but it passes as quickly as light is and then bombards the whole region of space around it. These things occur periodically. We know that during the last ice age, that when somebody else was freezing to death in the high mountain regions, that such was not the case back home. People were living in grandeur and in splendor. So there's a tremendous amount of envy and hatred for mama and daddy who had it going on. But mama and daddy tried to forewarn them. Hey boy, you say you want to have some new housing. Lots of land up there, huh? Do you know what time of day it is? Can you go up there? Can you come back home if things turn on you? And the average young person will say, I got it. I can handle it. Not even knowing what mom and daddy's talking about. And so some of them did pay some grievous prices. And so when they came, and also the issue of pineal pigmentation, the loss of the same amount of pineal hormone release, people who having fair skin having only 1/2 as much melatonin serum levels in their blood. That doesn't mean it's not operative, it's just reduced. So they hear the signal, but they don't hear it clearly. Misinterpret the signal as noise. It must be a big cat getting ready to jump on me. No, that's Aretha Franklin, fool. That's Etta James singing At Last. So we missed the point. We didn't understand. You turn on your TV and you see fuzz up on the screen. You don't see a proper picture. That means imprecise reception of the signals being broadcast to you. So these are very, very important things. Now there's another brother who's going to do the introduction, or sister, or Dr. Omar Johnson. And who is that? Who will do the introduction?
Just speak a little louder.
Because we have melanin, what are some of the things that we can do to evoke getting closer to that spiritual
I'm still trying to hear you.
Come to the mic. Come to the mic.
Yeah, because we have melanin, what are some of the things that we can do to evoke or get closer to that spiritual realm that you were talking about?
Okay, what are some of the things I think we've already talked about here? One way to pay attention to keeping our vessels clean and pure. So you can, quote, not get stuck in a rageful state. I heard Dick Gregory say, if I'm full of rage and being on a payback mission, I want to practice vengeance. I want to practice aggression. Then it causes me to have a cloudy filter. If I'm mad at that end, be it woman or man, for what I think they did or didn't do to me, all the while denying how much I still love them. And there was some sweet times in, oh, baby, that we possessed. And then we got afraid of each other and stopped having honest conversations with each other and trying to make a way for each other and trying to heal each other with the struggles that we have endured. And also revealing where we've been hurt in life and where we've been uplifted. That tone of heart sets the stage of the clarity of the reception. So you want to keep it as pure and as uplifted as you can. So when you get your visions of whatever is coming through as to what you are being called upon to do with perfection, they would say, how well should I develop my skill to not a good level, not a great level, a perfect level. They call Horace, he was perfect. He was a perfect black man. He wasn't a good black man. He wasn't perfect. And Isis was not a good black woman. She was a perfect black woman. So the standards that we set for ourselves, and then trying to be, and also say you want to be around other people who have similar attributes. You find the spiritual order. People have similar skills, so you can sharpen each other. They say steel sharpens steel, and black genius sharpens black genius. I've had the pleasure of being a student of Dr. Ben for 30 years.
Yes, sir.
And he was a black genius. Somebody want to call him out. I've seen that man stand up and recite libraries, page, paragraph, sentence. And have you read this book written in 1785 on paragraph 6 on page 344? It reads like this. And then from his own memory, quote it exactly. So that when you're around them, you get the feeling that that's just expected. You have a good memory. And as you take stock of yourself, your memory greatly improves. Becomes automatic. So, and you won't be photogenic in that you can remember everything, but most things And on top of that, you'll have feeling tone clues and cues that will lead you in which your own inner realm unveils things. I'm going to say this one little point, I'm going to pass it on. And then one last question I'm going to pass on. The question of the unveiling, I would hear, oh no, that ain't nothing. That can't be what it is. That's not academic enough. Oh. But guess what? It would whisper at me again a few hours later, a few days later. And if I just listened long enough and changed the angle at which I was looking at the thing, I saw the dots connect another way. So, oh goodness, what's happening here? And I can sit back and let it reveal itself in another dimension. So I'm saying, have trust that you don't have a good black brain. You have a perfect divine black brain. And when your black brain taps into things and reveals it, I don't care how many PhD people stand up in front of you and try to tell you that you're wrong. Just smile and say, well, thank you, and move on down the road. Question comes, who gave the first PhD the PhD? Who gave the first PhD their PhD? Came from someplace. Yes, brother.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say, you mentioned the part about I got a real bad back today. I tore a muscle in my back, so please forgive me.
Yeah.
First of all,
Yes.
thank you. You talked about the melanin, and I guess most of us know that melanin helps us gain a little bit of color when we get into the sun. So, as I've read and understood from different people, even as you said, Dr. Ben, a long time ago I took Dr. Ben for lunch. We had pizza. Brilliant mind. What I'd like to ask you is, can we say that we are people of the sun because of how the sun works in our melanin?
We call ourselves the children of the sun. In ancient Kemet, they called the skin the flesh of Ra. The flesh of Ra. We call this third eye the eye of vision, of inner vision, spiritual vision, genius vision that was given to the son of Horus. Now Horus, or Heru, was the son of Osiris. Osiris had been killed by his red-necked, jealous brother, Seth-Typhon. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Had been killed by him, and he had snatched all of his possessions. So when Heru grew up, he went up to King Seth-Typhon and says, I understand that my father did all these great things. Do I have anything left for me? So it's like all of us coming and waking up out of slavery, mental slavery, poverty or whatever, saying, well, I know you're a billionaire and a millionaire. Do I have anything for me? You know what he was told? No, you have nothing coming from me. I don't know you a D thing. And what was Heru's action to that? He went to war. And in the course of that struggle, he lost his left eye. And he cried out, oh God, I've lost my eye. Seth-Typhon has knocked out my eye. And God says, don't you worry. The God of magic is going to give you a new eye. And he was given a new eye. That was the eye of inner vision. So I guess what I'm saying to you is that yes, it is a sign of a badge of honor, but we have to ask the question, where did we come from We came from a struggle that's been waged over these past, certainly 3,000 years, some say 6,000 years, post last ice age. We're in an interglacial period, and we are again waking up to reclaim our inheritance and to raise it on to even a higher level of attainment.
And then the advice from your eldership. I know that all of us come from different places, even though we all have different views of blackness. Some of us are educated, some of us are not educated, some of us live on this side of the street, some of us live in the projects, the rejects, whatever. I ask to you, what is your advice to us so that we can inculcate or share information after we leave here? That's it.
Yeah, I'm saying, please treasure your relationship with each other, cover each other's back, trust each other, trade with each other, love each other, work hard for each other, and bring it on around. Thank you very much.
We are hoping that you can make it out to Long Island University tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Or at least 20, 30 tons apiece.
Well, could that have been a metaphor for something else?
It could have been a metaphor, but then there's going to be a whole lot of metaphors. I mean, I'm certain it's a metaphorical meaning. That's the key point about the Bible and any other holy book. If people were having to write in code because they were up under the emperor's henchmen, so to speak. So there's a symbolic meaning. When we write literally, but then the spirit writes symbolic. So though you may have a cover-up on the surface, truth, or another deeper meaning is there symbolically, whether you want to get it in a numerological way or a symbolic way. And that's another whole other issue. But there has been a tremendous cover-up. But getting back to the issue of cover-ups, it's not defended common has made known that if Abraham, the patriarch of the Hebrews and the Arabs, they come from the same line, was in 1600 or so BC, and all the pyramids had been built by, at the very latest, the 11th dynasty, which is taking us back at least another 200-300 years, if not more, before that. You can't build what's already built.
Absolutely.
And so that's another great contradiction. If we read Sigmund Freud, a Jewish person, or Hebrew, European, Hebrew, African, whatever, how you want to work all of that, in his very important book, Moses and Monotheism, that the other Freudian psychoanalysts do not want to talk about. And what he says by his analysis, and by the way, Freud is a psychologist who was given credit for discovering the unconscious, but himself was an intense scholar of African, particularly Egyptian history and Greek history, but particularly Egyptian history, all of his professional life. His desk was covered with Egyptian artifacts. He had studied the God will see. He had studied a mental in intense detail. Started off studying hypnosis from Charcot. That's another story in itself, another day, another time. But Freud said that Moses was an Egyptian hieroglyphic priest, if you will, and that he was from around the time of Akhenaten, and that he was a high priest in the Egyptian system, mystery system, and that he did lead, and that what was called the Hebrew faith was really Egyptian or Kemetic religion. That's what this man says himself. He cites many examples. And that so that, in other words, that what we see being passed out as a Judeo-Christian faith that is coming out of the Hebrews, whoever they might be, in the so-called Exodus, whoever they might be. And was it an Exodus? How could it be an Exodus? There's no written record of it. Or was it a time in which Africans had originally been under the thumb of foreign invaders, black folks and mulatto folks, white folks coming back home to Egypt and causing dissension and chaos and imposing artificial alien rulers during the 14th, 15th, 16th dynasties on Africans, and Africans finally getting their heads together again and throwing off this fragmentation, putting husband against wife, brother against brother, sister against sister, and uniting again and expelling them in the wars of liberation of the 18th dynasty, pushing out the Hyksos and forcing them all the way back into Europe, was a time in which those who had been allies of the Hyksos were forced out too. And so that when they left, they took the religion they had been exposed to, because it was a religion that had been developed over many, many thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years of study and contemplation and actual seeing things that the physical eyes could not see. But back to the documentation, we find a very important book, Man, God, and Civilization by John Jackson.
Absolutely.
We find another little small pamphlet by John Jackson on Christianity, in which he cites a number of very clear-cut documents. He's worked so hard on this subject to show clear examples. We find in the volume 4, number 2, John Baptist Civilization, a very nice article by John Jackson, in which he shows that 4 key features present in the preparation of Christ as he returns and moves up to a spirit level, occur and are seen as pictorial representations on the walls of the temple, the center of the African university system at Ifit, or what is known now as Luxor, Temple of Luxor. And so here are the Annunciation, the announcement, and other parts that have to do with the raising up of Christ, following as he went through that whole transformation during the period of his crucifixion. So, or even the impregnation of Mary, in which is announced that she is carrying the Holy Seed and that she will give birth. And all this is shown in pictorial form and written form on the temple walls of our own temple. And this again, 1,500 years before the birth of Christ.
Okay, so we have the Annunciation, we have the virgin birth, so to speak. We have the death, the crucifixion, and the resurrection on the walls 1,500 years before Christ. I remember when we were in the tomb of Sati
the first.
And we were looking at many of the religious figures of the religious cosmology of the African. I could not help but feeling at that time that our ancestors must have spiritually known that there would come a time, this time, because everything on the walls depicted that there would come a time when death would come to them. And it just seemed to me subconsciously that perhaps they wrote all of this on the wall so that when this time comes and their children who would awaken out of a sleep, unknowing their history and their path, that they wrote it there, seal it so that it would last for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, so that we would be able to then go back and look at and read and understand and disciple out of the sleep, knowing who we are and where we come from. Can we talk about that spirit, what you saw there, some of those things that would give you to understand the spiritual essence of the African, where today we may not be in that understanding?
Yes.
What were some of those relationships?
Well, there were things that were shown. I remember very clearly that time we went into the tombs first. I remember that very, very plain. They were shown people. I recall one thing you point out. You asked a question then. I did not have the answer for it. But the question stayed on my mind. I kept nagging. I kept hearing the question. And one was a picture of people who were upside down.
Right. Right, absolutely.
Who were standing on their heads. And they were supposedly in a mentor. in the underworld. And then later I came to read, this is after we left, and read that they prayed that they would, when they went into a menta or into the underworld, they would not go into the world upside down. And I thought about it. I'm not certain if it's the correct understanding on it, but it comes to mind at this time. That as we go into a menta, and again, a menta represents what the psychologists would call the inner mind, or that world that's underneath your feet, the subconscious with its many levels, and we should talk a little about the different levels. That there's a part of our mind that we can, that are memories that have to do with our immediate life, that we tend to forget. Things that happened in childhood, things that happened just yesterday that we experienced and we totally forget about. We can't really recall without much effort. There are memories that we can recall only under unusual circumstances because there's a lot of layers and resistance. Our experiences that occur in other places, other times that are beyond our even knowing. And being in heaven, being before our own birth, in our mother's womb. There are ways of seeing things that connect us to all of our own family members, either in the past, present, or future. And so these different levels, be it called the collective unconscious or the great sea, the Ma, that extend beyond time and space, are a part of all minds, if we can folks be that spiritual enough to hear it, see it. The conversation with the other angels, so to say. And all of that is a part of us. But, and indeed, we do experience it while we're awake, and we certainly experience it when we go to sleep. When we go to sleep, we experience, we come back home, if you will. But to go into it upside down means to go into it confused. To see things topsy-turvy. To not even to see, to glorify the lowest thing and to minimize the higher thing. That's a point about being upside down. That's a statement of being a slave. In other words, there's a mental slavery. Out of lack of knowledge, if you do not know what you're seeing, you will misinterpret it.
Absolutely.
You will misinterpret what you're seeing. So to go inside the inner mind and to see a black goddess, and then to think she is going to be somebody who's going to seduce you out of your mind, is to be upside down. To go inside of your mind and see a black god, or your own great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, and not know who you're even seeing, and to think he's a rapist, or somebody coming to mug you, is to be upside down. To go inside of your inner mind and to see an image of the oppressor who stole your books and burned your libraries, and to embrace them as a safe person whose head is on right, is to be upside down. To see yourself and to think that you are inferior, and to think that you don't have what it takes to face the questions in life, is to be upside down. To be so afraid of death itself that you can't even get on with life. You're too afraid of this, afraid you're going to lose your money, afraid you're going to lose your house, afraid of what the neighbors might say about you, afraid that your girlfriend will say that you're a chump because you as a woman are, quote, loving that man too hard, or that you are a chump, man, because you're doing too much for that woman, is to be upside down. To be afraid to work a long 10, 12, 14-hour day to bring home something for the family, to be upside down. So these are different aspects of being upside down. There are also examples of people were shown with their heads cut off the body.
Right.
Heads would just cut off. Showing they just lost their consciousness and totally out of it. Totally unaware. Head was off the body, meaning big head. You lost your head. You lost your consciousness. And it's a way of killing a person. The person was dead. They were dead. Other examples of being in the lake.
That would be, you can shoot that from over there.
You want me to start it now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let me blow my nose first. From over here.
Uh-huh.
All right.
We we were talking about losing one's head and having a big head. And could you continue?
These are my just interpretation of mine.
And all of these are going to come up because I'm going to use the footage of where we were in the tombs and bring all these things up.
Okay, so losing one's head. There was another one of there's another one of sometimes standing on serpents and riding serpents, or serpents connecting certain a line of different people of images, and the serpent has many different meanings, far beyond again what the lack of knowledge is given about the serpent. There was not just the evil serpent. There was also the good serpent. There was a serpent in our own spinal column, and there was a serpent representing time itself. So that look upon time as a cyclical process. Look upon time itself as being pictured symbolically as a serpent was very, very important. So to show people being linked by a serpent is to show that we are being tied by cycles of time, patterns of relationship. There were some examples we saw. To set out of the first, we saw the cross.
Yes. Yes.
We saw the cross
all over
the place. And again, this was before. Again, this is goodness, at least 1,000 years before the birth of Christ, at least. And we saw the ark, which was the predicate, which preceded the cross. We saw the tau cross, that cross with the 3 bars across. We saw the Gramadan, or the swastika.
Yes,
on there from at least 3,000 years before the time of the Nazis. All right, and so not that it was linked to the Nazis, but again showing that they were philosophical ideas. Cross and many other features that we find related to the current symbols of the Christian faith. We found that there were examples of the moon. We saw the crescent. We saw many astronomical features that were present as well. I think we were really struck by the cross being present all over, and we asked what that might have been. And just to add a little bit of a backdrop about the ark, which precedes the cross, and even Dr. Bender Conan, on one occasion, going through the museum, and a reference came to an early example of the ark that was from Nubia, that preceded at the beginning of the dynastic era. And this one showed again the line of the ark, and the ark has a circle, like a hole at the top.
Right.
And in this one there was 2 circles on either end. And so he pointed out that that this early example of the cross, if you will, was based upon the Africans' study of humans and other issues as well. That it represents the union of opposites, the union of the female genitalia with the ovary at the top and the birth canal leading up to the ovary with the male phallus or penis and the 2 testicles on either side. Showing it not in a negative way, but upon this was life. This was a divine union in which the life force of the male, when being placed in holy union with the life force of the female, brought about new life. And so the cross, in some respects, meant well before the time of the so-called crucifixion of Christ. It made reference to the union of opposites, of the bringing together of the male and the female, to bring about another life form. And that again was upholding the divine. Many parts of that had to do with, again, in terms of how we, the key issue was how do we approach death in life. We commonly think that what we're doing right now is life. Or many would say, no, this is death. We commonly think that we should not even talk.
When you say what we're doing right now,
that this physical life that we have is a time of being alive.
Yeah. Okay.
And some would say, no, this is a period of death.
All right.
That we left heaven and we came to hell. This is hell right here. See, that's that. Not knowing that is being upside down. To think that you live, that you're trying to hold on to this. This is hell. And that you prepare yourself to go to heaven. Not that you want to jump off any building immediately, but you have certain issues to raise up.
Yeah.
And you find another book that is a famous book that is another book that was a person had a conversation with his soul and facing the issues of wanting to commit suicide. This is rather than face issues of life in a book that was by Decolonize entitled Rebel of the Soul. A famous African Carver. It says that when this person said, well, I've been a good, righteous person, and I should just, and everything, all I see is iniquity around me and the wrongdoing, I should just give it up. And the soul said, wait a minute, before you do this, before you hang your life on that peg, your soul belongs to me. That you are here in hell with a mission. You are here in hell with a mission. You came here qualified. You came able to thread to weave in the holy fabric of the human family. Get on with it. You got the power. You have the power. You can't see it around you because you're upside down. But as you come back to yourself and draw upon it, then you will. So there's a whole thing about coming to terms with what am I here for? Who am I? Who am I? And so we find that example in the book Stolen Legacy, which is a great book by George James. He made reference to that the Africans knew, not believed, they knew that you had to do two things. You had to cultivate your mind by the study of science, and you had to live a virtuous life. If you did both, you could reach the beatific vision. But some of those virtues are important to spell out. One of them was being able to define what order did you belong to. In other words, what kind of great work that you could do very perfectly did you belong to, and you should find other Africans who are doing the same work because they could help you and you could help them. We have certain groups that we belong to in terms of creative work. We also had another thing that you had to find what your mission was in life and be about it.
Is that your one-mindedness that we work to obtain? The one-mindedness, as you say, to get to Africans that think and understand that in order for me to get back to that pathway of eternal life, that my righteous spirit has to be cleaned up and aligned again with that righteous force of creation.
Right.
Now, the more that I align my righteous spirit, or my spirit to righteousness, in relationship of my one-on-one with my fellow man and all of the laws of the universe in relationship of love, peace, and understanding, as I, Ben Robinson, clean up my spirit to get back to that, you're understanding that is the contact that I have to make in order to continue to move on.
Very much so.
So this is the hell that we're living in.
It's not knowing.
It's not knowing that the way to get out of hell is to get that oneness of contact with the creative source, so that I can move. The example that I have to give, what I'm trying to say, is that when the evil force wanted to take Job, the creative force said to the evil force, "You can have everything but his soul."
But it's so.
Now the creative force, knowing that is what keeps me in contact with my missionaries, Job was able to pass through the destruction of. Okay, I don't want to get into that, but all I'm saying, I just want to try to make clear in my mind that it is my spirit that I must get into complete righteousness. And as I run across you working on your spirit, getting in complete righteousness, we understand and recognize each other through the spirit.
Indeed.
Okay, peace.
Indeed. You have a spiritual mission, and find out what your mission is, and being about it is so fundamental. And it's not just an end. I mean, you can look at your past history and see what you have been excited about doing. What do you love to do? And what do you do in which magical things happen? You're doing things in so-called, seemingly strange coincidences take place. Things seem to happen by accident. Doors kind of fly open, and when you experience that, and each person's different, but you feel outside of yourself sometimes.
We call it miracles.
When the miracles start happening.
Okay.
Then when the miracles start happening, that's real. That's the invisible world pointing you, anointing you on your task, on your mission.
You say you open up a door, which I think is very important for African people for their survival at this particular point. We were in the caves, we were in the tombs of Egypt, looking at symbols and trying to decipher what those symbols meant then and what they mean to us now. But an overwhelming understanding, as I perceived it there, was that the spirit world was paramount to the African, not the physical world. The physical world only in the sense that we express our spirit through this physical world. But they understood principles of life. Mineral gives way to vegetable, vegetable gives way to animal form, animal gives way to spirit. And that's correlated with the principles of the universe. The less dense penetrates the more dense until we get to spirit, which penetrates all things but is penetrable by no things. So we are spirit beings, and then hooking that back with Christ, who was a representation of ancient crisis within Egyptian order, which was evolving into a spirit being. And I asked you a little earlier, could you give us some insight on African religious cosmology from maybe the Urias, but certainly we talked earlier about beings that existed, that things that we have forgotten. To me, the Christ was a door which has always been there to again be one with the universe, and that universal mind which you have already spoken about.
In their system, they had the three grades. First one was neophyte.
Okay.
Person who had no knowledge. Second stage in reaching the elite level of intelligence, which you had developed in a vision, and you had reached that level. The third stage is when you reach the level of Son of Light. Not only had a vision, but you had unity of light. In other words, you had become Christ-like.
Amen.
You began to radiate light.
Okay.
That's what
you could see the light. In the spirit, you could see beyond those things that were just dense physical. You could have conversation with the immortals, those who were infinite, and entities beyond the physical realm. So they had mapped out in clear fashion the steps and doorways that one would go through as one reaches spiritual presence. And they knew the battle was one of the same thing we have right now. Can I find it? Can I hold on to it? Can I get that real thing? Can I hold on to it, meaning our own soul, spirit complex? Can I hold on to it from the prison of the physical body? Can I hold on to it when the physical body is saying, I want this right now, I want that right now? In other words, the lower animal mind. Can I hold on to it? Can I break free of the fetters that chain me to my physical body? This is what the European is just a person who is thinking on a lower plane. They're dealing with an animal mind level. And all Africans, everybody starts off at that stage, but you have to break free of that.
Right.
Question in this.
Let him develop it.
Okay.
And then.
Okay, so you have to break free of it. And you break free of it by, again, very important, living a virtuous life and a study of science. In other words, by knowing the way the force of nature operates, then you can watch in yourself, and you could be in step with the laws of nature, or science. Science is the law of nature. It is not no ugly thing or spaced out Frankenstein madness. That's somebody else's character of it. It is just a beautiful, loving way. So we are not on the sideline. So much of our people's miseducation now has to do with a very very poor way in which science is taught. Science can be taught just like code tracking. I mean, I've seen some brothers and sisters teach it so sweet that it just, when you heard it, you didn't forget it as soon as you heard it. They just broke it right down to put it in symbolic forms where people like to hear it, and it just made it so sweet, it just stuck to you. It just didn't even leave you. But back to the key point, a little bit more onto what we saw in the tomb. We saw many examples in the tomb where we saw different animal forms being represented, and someone said, "Oh, they're worshiping the animals," and that completely missed the point. The point was that we were showing, we wrote in words, but sometimes the message got so heavy you couldn't even write in words. You had to write in geometrical symbols, an animal form. In other words, if part of your mind speaks to those times from your ancestral time, before there was written word.
Laps are a little over 112 miles. And the winner of that will take home $20,000, but also the finish of that determines the lineup for race number 2, which is 50 laps or 75 miles. And again, they will line up according to the finish of race number 2 for a 10-lap dash, and that race will bring home $200,000 to the winner.
Kim E. Do you want to see Kim? How many want to see Kim today? Can I see show of hands? I would like you to turn to the person to your right and ask them to open their eyes, and the person right against the person to your left, and look at the pupil in their eyes. You see that black dot there? That's Kim. You're looking at Kim. You're looking at the retina, which contains a black layer called the pigmented retinal epithelium. And it's at that place. What's going on? Light is coming through, is going through a threshold, being kicked up, and being converted from a light signal, a photon particle of light, into a chemical electrical signal that's then passing down your optic nerve into your brain and central cortex for processing. That's an example of melanin in action. It ain't no further than the pupil of your eye. And so when a person comes to you, oh, this ain't but some melanin BS, or the professor, the white professor tells you that, sir, when you look at your black self, explain to me how you even see me. What is the physiology of that? So those are fundamental, but that same kind of phenomena take place with smell, taste, touch, the melanin lining of the cochlear epithelium in the inner ear. Same story. The melanin lining of the pulmonary bronchioles, the melanin lining of the epithelium of your urogenital tract, and sure enough, the melanin lining of your stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. Big time. Big time. Now, as you go, so here on page 143, it has the morning, the first group, the morning, the praiser, the opener, the charis, the incomplete one, and the corruptible flesh. So if you look at number 5 in the upper register, first group, the charis is number 4, is equivalence to the I-33. And so you're looking at on different levels of development. Number 4, that was present as the charis in the first group, becomes the I-33 in the second group. In the third group, it becomes the induator. So at a certain point, when you're just being exposed to these melanin materials, you will have a feeling of being flooded in an ocean. You will feel hopeless. I can't learn all this. This is too much. this is impossible for me to embrace. And your answer? One step at a time. You are what? A God. So this you have the potentiality to embrace oceans throughout the cosmos. That's how infinite the black mind is. It is not inferior, it is superior. Repeat that. The black mind is not inferior. It is grade fine to the 10,000th degree. This is something that is able to capture and hold the soul of the sun. That's not the sign of an inferior mind. Yes. Yes, brother, go right ahead. Yes.
Dr. Ben has established that Socrates was a black man.
Yes.
Although in college and school you learned that he was a white man.
Yes.
What you're saying, Socrates used to teach his students those things.
Yes.
So that's why they claim that he was corrupting the minds of the youth. And
Yes.
that's why he was forced to drink hemlock.
Yes. It was said that Socrates was a true student. He wasn't like Aristotle, some of the others who just, when they were made to stand up for their test, ran and hid. He said, no, I'm not going to hide. When we take my life, so be it. Because I know that I'm beyond this physical body. And if you look at the pictures of Socrates, of which the statue of him is in the British Museum, he has long, kind of straightish white hair, or straight hair, whatever that means. But his features, full nose, big nose, full lips, African face. So those are the kind of, again, the kind of erasures in history that have taken place. And so that to know, yes.
So what I want to do is there's one of the names of I think melanin that I think that you didn't talk about.
Which one is this?
This is actually, it originates actually from Kek and Kek, right? The primordial ape. You know the primordial ape.
Okay.
Aminet.
Okay.
Nunet.
Okay.
Kek.
Darkness in its opposite. Okay.
Right. And hey, right?
Yes.
So the darkness, the fundamental darkness in cosmology, right, is the beginning black. It is the first black. It is that black that has needed some energy, and Dr. Oyibo talks about it he begins to talk about it, but it needed some vibration and energy to separate itself and create light, because there was no light. It was, in the beginning, was just black. And it needed something to separate, and one of the things that we don't do is we don't have an explanation for it, but we needed a vibration or energy to separate blackness to create light, right? So now that Kek sound, right? That Kek sound is fundamental to all those different things, like Kemet, right? The KH sound is fundamental to Khufu, right? It's fundamental to a lot of the sounds that deal with black, and it starts with K.
No, I must admit that this is new knowledge to me, so I haven't put it in my oven, so I have to just take it in and thank you for your sharing. I welcome whatever resource you give me, and in future times I will let the others speak back to me. I just don't know. I know I have a book that I gave Sister Carver for review, written by Rosalind Jeffries, which she did go into these God types. That is, these are the four, Dr. Lewis, these are the four pairs of gods that are present, left in the primal waters of noon, that were talked about in the Memphite cosmology with George James. Heliopolis, yes. Yes. Hey, Dr. Jeffrey, how you doing, brother?
Power to the people.
Brother, did you bring the Rosalind Jeffries book, man, and one on? Don't worry, I got you. But I'll have to take that under advisement, my brother. I can't say one way or the other. I've thought about it, but I'm not complete in my reflections on it.
No, but so what I'm saying is that, well, you know, Dr. Rosalind Jeffries and Dr. Leonard Jeffries, they're my family, so we are connected.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we talk about this, right?
Yes,
so
we must, yes.
So we were close. But the KH sound,
Yeah.
right? Fundamentally in ancient Egypt, right? When you have the Melanin, the language of the Egyptians, or the Melanin, they are primordial sounds.
Yes.
And the K sound comes out of blackness from the beginning.
Yes.
So that's what I'm just trying to say.
Okay.
So when you're talking about humans, right? Things that are fundamentally involved in melanin as far as human. But humans come much, much later, and it's all connected. So if you want to look at like the theory of everything, or quantum physics and black matter and
Yes,
hydrogen.
very much. I do want to look at those things, brother. I do want to look at those very much, and I would say that now I'm glad you bring up this issue of in terms of the spreading of the black family through different dominions, and so at one time we have a thing called human, and we also have a thing that may have been called Homo erectus or whatever. And they talked about those things that lack a cortex and how they're processing information and having communion with other out-of-the-body kinds of entities. Those are things that must be considered. But that's, again, that's just new work for me to get up close on. So again, I welcome your comments, brother. Yes.
Just a question. When one loses the pigmentation in your skin outside, does it also happen in your brain and in the other organs?
There can be a loss.
Affect you psychologically?
Usually now, you can have a loss of, like in that 12-chain nuclear, 12 pigmented nuclei, the earlier life forms have fewer of the 12 that are pigmented. So like fish and amphibians, maybe 5, 6. And the closest form to humans are the chimpanzee, which have 11. Only human have all 12. What is unique for humans, the 12th one is more actively involved in dream states. I'm not saying that chimpanzees don't dream, but the question of being conscious and being able to want to control one's actions while in a dream, that's another question. But there are loss of pigmentation in a disease like Parkinson's disease, where you have a depigmentation of this 11th in the 12-chain steps. You lose pigmentation in the substantia nigra. And when you give medications to try to replace the lost pigmentation, many times the people have become depressed, anxious, or psychotic. You can kind of overdose, be carefully titrated. In fact, many of the so-called mental health problems in the psychotic realm, and the depressed realm, and the bipolar realm are being medicated through various chemicals that lower or expand the amount of dopamine or pigmentation in those 11th and 12th nuclei, most certainly. So that, for example, a person who comes in who's floridly psychotic, been up here using a lot of crystal methamphetamine, smoking a lot of PCP, drank a lot of alcohol, or has been a victim of horrendous sexual abuse, or battlefield experience. For example, when you've gone over the top, you watch your best friend be blown to bits, you yourself have lost all your limbs, waking up in a bed with a fragment of your whole body again. That in those kind of persons, you often give medications that do play upon either increasing or decreasing the melanin in these 11th and 12th, or in the chemical pathways leading up to it. You either increase or decrease the epinephrine tract and the catecholamine tracts. You either increase or give them mood stabilizers. For example, if a person has a bipolar illness, you're commonly given a combination of an antipsychotic and a mood stabilizer. So you can stop the swing, because the swing will come in either a depressed swing and greatly expand the delusions and the auditory hallucinations, or in a hypomanic phase do the same. But then what does that say for a person who, what about the natural swings of creativity? What about the natural swings of scholarship? What about the natural swings of self-discovery? What about when you run into certain conflicts that have existed in your family line over generations, where there's been a confusion of the wise old man or the wise old woman because there was an elder who misrepresented that archetype? And you had some confusion there, and then you run up to it, you run into a parallel archetype of the abuser, so to speak. Or what if you run up into a person who's been raised in a household where they've been told, you're stupid, you can't do this. And then they have difficulty seeing themselves as a young Horus type who has the energy of the infinite warrior, going to go ahead and ride over the sunset on his vision quest, or her vision quest. And you've got all these, you can't do it, you can't make it kind of stuff. And how do you, so yes, those are very, now we're touching upon areas that I visioned from afar, but I know this is the work of a nation of people. And many of you will expand and go much further with it. Yes.
What about the names that are given to children? Because the names that you give to the children impinges on the soul.
Very much so. The names are really extremely important. As I've said, the Ren or name or the vibratory significance. Again, you can take your name. I'll give my own self as an example. My name is Richard D. King. D does not stand for devoid. D stands for devoid. D-E-V-O-I. It does not stand for David. The company thinks it's David. It stands for devoid. Because my great-grandfather, when he came out of the Civil War and he went up to the Freedmen's Bureau, the crackers were all putting down the name devoid. For the middle names of black folks in New Orleans or in Houma, Louisiana, trying to identify them as still black folks. But then he chose the name King because they used the name devoid not in his English name, but in his French name. The French name devoid is also devoir, capable of doing the work of. And then the word D for me, as I went with my master, Dr. Lagan, I said, Doc, what is, look at your name. You see your name D? That can also relate to the idea of Daleth, D-A-L-E-T-H, back in the so-called Zohar, or in the Kabbalistical structure, the idea of a doorway. So that's how I got into this idea of doorway, left, right, pillar, archway, and the threshold. And I found there was so much to melanin when I went to the idea of threshold. And you can take your name and add up all of the, and so you have to get one of these Kabbalistical books, and you can divide it, but caution, you can either do it under the English name or the Hebrew lettering or numbers for the different letters. If you use the Hebrew, you can add them up to a certain number, and then you can get your divination, divinatory significance, and you can look up what its so-called inner meaning might be. Yes.
Has there been any serious work in possession as it relates to African spirituality, when the body and the person?
Is there serious work on possession? I think there is a huge, you're asking like a giant question with a giant answer. And so all I can do is point to certain directions. And so we can talk about the concept of Ifa, as it was talked about in terms of the Twa person who went inside the mountain and he shot an arrow at this wild boar and he hit the boar and he went to follow the boar inside the mountain. and he used the twine of the rope so he wouldn't lose his way coming back up, as being a symbol for going inside the Amenta, or the underworld. And as he went inside, a white witch jumped on his back and took possession of him. And then he went down into their home, into where they all lived. And they wanted him to do the dances and keep them all happy, as Twa often painted as being very significant in doing. And then they released him to come back above ground. So this word Ifa, for one of a better word Shambhala, for one of a better word Vodun, for word with spirit possession, speaking about the various Yoruba gods. And I've seen many a book that correlate the various entities to the various Kemetic gods, and also the Christian gods. When we go to a place like Brazil, for example, they just took the Catholicism on the surface and put their spirituality on possession underneath. And certainly, when coming from my place, Louisiana, whoa, so they big time busy. And I have seen it with many of my patients and ourselves in walking in daylight, when a person is possessed by different entities, when they are not being conscious and they get certain kinds of states that come over them. What kinds of techniques can they use to release themselves from such a possession? How do they stay focused? So I think there's a lot more that has to be done, and there's a tremendous scholarship, vast in extent. And I often have the desire of wanting to know, when I speak to a person who's my patient, knowing there's certain words of power. I wonder why when they walk in some days, we can't go no place. Everything, the fences are up sky high. In certain days, it just flows. And certain times you hit on certain things, they can come in and I can feel their presence. And what is so important is to, first of all, to have I don't want to be an imposter to say I'm having an empathetic relationship, because that's rare. But at least a sympathetic relationship of how I could feel for their being where they might be at that time. And feeling myself inside of them and I'm walking behind them as they're on their journey of life and coming to certain doorways. And on this question of possession, a common sight is coming to a doorway or a doorway, and the question comes, what will it be? Will you make the right door that leads to ascension, or you take the wrong door that leads to going to hell? And so that's often the critical thing to be faced. But to come back to it, so that there's a book called Embodying Osiris. I didn't bring Sister Kevin. I left that one at home. And this was a book by a white Jungian analyst out of Santa Ana, California. But he was talking about his work with patients and how he come to various spiritual issues and the kinds of imagery that they presented to him. Now, I think there are big flaws in that. As a black community person, you have to kind of look what parallels are there and there's a certain part of he's just way wrong. He doesn't have a glimpse of it as you will see it. And there's also a question that comes in terms of, well, what happened with the first big, why did it take place in Haiti? What was this with the Dominican Republic? Clearly involved in spirit worship in trance states. To this day, what is the correlation between that and Palmeiras in Brazil? How does that play a role with revolutionary freedom struggles to this day? How did that play a role in Cuba? Even with the Conversio, Fidel Castro, who is a Sephardic Jew, How did that play a role in the freedom struggles in Cuba? How does that play a role with black folks in the here and now? And how do we draw upon that in our ancestral lines? So those again, I'm a novice in that realm, so I really can't speak with knowing, but I do know that there are many works that need to be expanded upon, and that is a very, very valid way. Anyone who wants to put down African spiritualists in possession is being racist and foolish. How dare you disown our high-tech science and psychiatry? No way. Yes.
I missed what you were saying about dopamine. Dopamine is a
Yes.
form of, what was that you said?
Dopamine is a precursor of melanin. Imagine melanin, big mom and big daddy, and all of these carbon. The key word is carbon compounds. Some of them are long chains. Some of them are circular benzo 6-ring chain cycles added in, with chains added on. And so we have what's called catecholamine, which are long chains of carbon bound to each other with hydrogen and other and oxygen and other and nitrogen added on. And others of them are endolamines. Well, the endo is a benzene ring, a chain of 6 carbon atoms bound together. There's a circle added on with lines of carbon atoms added on. So endolamines examples are serotonin and melatonin. Catecholamines are 2 major nerve tracts. One of them are called the norepinephrine tract, and that norepinephrine tract, you run into the acetylcholine tract, which is the right pillar, and then the left pillar is the epinephrine tract. Epinephrine is a chemical of fear. When you hit that, tighten up, you're ready to fight flight. Acetylcholine, you go, oh, fill back, and you want to go into a slumber. You go into an inner dwelling trance state. Whereas endolamine and serotonin is what we call a memory readout hormone. You take it, and it prepares you to be active while conscious. Melatonin, so it incorporates memory from your everyday life into your memory system. And whereas the melatonin is a memory readout hormone, you retrieve revelations and inspirations from your memory tract, and then you're trying to make new associations with them. And so all of these can feed into a common parent called melanin. And again, these are living systems. They don't just all go in one direction. They're always sending things in and pulling things out. There's always a dynamic equilibrium. Things being sent in, things being set out. And then the melanated tracts, one of those is called the interstitial nerve tract. That's the 12 pigmented nuclei in the brain stem. That's the Ben Stone, Ben Bird. Interstitial, there's a book that my neurosurgical friend talked about called the surgery on the third ventricle. I don't recall the author's name, but there is such a book that does exist. Most of these, you will also find books in your medical libraries on the circular ventricular organs, circular, C-I-C-U-L-A-R, circular ventricular, V-E-N-T-R-I-C-U-L-A-R, organs. These are the organs around the ventricles. The ventricles being, again, lateral ventricles, the wings of the bird. Third ventricles right above the nose. Front part is the pituitary and the hypothalamus. Back part is the pineal gland. And then the aqueduct sylvius get into the fourth ventricle. I had an experience with the fourth ventricle when I almost died of a stroke. A left cerebellar stroke. Hemorrhagic bleed. And hey, y'all, I went back 10,000 years in the past, 2.4 billion years in the future. I was afraid to go to sleep because I didn't know where I was going to wake up. I saw that. I left my body and went up down the hall and listened to the doctor talk about my case. Yes.
I don't quite know how to phrase this question, so I'm just going to throw it out there because there's so much talk about 1211.
Yes.
You know, the lining of the planets and 2012. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
somebody else see? Since we are spirits, gods having human experience and etc., the realigning of the planets, which they're saying culminates a 25,000 year cycle.
Yes.
And that there's going to be changes brought about by these planets. Can you speak on that in any way?
I can speak about some various projections, and they commonly cite the Mayan calendar, which dates this date as being the end of this epoch. And they say that this is a time there's going to be a pole shift in which the crust of the earth will then shift, slide over the mantle, and the North Pole will become a new North Pole. And then, of course, it'll be accompanied by cataclysmic geological catastrophes. Now, this will be important when we go to the book Stolen Legacy, and it is reference made that the Africans told this guy named Solon in the city of Sais 550 BC. When Solon visited Egypt, he was bragging, and again, 550 BC is after the Assyrians had occupied Egypt 666 BC. It is before the Persians that he got free of that. Before the Persians came in 525, and certainly before the Greeks came in 332 BC. But anyway, Solon was bragging to the high priest at the city of On. He says, look, we have all these ancient peoples. And the high priest stood up and said, Solon. And there's a reference to this in the works of Plato, in the Tiamus. He says, you Greeks are always children. That's an important thing to take note. You Greeks are always children. Meaning that he had assigned to them, he says, you know nothing about the people who live where you now live, who were there before you got there, but periodically there are great geological catastrophes, and when they happen, the people who survive, rather than pick up where the others had left off, they have to go all the way back to the beginning all over again. So that's three things. One is that when a catastrophe of that takes place, that people go through permanent PTSD. Post-traumatic stress is a very important clinical condition to be studied. That you can be out of connection with your ancestral base. You can get out of connection with your ancestral base because you have to go through the horrors and memories of what they went through. So many of us, as my brother asked the question just a little while ago, don't want to remember what it was like to be a slave. Don't want to remember what it was like to see your mother being crucified. Don't want to remember to see your father being castrated. Don't want to remember what it was like to see yourself being beat down because you didn't bow to Mr. and Miss Charlie. Don't want to remember none of that. And in doing so, you give up your emotions. You give up your emotional responsibility, as Dr. John Clark says. History teaches you where you are now, how you got there, and what is your responsibility to do about it. So you can look at that and see, well, Mama went through that. Oh no, there has to be some judgment day on that one. There has to be some vindication. We can't just pass over that. No, because I'm carrying too much weight. My children are carrying too much weight. Secondly, it makes known that the Europeans were defined as people who were neophytes. They had only gone as far as grade 1. They had not gone to grades 2 or 3. Therefore, they were considered to be children. When they, with their white mind, looked at their black ancestors, the common root that I get is envy and jealousy. Envy and jealousy. You got more than I got. Where were you when I was in the cave? Where were you when I was up there in that ice box and had that high mountain valley surrounded by those 5,000-foot glaciers, 5-mile glaciers? Where were you? And jealousy. There's another discussion which we need to really expand upon. What kinds of wrong deeds had these people done with their own African communities that made the African community exile them into those northern regions? So that's a story that we got to have some dialogue on. What had happened? What kinds of misdeeds had been done? If you're worshiping, if you're going to tear down the black god, then what was that all about? What was all that about? If you're going to have a idolized white ice and put down blackness, what's all that about? So the post-traumatic stress syndrome, the issue of the being stuck in grade 1, and then this issue of coming to terms with the struggles between the Chilans. Post-ice ages, as they face 2012. If Africans have left this planet and gone to other planets, then are the other mother's planes or starship bodies waiting for the right time to come back so they can have a decent conversation with their cousins? Or they got it. They in the oven, man. They got to cook a little while on. They toe up right now, man. You know how that is. Every 100,000 years they go through that little flip, man, and they get toe up, man. Were they the ones who were left behind, or what? Are there ones amongst us who are high priests who know this, and their job is to protect and to preserve the human family, even as it goes through these things? Where are they? Are they inside of us? So one of the cataclysmic change is, in my book, a certainty. An earthquake hitting 9 ain't no joke. It's a sign of the times. I've never heard of a 9 earthquake. I've never heard of that. Never heard of that at all. I'm living over in LA. I'm living over an earthquake site. They say that half of California was to drop off in the ocean. Oh man. When that moment comes, I hope I'm ready. I won't be ready. Woo! I've been in some shakers, man, and hey, you know, when they hit, I was in San Francisco in 1992. I was sitting in my patient's hall, my good friend, Dr. Jay Crawford. We were discussing some things he was going through, and suddenly the walls began to crack. I could hear the nails popping off the wall. Oh man, what is this? Usually it comes and it lasts for a second. But then when and it builds up some more to keep on going, I jumped up and ran down the stairs, trying to run outside. And Jake ran up and I went, man, who was standing in the doorway? Say, stand in the doorway. Hell, brother, I'm getting up out of here. Trying to fly out the door. And then it stopped. But then every 10 minutes, aftershock. And it was funny how the people were acting. Black and white was getting along good then. Everybody, hey, So glad to have survived. But at the same time, it was a false bravado, you know. Everybody's acting all hip with it. We were scared as hell. And it was not until I took a flight out of San Jose 2 days later going back east, that I was living back in North Carolina, I noticed my mind could then relax because I was on automatic vigilance. You never let your head, you never completely relax. You can't sleep. You're ready to jump up any minute because it'd be the next one jumping off. So I think that is a great thing that's happening. So when you watch that go off in Japan, usually it goes around in a circle. It goes right along the mountain range that runs all the way through Alaska, all the way through North America, down to South America, down at the tip. There's a circle of fire. So that's I think it's pretty much a certainty. And the other one is that they speak of that the photon belt is a giant black hole. It is a black hole the size of millions of our suns that at a certain time our Earth will enter the photon belt when we get a direct blast. Now the last time that happened was several years ago, in which the Earth got a direct input of a solar flare from the sun. And you know what happened? It snowed in Watts. The hail came down so thick, it was like a layer of snow on the ground. All in the span of 6 hours. It was just a wall of water came out the sky. And I said, what does Watts have to do with it? But again, you don't know how you fit into the cosmic scheme of things. You think that your African nationalism is another people just trying to get free. No, this is a fundamental chapter of the page of nature's unfoldment. This is nature's story. So the chosen people have been thrown into slavery and been bamboozled and trickified, and here they are. They got a great mission to resurrect themselves and then to launch themselves again in space and pass this life seed, share it on a cosmic plane, and to look back on this moment in time and to ask, what was it like then? And where will we be 100,000 years from now? Will we be around here with little burnout cans, or will we be on another plane? That's the question. But the Mayans, and then to put that in perspective, the Mayans were a product of the Olmecs, and the Olmecs were a product of the Africans coming out of West Africa, the Knox civilization, 3000 BC, if not older. According to this Paul Alfred Barton, and according to this one here, the Olmecs, this one doesn't go deep. This one does. Even though he's from a university, my fellow colleague, Dr. Hafar, says he's from the College of the Sequoias. That's not no Ivy League school, but he's from the Pacific, Fresno Pacific. What the hell is that, man? But the quality of his thoughts were outstanding. So I judge a work by his reference list and by the quality of his thoughts. This book is entitled A History of the African Olmecs, Black Civilizations of America from Prehistoric Times to the Present Era. Paul Alfred Barton, B-R-T-O-N, published by, it was in First Books, revised 7/30/01. First Books Library, www.1stbooks.com. So but I wanted to add to that for you this question of 2012. So it is, again, notice how in the erasure of history, you hear about the Olmecs, you hear about the Mayas, but you don't hear about the Olmecs. Who were the Olmecs? What did they have to do in African culture? What did African culture have to, what about the old Atlantis? Is there an Atlantis underneath the ice of Antarctica? Was that an older civilization? What about the movement of people out of South Africa into South America? What about all that communication and travel? What about the movement of people out of Africa into the Americas, into Asia? Now there's an article coming out in the journal Science of last week that tracks the origin of human language to South Africa roughly 50,000 years ago, and traces to the concept of phonemes, and shows that the further you get away from Africa, the fewer phonemes that you have. So people living in Hawaii only had 11, with people going back towards Africa 50 or more. Yes.
It was in the Times yesterday.
In the Times, and you can get the journal Science at your public library tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, Saturday or Sunday. So I'll get I subscribe to it, and that's in the Times. So that's a very important piece about phonemes. And then again, it's like, what kind of language modeling do you have? And then there's also, in the March 18th issue of Science, there's an article having to do with the cytochromes. These are, and using the Drosophila fruit fly, this is really getting ticky-tack off the subject. These are certain neurons that can sense the changes going from nighttime into daytime, and they signal, and there's a protein in the back of the retina, that same chem that we just looked at, called melanoprotein, which is broken off, passes into blood from your third ventricle, and brings on the signal for your being aware of a new day and the new circadian rhythms, and how your body will then adjust and go through either increasing or decreasing its hormonal content. And so how does your body know what cycle it is going through? So we do keep track of time. I've had many a patient who, on the anniversary of a parent's death, usually 2 months before and 2 months after, they go through the blues. They can feel that when that time is coming up, and they just got to go through it. They go through a whole review and communication and depression and sometimes more, or just spiritual contact. Yes.
My question has to do with the melanin in the eyes, and how does the sunlight affect that? Should you be wearing sunglasses in the summertime? And also, what about eye operations like cataracts and those kind of things?
No, cataracts is a condition where you don't have connective tissue forming over the lens, and that has to do with a metabolic condition. And I'm not up on all the. I would actually talk to Dr. Lewis, who I'm certain is much more. He's an ophthalmologist as well as a scientist on the immune system, without question. Dr. Lewis will give you a detailed, most helpful discussion on that one. Yeah, but anyway, coming back to it, what I have noticed, at least in my own practice, the issue of toxins and poisons, as he so aptly talks about, is of great importance. The issue of eating nutrient foods that are rich in green, dark green content, so you can get much more in the way of proper nutrition, is the utmost importance. The issue of light, because I have a bit of, as I grow older with age, I have a problem seeing things at a distance, but I've been blessed with good close vision still. And so I know my brother, who's not a vegetarian, has that problem. He has problem reading close up and at a distance. So I would think he's been eating too many Johnny's pastrami's, which he always sends me out or wants me to bring back to it. But more to the point, there is a lot that can be said about vision and the need to maintain good vision. Now, the Ainu word hieroglyph for vision is 2 circles representing the 2 eyes, and it means I see, to see. So again, you can see with any sensory portal. You can see with your eyes, you can see with your nose, you can see with your ears, you can see with your touch. You can see with other things as well. But that is of the utmost importance. And how do you, the straining of the eyes, the resting of the eyes. It used to be back in the day, I was fired up young brother, and I would, 4 hours all I need, man. I can go to sleep 2 hours, wake up and forward, keep on cruising. Well, I've since learned that ain't so. The body has on many occasions just sit your little butt down, fella. And just sit here and try today when I came, Sister Kelp was kind of to host me. I came at 5:19, I said, Sister Kelp, well, I'll see you. I couldn't even hold a conversation. And I woke up, goodness, it must have been about 11:30, almost 12, before I can even get going. It felt so good to relax. So getting proper rest and that recharging of your batteries. Now it is very, very true in terms of the immune system that the getting periodic rest is of the utmost importance. There's all kinds of sleep, but a good sleep and a good rest where you can recharge, the mind does heal itself and re-energize itself during times of sleep. And it is very important when you sleep, turn all lights off. Turn all lights off. Turn all music off. Just have silence. Now, I don't know about the smell. The smell to me is kind of, I guess I may want to include all external sensory stimulants so you can then go for internal sensory stimulants. I'm not quite about that, but those are also very good parameters to operate up under. What have you noticed about your vision?
As long as I take my eye vitamins,
Yes.
it's okay. It's good.
What vitamins do you take for your eye
I
vitamins?
take OptiView from the vitamin shop.
Okay. And what do you eat in your nutrition for vitamins? For your vitamin A or?
Well, I'm vegetarian and I take a bunch of supplements every day.
Okay, so you're strong on carrots then. Huh?
When I do my fast, I do
Okay.
carrots.
Okay. Yeah, so those are great. Those are great. Let's see where. Yeah.
I'd like to tell my story, what's just happened with me recently. And you just named many psychosis and neurosis, and I'm hoping that's not my case.
Oh, well.
But I have been going through the last few months discoloration in my face. And at one point, I was totally two-toned. And I was trying to get an appointment with a dermatologist in Brooklyn. They said it's the best. His name is Michael Jackson. But it was like a 3-month waiting list.
Man.
Yeah. So my doctor recommended that I go to Downstate Hospital because they had a good clinic there, and I would probably be able to, because Michael Jackson's on duty there as well. And he gave me a reference to go, and I went, and a little blonde doctor came to me, and she looked into my face, and she asked me what was the problem. So I told her, I said, can't you see? My face is totally discolored, which it was. This part of it was very light, the other part was dark like my hand. And I said that I'm dealing with a severe case of discoloration, and I like to find out what could be the problem so that, I can resolve this. It's been going on now for about a month. It's getting worse and worse. So she said to me, well, what I will do is put you through a battery of tests, and then she said to me, what we will do is a process also of elimination. So I asked her what kind of test was she speaking about. So she says, but you know what, I'm looking in your face. There's nothing wrong. You're so beautiful. What is the problem? You don't like being lighter? Then I realized I'm in the wrong place. Wrong focus. So I said politely, thank you very much. And I just left.
Well, that illustrates the problem.
Yeah, she had no idea about melanin, and because I then said to her that my friends here, I told about this. I told her, no, I want my beautiful black melanin back, you know, and I don't think this is where I'll get any help. Thank you.
Yeah,
I just left and never returned.
Yeah, she was asking for the wrong thing.
But I thought that because downstate is a learning hospital, and I was assuming that they would then start testing me for all kinds of nonsense, whatever would benefit themselves.
But as you point out, it is likely to be biased. Now, is Dr. Michael Jackson, what ethnicity is he?
He's supposed to be black. I've never met him.
Well, hopefully you will have a different perception.
No, I've been treating myself and is working itself out.
What treatments have worked for you?
I don't know. I started eliminating. I have a health situation, so I'm on medications. So I began to eliminate one for a while and see what would happen. Different foods and just what she suggested. In the end, I've been doing it myself.
Yes.
And it's evening out. The itching is all gone, and so I just live with it.
But that's critical. You point out the itching as an inflammatory response, and then the lightening could have been a part of the inflammatory response as well.
Yeah.
Many people think an inflammatory response is that of getting dark, but it also can be that of getting lighter as well. Where you have decreased blood flow, as blood flow is being closed off to certain areas, it's in spasm, because there's certain kind of things that may get in the way. But again, I would encourage you to talk to our good friend Dr. Lewis, you know.
Which I did.
And so
Well, he has me on my protocol.
oh, great. You see the positive results.
Yeah, well, I've been just taking the same protocol he's given me for the last 15, 13 years.
Oh.
Yeah. It's working its way out, but just to say that a big learning institution like that wouldn't have any other suggestion for me other than I think they're going to use me as a guinea pig.
Well, when I was talking to Dr. Lewis just last night, he said some things that clearly, as a fellow physician, reminded me to just how primitive things still are. Regardless, primitive in terms of people being possessed by ignorance and fear that makes them ask the wrong questions and close critical doors, wrong answers. So that the fact that this person would dare assume that you were trying to get whiter was a crazy notion, reflects her own insanity and her own miseducation.
You don't want to look like me?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
you say?
Yeah.
You don't want to look like me.
You know, I remember I went time to a dentist, and I was having some orthodontic work done, and he came and told me I was working too hard. And I'm saying, I'm trying to save my people. What you talking working too hard? And he presented this model of, you know, kick back, do all of this. I'm saying that's nothing but somebody who is a victim who doesn't know the time of history that we're in. I said, no, I don't want to sit up there and drink champagne with your tired butt. I don't want to be chasing your women. I don't want your drugs. No, that don't appeal to me at all. Where's the mission? Where's the spirit? But coming back to what also you're saying though is that as Dr. Lewis made known, in the rush for wealth, quick wealth, and this dime a dozen, you know, you just pay me, I'll put in an appearance here and you're going to pay me $500,000. And you get incorporated into that kind of scene, that kind of capitalist venture that one guy on the top makes $1 billion, and the other guys, few of them make millions, and everybody else makes pennies. That kind of profit distribution approach to the service product is wrong. You're doing it because you're trying to find out what is this person's, what are they put here by the Spirit, God, to do? And how do you assist them in fulfilling their mission in life?
Yeah.
Now, when you get that kind of approach, then you got a beautiful thing going on. But if it's just profit-driven, blind profit, no, he's just he's out there working, doing that work thing, man. That's okay, man. It's not okay, but I've done the same, man, many a time. But I've seen that, and like I was saying, the amount of fear that goes out in terms of people being afraid to look at blackness in its own profound way, and the immense to erase history and to minimize all the African contributions to world everything is just profound. And I can recall one, and this is a little side note, one guy he was a professor at this school I was attending, UC San Francisco Berkeley's med school. And he was the head of one of the big wigs in psychiatry. And he talked about his library that he'd accumulated, but he never had time to read. I look back at him and say, "You're tragic, man. I am taking time to read." And how important that is. And don't you feel something missing from you that you never did that? You took the profit motive and you didn't take the spirit motive. How incomplete do you feel? I have 2 sons and I wish I had spent more time with them in introducing them into the medical realm early on when they were little babies. But I was too busy worrying about other things that the most important things were right in front of me. It was your immediate family, you know. So that lady who was asking you that, without even taking a guess, she probably is a typical resident raised through trying to get her little piece of the cake. And losing sight of the children that she's raising, losing sight of her choice of a mate, she's as Dr. who was also saying, who's going to determine if she becomes an associate or a full professor if she doesn't belong to the right old boy or old girls club? Will she get sidetracked by that? So, but glad to hear things are going better for you. So let me, other questions? I'm going to go on and on. They said I had all night. So, but let's take the one let's see. Here's a question here. In this, here for example is the introduction from the utterance 639 from the pyramid text. Now this is written 3,200 years BC, 5,200 years ago. O will seer the king, take the eye of the living Haru that you may see with. This is on page 127. O will seer the king, take the eye of the living Haru that you may see with it. O will seer the king, may your vision be cleared by the means of the light. That your vision is going to be cleared by the light. O will seer, and I also want to say this, when you hear these words, it is so important to get a dictionary and a big, if you can, a big reference dictionary and another book that will show you what these, when you go into the etymology of a word. That's extremely important. So what does vision mean? That your vision may be cleared. Oh, may your vision be brightened by the dawn. It's going to be brightened by the dawn. Oh, will say the king, I give you the eye of Haru when Ra gives it. Oh, will say the king, I put forth to you the eye of Haru that you may see with it. So to imagine yourself seeing with an eye that was as bright as a doctor, look to things of new discovery. So you can go back to your condition and say, my body has gone through an ordeal. And I have ended up triumphant. I had negative forces were trying to pull me down and trying to take my health from me. And I've been blessed with a recovery. So you've gone through a night sea journey, so to speak. And then to take in your dream diary to write down what images come to you. And you may find that there may be images of the uplifting mode, of the transcendent mode, of the struggle mode. And they be very, very valuable for you. And I was just going through this book here. Nicholas, for example, and some of these references. Nicholas, if you would ask me, give me the one author who has the most concise chemical physics review of melanin, I would cite Nicholas. This is an Italian chemist, and his name is, he wrote an article, for example, Biological Garbage or Jewels, a scientific communication presented at the meeting of the European Society of Pigment Cell Research in 1968. And then he wrote another one entitled, and there's several, speculating on the band colors in nature. So they're looking at melanin as it appears in other biological systems, be it plant or animals. Do you know melanin is a living organic molecule found in interstellar space? There are biological organisms in interstellar gas clouds.
Dream at night when you're sleeping, or is it just that you don't remember?
What have you experienced, my sister?
I don't dream.
Okay,
I can only remember 3 dreams in my entire life.
Oh, excellent. Then be my patient for a minute. Let me sit back now. Hold on. And what were those 3 dreams?
One, I remember specifically walking through a big field with just green everywhere, holding the hands of both of my grandfathers. But one was deceased at this particular time. And this dream was so pleasant. I never forgot it. I seemed to be happy because my grandfathers loved, my grandparents,
Big Daddy,
loved us all.
indeed.
That dream I never forgot. As a kid, I always dreamt I was flying. The bed flew out the window. That was a recurring dream as a kid.
Pluck our wings. Here's a super genius, gifted artisan being told she should be content to take that $7.28 job and be content with it. Don't ask those questions. Those are ridiculous questions. Girl, you just do what I tell you to do. Be happy with it. All those put down kind of things can weigh upon us and limit us. And I'm here to say, loose yourself. Realize you've been the victim of propaganda. And with you...
So that would suppress dreams?
Yeah.
Because of,
see, when you're waking up, you're coming back into Americana. Let me get ready.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to get paid, yo.
Yeah.
Don't put me in jail. I'm not no terrorist. I'm not no wild hoochie girl.
And all that stuff.
All that stuff, I'm good granddaddy's girl, I'm good people. I don't have no great rage for no people who jack my people, or do I?
You should hear what my family calls me.
What do they call you?
They swear my phone is tapped because everybody's listening in on Joyce. I mean, for what? if somebody's listening in on me, like I always say, they can kiss my black egg. I'm not doing
there you go.
illegal.
There you go.
I'm not doing anything illegal, so if somebody wants to listen to my phone conversations, fine. But my family members think that I may be causing them some problems because they're related to me.
Exactly. So you hear how that family can be living. That's part of as you said, my brother. That's part of that propaganda. That's part of the community fear that we all live with. I gave a lecture one time at a National Medical Association conference, and the brother on the podium, who was a minister from a big church, told me, "Man, you better be quiet. You can get killed talking like that." I wanted to tell him so bad. Well, hey, you tell your audience that, brother. Hey, man, don't sit up here and flip out on me, hey. But the fear factor. So that's one is the fear of retaliation by the famous, nefarious, whatever.
Whoever
they are. I mean, devil gonna get you. Devil gonna get you. But then notice that dream that you had of walking through the fields. Now, when I had Dr. Jeffries back there, he has these. Dr. Jeffries is working on these technium and all these monuments in Sudan. And whenever I see that brother and his sister, man, they always coming through there, man, with mind-boggling new stuff. Just take you way past heaven. So she wrote a new book, and I'm praying that she will publish the book, Dr. Jeffries. So, and get it out because everybody needs it. And they talk about the totem for nectar is that of a flag with a pole with a flag on it, just blowing in the breeze. And the divine, the great God, is that vast. It is the wind that we cannot see or hear, but permeates all things. It is the breath of life. So you had an experience in which you were seeing the infinite great works of your God, our God, the divine Most High, in which your grandfather was a part of. And guess who else was a part of that? Joyce is. Joyce is. So you have that kind of backup. Yeah, they got some devils out there, but you got some backup. You got some backup. The ancestors working with you. They come. Sometimes they're gone. And sometimes they come and I say, wow, I don't even want to get up and face this. I want to stay in that. Let's keep seeing that. But we're never alone. And so I think that there is a conditioning, there's a lot of conditioning trying to make Africans to not listen, to not see.
To listen to that quiet inner voice, is that what you're talking about?
Be it quiet or not so quiet. Be it especially the quiet, because sometimes it's like a whisper. You know, it's like you think, oh man, it can't be like that, but it won't go away. It won't leave you alone. It keeps like a little kid pulling on your coattail. Come back, check this. Check what? I told you I didn't want to listen to it. I say keep checking it. And when you do, oh, look at it. It just flows over you. And to watch your emotional highs that come to you once you open those doors. The blessings come as an emotional uplift. You get your payment in elevated feeling tones. Yes.
Spell.
Want a break?
Yes. Yes, we should take a break now for those who can get around.
But spell phenotones, how were you spelling it? I know it's a PH word.
Oh, phenomelanin or phenome, P-H-E-O-N-O-M-E-S, pheonomes. This is in the art and checking the ancestry of languages. Let's take a break so people have a chance to share.
There's a lot of chaos and wind and whatnot going on outside, but there's a lot of peace. And here, coming up from 145th and walking in here, there's a whole nother world here. So we're glad our brother is still with us.
Glad to be here too.
Because he was stepping up into glory, he said, no, I'm not ready now. And so he's back with us. And so we need to appreciate our moments with him, not just now, but in previous circumstances. I'm working on my taxes now, so that means I'm looking for things, et cetera. So I grab one something to pull it up, and it was the partner of Mother Keffer, Bill Jones. It's a transcript that our brother Adisa did of Jacob Carruthers.
Oh, man.
Coming to the first world in 1985.
Man.
In 1985, he had been there in 84, but he said he didn't feel comfortable. So he was glad to come back. And now he felt at home, at peace. Because in 84, we had the idea of ASCAC. And we met in Chicago, we met in Los Angeles to have that family coming together. And then we decided to mobilize and organize ourselves for power. And so that happened in 85. And Jay Carruthers took the leadership from Alana Karanga, and he incorporated ASCAC around his sense of spirituality. And so he felt secure coming to New York, because this is rough. You come to New York, you better have your security together in all kinds of ways. So he came spiritually armed to deal with New York. So he was glad to be invited back. And so he's being introduced by Brother Bill Jones at the top of his game when he was trying to control the world. And the only force against him was Mother Keffer. She kept him grounded in humanity. But his whole thing was to manipulate and to push us into an African consciousness. So the statement that was read about what the first world was, and his introduction to Jacob Carruthers was extraordinary. I'll try to make a copy of this before you leave. You're leaving tomorrow early?
6:30 p.m.
Okay. So it's time for me to make a copy. But the beauty of it is, here's Jacob Carruthers, a spiritual force among us, coming to help get ASCAC organized. After it was incorporated, it needed to have another strength and essence. And so he was saying, we started something in Los Angeles, we continued it in Chicago. Now the baton is being passed on to New York. And since he is the leader of the organization, New York is the next stage of its development. And he came to challenge New York to push it even further. And we did. We said we're going to have a conference like no other conferences. And it occurred at City College. And the key factors in the City College triumph was Dr. and Mary Lewis, Arthur and Mary said that we're going to do something different. We're going to do something different. Instead of having a normal conference, and the reason why black folks can't do what they need to do in terms of mobilizing resources is because we are imitating white folks. We have a gathering, and then we spend all our money to look good at a banquet. They said we're going to have a banquet because we need to celebrate, but it's going to be a different banquet. And we decided we'd have it at City College, and they decided they would prepare the food. And as a result of that, generated at that conference was $55,000. At least half of that money was given to the new organization because we didn't spend it on the banquet. We spent it on ourselves. And that new organization in '86 was birthing an idea that we don't just have a normal coming together. We have a family spiritually coming together. And in '86 when we met, we said we're going to the Nile. And I'll be damned if we didn't go to the Nile. And who went to the Nile with us? Dr. Richard King, Dr. Ray Nobles, Regent Accolade Sanford, Naya Martha, and a host of us. Idea of birth, given a foundation in Chicago spiritually, given another sense of power and purpose and mission in New York. And then 1,000 people went to the Nile. I had 3 generations, my mother, my wife and I, my nephews, 13 and 14-year-old Hassan and Hakeem. So it's about a spiritual process. And that process, the battle for the mind, is continuing as our New York regional, Eastern Regional President reminds us. We're going to go up to Boston at the end of the month.
October. This is the October.
Going up to Boston at the end of this month, April the 30th. There's a lot of activity going on. The next day, we're going on a bus pilgrimage to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, where the most significant Nubian collection in America is. And so, no, it's not going to be. It's going to be very spiritually correct. But Boston is one of the centers of European materialism, just like New York is the center of world materialism. So we're going to leave it to go up to Boston to deal with the spirituality that comes out of Nubia and connect it to the spirituality of Kemet. And that's the experience that I had a few years ago when this young brother, Taki, said, Dr. J, I want you to go to Nubia. Nobody goes to Nubia. Now, Dr. Ben used to go, got lost, etc. But Taki is hooked up spiritually with Nubia because his former wife, is from Nubia. So we had a fantastic spiritual presence. And that's what Richard is talking about. As I'm reaching for some material stuff to do my taxes, I said, what is this? And all of a sudden, here is something called Lecture, Kemetic Melanin, Projections on the Kabbalah and the Kabbalah, Pan-African, cross-cultural analysis and speculations using Dogon, Yoruba, Ashanti, Christian, and Islamic comparisons by R.R. Jeffries, PhD, art historian. This is something that Roslyn forgot that she did.
Man.
This is when we were in the early phases of looking at these things coming at us, and she's making comparisons, etc., etc. She's grown past this. And so I forgot that she did it. But again, these are the things we need to piece together and try to connect. Because we're really on the vanguard of an African consciousness. And most of our people are going in the other way. And so we have to keep going on the right mission. So what our sister is saying is that there will be a regional conference in Boston, October the 14th to the 16th at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, hosted by the African Studies Department. And so that you can plan if you wish and have the resources to go with us. Said he wanted to come. I said, this is the worst possible time to come. Simply because Mother Kefa is trying to get herself stabilized, having lost her partner. Sister Sybil Williams Clark is trying to deal with some health challenges, but she still maintains her spiritual mission. And Dr. Roslyn Jeffries has been in trouble this last week.
Oh, no.
Health-wise, with whatever is happening. And Brother Smalls, Brother Small and I are getting ready to get out of here. He's leaving tomorrow for Africa. I'll be following him. We can't go on the same plane, so we're going one day after. But we'll be doing some business around Ghana for a week, and then we'll be back here. Now, the reason why I mentioned all of those, including Sister Claudia, who was ready to come, but when the storm started hitting hard and people are dealing with their personal crises, they backed away. So this brother came in the storm. He set us on our course in terms of melanin and the rest of it. And so we need to show him some love. It would be good to come and greet him, purchase a book, and leave, but we need to show him some love. All of you all have put organizations, institutions together. This building here is a story in and of itself.
Yes.
Around the Lewis.
It's true.
And their attempt to raise up Dr. Ben, because we got Dr. Clark House right up the hill. This was supposed to be Dr. Ben House. Now, Brother Reggie left to go get Dr. Ben. So it would be good for those of us who have to leave to hang a little bit, maybe another 15 or 20 minutes, and maybe Dr. Ben will come. Now, I see one of my Capricorn brothers.
All right. Get your plate on your family, no problem. Let's go dancing.
Unbelievable.
Let's start for you right here,
He can sit right there. He said he's been waiting since 2 o'clock today in the lobby.
How are you, sister? Oh, I'm okay. You? Good to see everyone.
His coat is wet.
When did it come into being, and who were the organizers of First World?
We came into being in the late 70s, and the organizers was Brother Bill Jones, Brother Sam Dupree, Sister Viola Dupree, Brother Al Moore, Frederick Douglass, Kirkpatrick, and myself.
What was your mission? Did y'all have a mission?
Well, when we first started talking about it, we weren't sure what we was going to be able to do in the African community. We wanted to do some work in the community. So we weren't sure exactly how to go about it. So when we found Dr. Ben on 125th Street, we spoke to him about it. And he told us how we should go about it. And that's what happened.
What is your most fun memory of First World?
Oh, I think it may have been going to Egypt for the first time. I tell you, I was truly blown away by that trip.
What impressed you most with the trip?
Well, actually, all the things that we had been studying with Dr. Ben about, when we got there, he was able to show us, and we saw that with our own 2 eyes. And that was very, to me, seeing it.
Why is it so difficult for black communities to get black youth to pull their pants up from around their butt? Why is it down there? What is the psychological manipulation?
I think it is a statement of opposition. There's fear in their hearts because they have not been prepared to enter into the schizophrenic world of white supremacy. They're being told that everything is all right. They want a quick fix to make a lot of money, but they haven't woke up to what education is all about, what having a skill is all about. And that though they see a few examples of athletes and celebrities, 1 out of a million getting over for a few years, the reality is that most people don't have that kind of success. But so the question comes, how do we build strong black families? How do we have educational systems that really find our true calling? And how do we prepare people to be service to really strong black communities? And the white educational system doesn't want strong black education. They don't want them to read Dr. Ben's book, Pineal of the Bible. At all.
When I heard Dr. Ben give a lecture on the 1940s, he rode a steamship over to Egypt and had to sleep on the banks of the Nile and look out for the crocodiles. Because they wouldn't even give him a place in the hotel to do his work, to do his scholarship. And yet, this groundswell now is undergoing, people are waking up a little bit, and yet these people are still trying to roll the clock back. It's quite a drama. Now, I take it that people have a genetic memory of what the truth is sometimes. And to the degree that they're ignored, they'll become more rebellious. Because something's missing in the script. You know, when I asked my son to try to go back and reassert black things, the youngest one, he's caught by confusion. Even though I'm trying to be a living example of it, he's caught by white friends acting all right, trying to tell him that he should not be angry at them. And I was so pleased the other day, Dr. Ben, when your minister asked you why you came to church, and you told him because you wanted the music, and she asked if you were raised, you said, yeah, like everybody else. That's kind of true. In 1985, we had a Now Valley conference, and Dr. Ben said correctly, if any of y'all goes there, you ain't no feather mind. So none of us can go. But the truth was, we were trying to not offend white educators. We can't get caught up in that. We got to stand with things that benefit our people. And no, they have not told the truth. No, will blur the boundaries. No, you need to remember all the pain that our people have gone through the slavery. You can't escape from that kind of rage. It makes you a flaky, shaky, false person. You got to be true to it. I mean, you got to get up and knock somebody out every day, but you're going to be vigilant that it not repeat itself. Because in no way is white supremacy stopped. The propaganda, I live in LA, the center of propaganda. Hollywood. And they put these images out. They're totally false. Totally false. Not even historically correct at all. And they're very sensitive to doing so. So I think the children's thing about letting their pants drop and looking as if they want to be playing like that. I saw the other day, I saw a sister who was walking around with her pants dropped. She had suspenders on. She had her pants dropped down below her. She didn't have no male panties, drawers on. And she has another kind of drawers on, like 2 layers of drawers so you wouldn't see through. I said, I have seen everything now. Let's see, so walk around with her pants dropped.
Was she gay?
That's what I thought she looked like she could be. You have the suspenders on.
You have the
Take it off. Take it out. CIA is coming. He's heard.
He's heard, but that's why he won't bring it to New York.
She's gonna be on the show Monday. She might have a sister. You might not.
And I may disappear on Tuesday.
If you disappear, we don't know why.
Oh, shucks.
Now, how long have you known Michelle?
As I told Sister Hyatt and Dr. Lewis, I had put in my retirement papers, so I will be retiring as of June the 30th of this year.
From where?
From the College of New Rochelle, from America.
Why you got a Marine Corps shirt on?
It's a gang I used to belong to keep me safe. I'll be moving to Uganda. Yes. There's a university there called Uganda Martyrs University. I was there last year on sabbatical and had submitted a proposal for an African Studies program with the university that was rejected. Rejected. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
as a result, one of the faculty members will be establishing a branch campus in a city called Mbarara, and he asked me to come and begin the African Studies program at that campus.
Ancestors don't play.
So that will be taking place. There's some community activities that we're going to be doing as well, an after-school program, adult education program, and bringing goods and supplies to orphans.
Wonderful.
I have about 50 boxes of clothes from students from the college, books. Our friends at the New York City Board of Education have been involved in the process when you change commissioners. The commissioners change the contracts of securing supplies. So they are throwing away books, they're throwing away laptops, and made an agreement with one of the administrators there to donate books, supplies, and 30 laptops for the community-based program. And they want to establish a long-term program so that at some point middle school students will be able to come over for the summer to come to Africa and vice versa.
Wonderful.
So there's a principal at PS 203 in Brooklyn that is very conscious. Hopefully the new Mr. Ed. I mean, Mr. Ed. Hopefully he won't stop. That's what's reported in the newspaper. I didn't call him that.
They call him Mr. Ed?
Well, we know about who Mr. Ed was. A talking horse. Right, so.
Bloom bucks.
But again, that July 30th, I'll be on the plane and I will come back when my daughters graduate high school, when they graduate college, and when they get married. And they will have to come over to visit. But that's that.
Two questions. Now I would be so proud.
Questions. Who was one of the individuals that initiated your contact with the Ugandan country?
Brother Nana.
No, with Turkey?
Was him. We were supposed to go to a conference together, and he just said, come on, let's go. On the eve of us going together, he had some family difficulties. He couldn't come. Yes. Brother Brown came to Jersey, dropped off some materials. That was in 2004.
Yes, 2004, because he died in 2005.
And it was supposed to be an international Pan-African conference. Unfortunately, there were more Europeans there than Africans. But it worked out all right because I got to meet some people and establish some relationships. And that has been an ongoing thing that has been taking place from 2004 to the present. I thought I might want to stay there, so I was able to make arrangements to secure a sabbatical. So I was able to be on the ground for 13 months and see some things, make some better connections. Now it's the place to go. That's the place to live.
The question is, what work will you be doing with the Twa?
Yes.
That's with the Batwa. I will continue some research that I had begun, and that is looking at their contributions to early African civilization and culture. I had heard somebody speak, I think it was 1978, it was Dr. Yosef Ben something.
Let's say on, yeah. Too late, you're late.
Now you're brothers. The first I'd ever heard of the Trois was from this man right there.
Yes, sir, Doc. Student.
I consider myself one of his students.
Yeah.
What do you say, Doc? Get that! Clipson, get that! Put that on. What do you say,
I can't say much.
Doc got on me one day. He said, "Don't ever say anything about African gods unless you're going to mention African goddesses."
That's right.
That's Dr. Finn.
Yes.
And Brother Gray, he's working with Uganda as we speak.
Charles Gray.
He's there now?
He has come back, but he's been there for several months. He's trying to work on several important things.
Okay.
What specifically are you trying to tie in the Trois to? What are you going to be doing as your lifetime, one of your lifetime projects as it relates to the patois?
Raising them up in terms of, one thing is let them speak for themselves.
Exactly.
Let them tell their own story. That's going to be very important. They're looked down in society in Uganda. I remember being at a faculty meeting and was asked, well, why are you here? What are you going to do? When I mentioned that I wanted to examine the role that the Patois played in traditional African civilization and culture, people laughed. And these are faculty members, so they don't know. But what we do know is that the Patois have been moved out of the forests. They only can go back with government representatives because the forests are now set aside for European tourists to come look at gorillas and all this kind of stuff.
Play with the gorillas and get
But the Patois, they want to go to the forest, not only to get honey, but that's where their medicine is. You know, their traditional medicines are in the forest. They banded together they have an organization connected with Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. And they found out that they have some similar concerns amongst all these 3 different areas, and the DRC, excuse me. And the organizations that they've established, now they're looking for aid and assistance that's not coming from the government, so that the work that will begin now with the books and the clothing and attempting to market their crafts will be something that will be an inroad to having people accept you. They're very leery of strangers, and when I visited, of course I was a stranger because I'm 6'3", and people were short of stature.
3'11".
But that story in terms of their movement from the Great Lake region up to Kemet and the contributions that were made going north, going east, going south, going west, that is another story that needs to be told as well, that the people from this region would populate the rest of the world and bring aspects of African culture and civilization to other parts around the world. That story hasn't been told yet either, not in any great detail. Other people have focused around the edges and have talked about some things, whether that be Minoko Rashidi in terms of the African presence in early Egypt, and then Sertima's work, talking about people coming to South America and the Caribbean, people going north into Europe as well as to India, China, and Japan. That story of this dispersal of African people cannot be told without mentioning and talking about the Patois. So that story will be the basis of why I'm there. And I anticipate it probably going to take about 10 years to finally pull all that together. So that will be the legacy that me and my daughter will work on. She's 12 and she's consented to come with me and do that work. So by the time 10 years from now, she'll be 22, she'll be ready to go. She loves history. She loves history and she's 10 years old. The only A's she gets are in history.
When I was with the African National Pioneer Movement, Robert Harris taught us that the first flag that was ever flown was the red, black, and green by the Twa people. Is that true?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey, Africa.
Right here, Carlos Cooks, Robert Harris.
He's down in Tortola, in the Caribbean.
He did. He was in the. Okay. I mean, I know he's passed, but I'm just saying that was what he taught. I was just trying to verify.
That's your name.
You got that on tape? You want to know what's going on here?
With Carlos Cook, Robert Harris.
Yeah, that one in the same.
Pika.
Well, I didn't know Pika, but I heard of him. But Robert Harris. I was.
What
just,
happened, Dr. Ben?
Yeah.
There was, I had my office that side of the street, and they were at this. They used to keep the meeting that time at Herbert Jewelers.
Yeah.
Used to be on this side of the street,
Right.
by the corner, and Herbert used to say, more money to the gamblers than to the state jewelry.
We say it.
The jewelry that he used to sell. Was troublesome.
That's why he was 125th.
I wasn't trying to vouch for his character. I was just trying to confirm.
This will be up on
I was just trying to confirm. I was trying to confirm something that he taught, and I was just trying to find out. Do you know if the first flag was red, black, and green and was flown by the Twa people?
Yeah.
Is that true?
With Carlos Cooks used to be had a fellow named Pika. Pika ran the organization. Cooks had a girlfriend. Pika ran the.
Pika didn't have no girlfriend.
And that and Herbert was a jewelry store in name. Herbert was right on the corner. And Pika would keep up. Then he had another man from the Caribbean, a short man, Mr. Jonathan.
Big Brad.
Cut
that out, Clipsy. That's my teacher. Cut that part out. All right.
You gotta save it from yourself, right?
Yeah. I'll get you. Cut that out.
There to hear what's going on, and he would come there and leave. He then had White Connection, and Carlos Cooks was in charge of the whole thing, but these other men were under Carlos Cooks.
Well, who ran the bathing suit contest? You had the girls in bathing suits.
Oh, yeah.
Who first flew the red, black, and green flag?
Pika.
Oh, Pika.
Pika.
Oh, okay, there's your answer. Pika did it.
So let's move on to the bathing suits.
So we don't know if the Twa, did the Twa have flags? I mean, who? Period.
They're in the
That's
forest.
whole point.
They were in the forest.
Exactly. So we don't. So to have a conversation
You know, we can
about
do
flags
anything.
with the Twa, we
I
don't
wouldn't
know
be
if they
surprised
were
we had
knitters.
flags.
I mean, if they did.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But they were like a nomad people. They were nomads.
Yeah, that's something you can research.
That's one thing we will know.
Pika,
But we know that
Pika
Brother
went
James
back
did
to
the research.
the Barbados and to Tola where we came from, that's next to the Virgin Islands, to St. Thomas. St. Thomas is by owned the United States. They got it from Denmark.
Since we're on to Pika, we might as well say something about Marion Marable. So throw him under the bus too. Throw him under the bus.
Divine Providence take care of
Marable died.
Yeah. 2 days before his book came out.
But he said in his book that Malcolm was a he said a lot of disparaging things about Malcolm. I'm not going to mention it.
That's right.
But he worked in a massage parlor. He said Malcolm worked in a massage parlor.
What's wrong with that?
Wait, Dr. Ben, a male massage parlor.
Oh, everything is wrong.
That's what Maribel
But did
said.
they have massage parlor back in those days, though?
They had massages in Mexico.
Did you hear what he said in his book?
I heard. I don't want you to repeat, but I said, did they have massage parlors in those times?
Yeah, but you know what I was talking about.
Yeah,
I wasn't
I know.
talking about male massages.
I know, okay, all right.
They did back in
I
those
got
times,
you.
yes, they've had those.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's
Can
not
we go back to Professor Allen so we can get his research?
End of that massage parlor, because massage was towards the 126th Street end of the parlor, and the jewelry store was the west end of the parlor, and the boat shared the entrance in the middle, and you entered upstairs, and the second floor where the school was. From the middle, there was a stair bed in the entrance.
History.